The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good day, MPL Arena! And hello to everyone around the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're tuning in to witness the world's strongest MLBB players in action. This is MPL Philippines Season 12. Anim na linggong punong-puno ng sorpresa, drama at matinding MLBB bakbakan ang hinandog sa atin ng ating mga teams na nagpamala sa buong mundo kung bakit nga ba tayo ay mas pinaslakas. Pero bago natin isara ang regular season, may tatlong mahalagang tapatan pa tayong aabangan sa araw na to na maaaring magbago ng takbo ng ating playoffs. Yan at iba pang mga kapanapanamig na tagpo ang ating aasahan sa huling araw ng regular season. Pero bago muna ang lahat, alamin muna natin ang latest MLBB Community Chika sa Smart All Access kasama si Chantal and Naisu. Panelist, pasok! At ngayon, sasamahan ko ang ating mga panelists na si Chantal and Naisu. Hi, everybody!
Hello!
Happy Sunday, everyone! Happy Sunday! Dapat pala kami nagsabi, Mara, pasok! Oo, dapat ako yung pinapasok nyo. Maglalakad pala ako. Wait, alam mo, parang medyo my heart today, I mean, alam ko may playoffs pa tayo, pero can you believe it's the last day of the regular season?
Grabe.
6 weeks is super short. And prior going down here, nagko-compute pa tayo ng mga points.
Ay, you know what I like? Siya, nag-grabe, nag-Tagalog. Ikaw, nag-English!
Multiverse.
Actually,
Multiverse.
to be fair, Chantel spent a lot of time on the English desk this
Doing
season.
a good job, by
Proud
the
ko siya.
way.
Is that right? Proud ko siya.
Proud ko siya. Okay, okay.
Yeah, you're proud of me.
We'll take it. Proud siya niya. Okay, now, meron tayong mga teams na inaabangan. Actually, na para sa ating playoffs. Meron pa tayong mga playoff spots sa mga taong bahay dyan. Ito ang huling araw para sa ating regular season. And we're gonna find out kung sino nga ba ang ating 6 na koponan na makakapasok sa playoffs and maybe possibly represent our country in the M5. So use the hashtag
MPL S12 Magic 6.
MPL-PH S12 Magic 6 kasi nga 6 na teams ang papasok sa ating playoffs. Naku, so medyo tense ang mga teams today, no?
Ano pa kasi parang up until the very end, it also depends sa mga ibang games dun sa iba. Ganito siya, to make it short, kahit hindi yun yung team na maglalaro, yung, di ba may dalawang match sa dalawang team, kahit hindi yun yung team na maglalaro, dalawang team din yung nakaasa sa game na yun.
Oo nga.
Tapos yung seeding pa, for top 1 is fixed, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hindi pa sure.
So,
Ang daming numbers.
6.
yeah. So, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang Magic 6 na makakapasok sa ating playoffs. Pero ito, guys, meron tayong Magic special guest na I'm so excited to introduce you to because he is one of the most sought-after casters in the world. This is a caster from Malaysia. Welcome to Gideon Q. Let's welcome Gideon. Hi, Gideon.
Get it. Sasha. Oi.
Hello!
Hi!
Hi!
Gideon, hello! What a nice green background.
Looks very familiar,
Thank you.
Gideon.
I did. Yes,
background.
yes. It's not like I've shot it's not like I've shot every video I've ever done behind this background.
Gideon, we've met Gideon and I. Nice and I have met Gideon. Have you met Chantel?
Hi, Gideon. I will see you on
Yes.
M5 wildcard qualifiers. I will
Whoa.
be flying.
Yes, that's
Just
awesome.
kidding. But yeah, nice meeting
Aw,
you.
disappointment.
Gideon, we missed
Yeah, no,
you.
I've heard a lot about you. I missed you guys too, Mara. Really appreciate being here on the MPL-PH just to see what you guys are up to, seeing some of the new talents and obviously some of the new faces. Hello, Leo. Good to see you there. And all the things that have been going on with MPL-PH.
Oh, so we're talking about MPL-PH right now. So if you can give us a summary, how was the MPL Malaysia Season 12? The playoffs?
Well, honestly, it was pretty crazy. This is the first time we're not actually seeing Torak qualify for the M5, and now we have a new representative this time, and we might. It is crazy. It's an incredible time to be alive. We even have another representative trying to make the second slot there during the M5 wildcards, which is going to be happening in Malaysia. So really excited for that too.
Question, Gideon. We're seeing this a lot. I know you have too. Why is there so many game 7s? Do you love this as a caster? I'm sure there is
From the
game
reaction?
7s everywhere. Why is that?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the competitive level for a lot of these players. This is their final opportunity to actually qualify for M5, and I think for a lot of Southeast Asian fans out there, this is like the biggest tournament you could ever be a part of, especially if you're within, the Munton ecosystem, the MLBB esports space. It's exciting, but I wouldn't just attribute it to just where the meta is right now. But I think, a lot of teams are really looking to make a difference here.
And I have a question, Gideon. It's not a secret to everyone that we have been seeing imports internationally. So we have PH imports for MPL Malaysia. So how do you think the Filipino imports changed the Malaysian MLBB scene?
Oh, that's a really interesting question, Chantal. I think, from a Malaysian's perspective on Filipino imports, I think they definitely changed the landscape a lot. It kind of shows like what the skill ceiling is going to start looking like, right? Especially for our younger athletes, for some of our veterancies as well. At least for what the imports that the Philippines brings is not only the knowledge, but at the very least, a certain level of consistency, which Malaysia has been struggling to get a grasp on. So it's good that we're learning from some of the imports, and not to mention that you guys won like what? 3 out of the 6 awards here at MPL MY for like best EXP laner, best mid laner, and things like that. You guys were nominated for at least 3 of those and secured 3 out of the 6.
I love that. I love that we're part of the nomination there in Malaysia. But, okay, Gideon, in all honesty, so it's the first time we're not seeing Todak in an international scene. It's going to be another team representing Malaysia. So, to be honest, with all honesty, okay, Gideon, how confident are you about your representative right now? Your chances for M5. Your chances. Okay, if you were to place, what would that placement be?
Ooh, I wanna say that we're like a solid 3rd, 4th option, but the one thing that I was predicting for, especially for this particular squad, the homeboys, our Malaysian representatives, I was kind of hoping that SMG was going to take them the full length, and they did. They basically lost the grand finals to one singular auto attack, and that could have made all the difference. I think that at least for the homeboys, what I can tell you about them is that I'm confident in them. The only issue is that I don't see any PH imports amongst that squad, so it feels kind of weird to kind of back them up to a certain degree, because they are an interesting squad. They're very fiery, they're very exciting to watch, and they have imports of their own, but they're from Indonesia. So there was this big argument about, PH and Indonesian imports, and I think, either or doesn't really matter to me, but definitely have a bias towards one.
Okay, so that is concluding MPL Malaysia, Gideon, right? I wish you guys the best of luck, of course, too. Of course, you still have the wild card going on, but we're going to move a little bit over to Indonesia, right? That is happening, especially today. The grand finals, I think, is going to be heated. I want to ask you real quick, Gideon, this is your hot take, right? Between ONIC and Geek, who is going to be the champion for MPL-ID?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat that one more time?
One more time for you.
Oh, he's ready. He's ready.
I did not expect that. I did not expect
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you over my overwhelming support for the ones, ONIC.
I thought you were going to show me your muscles, Gideon.
He's flexing.
My bad. I got to do the traditional. Yep. Thank you very much. I think that ONIC is going to take it away. I think, Geek Fam have they've already qualified. They've done the heavy lifting. It's honest to God, a really beautiful story. But I think overall, ONIC, even though they've been reverse sweeping people, I think they're going to take it away. I think they are going to have quite a spectacular year, and I'm hoping that everything kind of aligns for my guess coins.
You know what, Gideon, you're very supportive of ONIC Indonesia. How do you think they will fare against your Malaysian representatives?
Obviously, I think I'm expecting us to get smashed. I'm not gonna lie, but I think we're gonna put up a pretty decent fight. I gotta be honest here. Every other region has been looking to beef themselves up. I think Malaysia is catching up to a certain degree, and I think that's why every Malaysian is gonna be watching M5 this time around, because we're really curious, right? This is the first time we're having somebody other than Bodak perform on a world stage, and it could really go bad for us, or it could go really well. It's really tough to say.
Now, speaking of Indonesia, what do you think their chances are for the M5? I mean, Philippines have taken it home twice. Now, do you think it's Indonesia's turn? Do you think they're gonna give us a hard time?
I think every team is going to struggle against, assuming that things go up. If it's Geek Fam, I don't know, man. I think everybody has a really good chance. I think they're very intelligent players, but I think against ONIC, when they are on the ball and considering their international performances so far, I think that it's going to be quite the tough fight. It can be really frustrating when you make all the correct decisions and you just get outplayed. It can be very frustrating to deal with, and I think that's what the Indonesians bring to the table.
I think it's going to be I think M5 is going to be wild. Obviously, it's a reunion as well, in a sense, right? Even with concerning over MPL-ID there. Now, moving on, Gideon, this next part, the M5 wildcard, we know what's happening in Malaysia, like you mentioned. How are you feeling about that? It's being held in Malaysia. This is the first time, too, that we're having a wild card. So there's going to be some new faces. How are you feeling about the wild card over there?
We're a little, obviously, for Malaysian representatives, we're obviously really scared because they're going to have to play a lot of games. I don't think people realize the magnitude of what these wild cards allow us to do for some of the outer regions that aren't a part of the MPL, having a bit of EU in there, and obviously having, teams like Mongolia, the Mekong regions as well. People have been stepping up, and they've been stepping up really, really fast. So I think that even though we've been in the scene a little bit longer than most people, it doesn't necessarily translate to the level of people are picking up the game really fast, including the meta, competitive rotations, competitive drafts as well. The world is kind of assimilating to a global meta very quickly compared to the last few years, where there's very clear distinctions between the regions on how we like to play the game.
Now, we already have an initial list because some of the MPLs are already done and even qualifiers. With the initial list, who do you think will stand strong and stand out on the M5 wildcard?
Well, for the M5 wildcards, I'm obviously rooting for Malaysia to get our slot. It was taken away from us because we sucked. So now we're trying to prove that we don't suck, and we're trying to win the wildcards to at least prove that we still got it in us to be part of the major regions. We're obviously very scared, but honestly, I want EU to do good. I really, really want Europe to do very well, because again, it's a lot of lovely players are coming back once more to play again, and obviously I made friends with a couple of them, so there's natural personal bias towards that side of the world, but I think it would be incredible considering everything that these players have kind of gone through. This would be something very satisfying if they were able to kind of qualify for M5.
What about China? A lot of people are talking about China being in the wild card. We're going to be seeing them for the first time. There's a lot of discussions in the MPL community, in the MLBB community. What do you think about that?
Honestly, China is one scary force because we know from traditional, like not only traditional sports, but like even in esports, you give them enough time, they're eventually going to turn it into their own thing and completely smash everybody else. So until that time, I think for now, there's nothing to be concerned of yet. I think, the people who know how dangerous they could potentially be haven't scrimmed them just yet. And I think, teams who have scrimmed them will have a rough idea that, they're still very fresh, they're still very young, and they're going to need a little bit of time before they can assimilate to the fast pace of this mobile MOBA that we love.
For sure, all eyes are going to be on China because they're great at everything. Now let's talk about what's happening right now in MPL Philippines. So what do you think about this entire journey for MPL Philippines Season 12 so far? Were there any surprises? Any surprises on your side?
Look, I have a bone to pick. I have a bone to pick.
Let's hear this.
I'm not going to lie. I was very upset. For a couple of reasons. Here, these earphones are getting in the way. I was upset for a couple of reasons. And I think, a big part of that was just, some of my...
Oh, there's another shirt. I thought there's a list, but this time another shirt.
How many layers do you have, man?
You don't want to know.
Is that the final?
Well, yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you for noticing, Chantel. But yes, I'm a little upset that Echo didn't get that perfect streak. Like, I thought I did enough when I got Demon Kite over to Malaysia, convinced them somehow to just give up RSG-PH so that maybe Echo had a chance of getting a full streak. But no, apparently it's not. So that's the only thing that I've been pretty upset with. Overall, I think the league has been extremely exciting. I think, you guys have had a little more action. Obviously, your games are a little bit longer, so I can't watch every single one of them. But some of the key moments that I've been seeing from you guys have looked top-notch as ever polished, nothing below the line.
So with that, Gideon, we're about to round out our regular season. Who do you think the two teams will be to represent the Philippines in M5?
Other than the one you're wearing
Other
right
than
now?
that one.
I'm very happy with Echo. Obviously, I definitely have a personal bias towards them. I think as much as I would like to believe, first representatives, obviously, let's take Echo out of the equation, right?
Okay.
You take Echo out of the equation, and now we have a whole list of teams that I think have a lot of potential, but some of the more polished teams, definitely, it's one of those things where you believe.
Oh, he has
There
another
is
one.
another one.
I'm gonna say, brothers from another country, that RSG has a chance. They really do have a chance, and I'm excited to see them continue to progress forward. I would take off another shirt, but I don't have an AP Brent jersey. So that will also be one of my contenders for probably top spot, and most likely going to get into M5.
I see that you love many Filipino teams. There is this thing after the recent international tournaments that it is already the end of the Philippine era. What are your thoughts about that?
I think it's a bold claim. I think it's really difficult to say whether it truly is the end of a dynasty, because there's something about the M series that ignites a lot of Southeast Asians. Filipinos in particular. You guys have won a majority of the M series so far. Share some with the rest of us. I'm not gonna ask twice, but I think that overall that the Filipino dynasty isn't coming to an end until we see the results of M5. And I think it'll be an exciting, possibly what everyone is expecting, the Indonesian-Filipino Grand Finals in M5. And if Malaysia can get their foot in there, that'd be nice. But between you guys, between these big giants, I can't say for sure. I would like to believe that the PH dynasty is still going on.
So you think that Echo and RSG, your Philippine bets, you think that they will prove that the Philippine era is far from over? Safe to say?
I agree. Yeah, I definitely think that, these two teams, I would throw AP Brand, but I don't have another shirt under this one. This is my last one. This is all I had. Throw me a jersey. And honestly, yeah, I think these three teams definitely have a solid shot at winning M5.
You know, we love talking to you. You're always full of surprises, so energetic. I'm wondering, actually, how sweaty is Gideon under all?
I was gonna say, Gideon, I thought you were hitting the gym, man. You know, I didn't know you had 5 layers of shirts on. Looking a little thick.
Look, I lose mass real quick here, but yes, I am pretty sweaty.
We'll send you a brand shirt, maybe.
Yeah.
Or when you come here.
When you come here, we're going to treat you guys. Watch out for Gideon coming here in the Philippines. So for all the Gideon fans, he's going to be here in a few months. Now, Gideon, we know that you're an expert analyst. You know everything about what's happening in the Philippines and all the MLBB stuff happening all over the world. We're going to give you a trivia, all right? We're going to give you a trivia, and we're going to see if you get this right. And if you get it right, we will give you a merch. We will give you more stuff to put on. All right? We're going to show you.
Merch.
This is all yours.
What's inside the
Can
we
you
show
get
what's
it
inside?
here when you come to the Philippines?
We're gonna maybe they can throw a jersey in there for you.
Yeah. You know what? We'll
All the
even
jerseys.
add more, okay? Personally, I'll add more in this bag. Now, Chantal has a question, and we hope you get it right so you can get this.
Are you ready, Gideon?
Okay.
Okay.
I am ready.
Name at least 3 teams that won the M Series World Championship.
You should get this.
5. Just kidding. No
teams.
timers. No timers.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Does this have to be all Filipino teams?
Yes.
Because it is.
I mean,
Okay.
no one else.
All right. Fair. All right. A little offended. I'm not gonna lie. Bren Esports at the time they were called Bren before they rebranded to AP Bren. Blacklist International Echo.
Oh.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay. There's a more difficult one. Okay. There's a more difficult one. Did you even get this right? When you...
Okay, I had a little trouble with this.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
So Gideon,
good
good
luck.
luck. So
Gideon.
last one. How many playoff qualified players in MPL S12 could win their second World Championship title in M5?
We'll give you 3 seconds.
Hey, that's hard.
Yeah.
Your timer starts.
So how many playoff qualified players in MPL S12?
Okay. Let me list it out. So all the Echo
Okay,
players. So it's Yaoi, Samford, Benny QT, Sanji, Carl T. Wait, no, that's a trick because Carl TC is technically already won 2. So therefore he is omitted. So therefore it would be JP. So that's 5. So that's 5 of them. Then there's the blacklist guys. So there's Oheb, Haji, Edward. Hitman hasn't done it just yet. And then VNYs are not part of the squad as of right now because they're on break. So therefore that would be, and then there's, this is related to the last question. Okay, so that would mean AP Bren, right? And that would mean the players that have, that means it's you, Ribbo, Flap TZ. So that would mean 11 players total.
Wow.
Congratulations!
One of the best analysts in the world.
Yeah, congratulations, Gideon. You get this bag, and we're gonna throw in a whole bunch of merch. We're gonna make sure that we're gonna spoil you when you come here. Filipinos are known to be very hospitable.
What merch do you want?
This is
What
yours.
jersey do you want?
Yeah, what jersey? You just tell. Okay, so we have so merong record. So we have a record. What jersey do you want?
I want all of the jerseys.
Okay,
all
okay.
the merch.
Okay, wait.
The Philippines are looking real
What
good.
jacket do you want? Just one
Ooh, the
jacket.
jacket?
What
Jacket.
jacket do you want? From what team?
I'll tell you what. The one team that I've wanted to get a jersey from, but instead of a jersey, let's get a jacket. I want an AP brand one.
AP
Oh,
brand.
it's really AP brand.
Alright. Para hindi tayo yung bumili. AP brand, baka naman.
Baka naman.
AP Brand will be playing a second series today.
Oh,
That-
AP brand.
That counts as like 4 layers though. So good luck, Gideon.
AP brand ha? Okay. Feeling ko naman si AP brand. I feel like AP brand will definitely give you the really nice jacket. Alright, Gideon, congratulations. But we're gonna be taking a look at the games for today, and we want your prediction on who will win. Okay? And if you want to make it more interesting, you can tell us if it's a 2-1, if it's a 2-0. First, RSG versus TNC.
And for the second, we have Omega and ONIC.
And for the third, to round out the day, we have Blacklist versus APBR.
So let's start off with RSG and TNC. Who do you think will win?
I think it's going to be RSG 2-1 because I feel like TNC, they're good, and if they can get under RSG skin, they're definitely going to get one game before they slap themselves up shape and then win the third match. Between Omega and ONIC, I am going to say 2-0 in favor of Omega. And then
Ooh, that's the hottest match today.
That's a hot, honestly, it's a hot take, but you know, I'm hoping that everything kind of, the stars align there. For Blacklist and APBR, I'm going to say APBR 2-1 against Blacklist. You never know when Blacklist kind of looks really polished that day and then try something out. APBR overall has been consistent for me. Haven't seen their highest highs just yet, and maybe this might be the series that happens.
All right, Gideon, let's see how great you are with your predictions, because out of all the international casters, I know we're gonna bring up Mirko. Mirko has gotten like all the predictions wrong. We're gonna see if Gideon gets everything right. Okay, let's see if that's right. Now, Gideon, it's been such a pleasure having you here. We can't wait until you come to the Philippines. Before that, do you have any messages to all the viewers, to all the Filipino viewers, and everyone tuning in right now?
You know, to all the Filipino viewers, to everybody who's watching the MPL-PH, thank you so much for watching, especially if you are watching internationally for the English broadcast. Those guys need some love. They put in a lot of hard work. Same goes for the Tagalog casters. I'm sure the locals have more than what I can express here in words. Thank you so much for everybody watching. My name is Gideon Q. I'm from MPL-MY. Please check us out. We're going to try and do our best to maybe compete for a top 2 finish at M5.
And we're really looking forward to you coming here. Sa lahat ng mga Gideon fans, he's really nice, he's quite tall, and he'll take 1,000 photos with you when he gets here. All right, Gideon, we'll see you in the M5. Bye.
Bye.
You know, he's really... Throw it over.
In an instant.
They're so excited that they're gonna come right at you right now. Everybody, let's say it together. Here we go.
Casters,
Pasok!
The reignited Phoenix Army looks to spoil another successful raid. The question is, can the Raiders take the fire? We are about to find out as RSG Philippines takes on TNC Pro Team. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Hans Galeria. Together with me is Rockhard and Midnight to deliver you all of the action best MOBB has to offer. Gentlemen, I believe we are in for a long day.
It's the final raid, ladies and gents, and not just for this team, but for each and every one of them.
Yep, you know, it's the last day. We're used to seeing MPL end with teams already grouping up, running out of standings, but today, every match is important up until to the very last game.
Up until the very end, indeed. That is why before we head on to our match discussion, let's give first a major shout out to our official telco partner, Smart.
Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data for speed and coverage Q1 to Q2 2023.
And don't forget, you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/ to switch to Smart to know more.
Not only that, because you can also have a new Smart Giga Arena 20, because you can power your game and unlock the thrilling world of Giga Arena tournaments for your shot at incredible prizes.
Of course, Giga Arena 20, it comes with 2 Giga Arena tickets and 100 MB for all sites for only 20 pesos, valid for 1 day. So load Giga Arena 20 now in the Smart online store.
Yan, thank you so much, Smart, for giving us a platform to showcase the talents of our Filipino MLBB players. Because going back to what Midnight has mentioned a while ago, everything is going to have a bearing in this match.
Oh, yeah.
Every matchup matters, which is why for this very first series, it's going to be RSG's raid for the second seed. They want to go the upper bracket, then how exactly are they going to do that? Because
The standings seem so close.
All right.
So he looks so excited. He's so ready. Look at
Okay,
him.
he's ready. He's ready. He's ready.
I
Give it
am
to him.
looking at the standings right now. AP Bren is sitting at 24 points.
All right.
RSG is sitting at 21. And the thing is, if they tie, there is going to be a tiebreaker between the two teams. So if you are RSG, you want to be able to get that win over TNC. If you sweep if you sweep TNC, and then if Blacklist sweeps AP Bren, they finish the regular season as the second seed. Do keep in mind that only Echo is secured with the top spot. Second to sixth, all of the teams are still fighting for it.
This is super crucial if they take this, right? Because, again, to simplify it a little bit faster, RSG can't lose.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
No
AP
lose.
Bren can't win.
For a second seed.
Right?
For second seed.
For second seed. Just to get into the upper bracket and to also make sure that they will have a second life, no longer needing to pass through the play-ins. Because my oh my, play-ins here in the Philippines are a problem.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting because the reason why that is because both RSG and AP Bren is sitting at the same match game win rate. But if the condition happens, RSG will end up having more win rate per game over AP Bren.
And of course, speaking of RSG, both of these guys are RSG blood. It's Eman and Kasei.
And especially now that Kosei, recently in their social media, they posted that Kosei recently visited the Raiders. So that's like a very good morale and momentum boost for them.
Yep.
From one champion to hopefully another, because of course RSG Philippines Season 9 champions. But again, you see the achievements. Somewhat all tied, but there are 2 championships indeed, because you do have MSC coming in from Eman in a similar playstyle as well.
Yeah, they used to play with RSG, and these two players swap out with each other.
Oh, that's true.
Both gold laners for RSG Philippines before. Now, Kasei is an M5 player, but Eman is still vying for that spot.
That's right. So it's a really touching story. Think about it. Both of them became champions and now on different paths, but to the same destination.
Yeah. At the end, they will meet. But of course, RSG will have to meet TNC first. The journey to M5 is met by the journey of TNC. Again, no playoffs contention anymore for the Phoenix, but they are in the way of RSG's journey. 2-0 was the score for the first affair. For RSG, that's great statistics. You need to repeat that.
I agree.
But what we saw yesterday, TNC pulling off an upset against Blacklist International. This is not something that you're going to be comfortable with. This was the old TNC. Now we are seeing a different TNC. Albeit the hero set will most likely remain the same for both sides, with RSG just switching up the marksman role, probably prioritizing the Ixchias. But TNC, erase everything that you know about this squad, because this last game, everything will be a surprise for RSG.
And this is exactly what we call nothing to lose mindset from TNC. Back then in week number 3, there was so much pressure on their shoulders that they have to get points to rack up to hopefully make it to the playoffs. But now they just have to show out. They did that going up against Blacklist International, and I would call them, all right? I would personally call them the guardians of the upper bracket. No one passes through. Blacklist
Roadblock.
2-0. And now they're facing RSG, who wants to have a chance at that as well.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that. Basically Gandalf.
Yeah.
You shall not pass.
I was gonna go with the protector of the Soulstone, but yeah, I get the Gandalf.
Who's that?
analogy.
My precious guy? Is that?
That's Gollum.
that-
That's different.
Oh, that's different.
That's
Okay.
Gollum.
He's a different entity.
Sorry, guys.
That's
I've disappointed my co-casters and all of the fans of, I believe, the Lord of the Rings.
It's fine. We love you.
All right, thank you.
Speaking of ring, look at that ring.
Oh, the ring. We're seeing the MSC. That's the MSC ring, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're going to need all of that power channeled for the side of RSG, because they're going to be facing a reignited TNC Pro team that, again, wants to end the season strong.
Yeah. There's no other way but to go out with guns blazing, right?
With a bang.
TNC, again, they've already
Bang,
won
bang.
their match against Blacklist International 2-0. Now the question is, can they do the same thing with RSG? Because it's a different playing field. RSG, they are coming up from a rock-solid form, but I want to say that we've seen inconsistencies with RSG before, and I think this is the day, especially for Coach Panda, wherein you don't want those inconsistencies to be showing up.
Yeah. And also, RC is the kind of team that, you know, really depends on the way they wake up in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they feel
Which side of the bed?
they feel like gods at one time, and they feel like something else on the other. But of course, it's time to introduce our teams. Raiders, Phoenix Army, you go ahead.
The upper bracket dream lives on for the Raiders. It's another day to rise and slay. Let's show some love. This is RSG Philippines. They say a star burns brightest before it dies, but they never say die. They always rise. Give it up for TNC Pro Team! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Scholar. Raiders International, Phoenix Fab Worldwide. Ito na ang unang laban ng araw na ito.
Gentlemen, I don't know if it's just me, but we saw two different auras out there. One full of, you know, fire for the side of RSG Philippines.
I mean, RSG, we have seen them again perform really, really well, but there are those times that they have showed inconsistencies. And with the entrance that they made, Knots is feeling like very, very different today. We're used to seeing Knots really comfortable, cozy, and sometimes even showy on the stage. But right now, we're seeing a serious side of RSG.
But sometimes that's being in the zone, right? You got to be super serious while you're in the zone. But it's the opposite for TNC Pro Team.
Actually, it's the opposite for everything. One of our friend, Mr. Carlos Pineda, pointed out that
Shout out.
TNC is always the best. They're in their best form at the last games of the season. They always win the last games of the season.
Yeah, and you know what? TNC is looking up to be you know, a really great team, especially with Bao coming into the EXP role. Mind you, he's not even an XP player. He is a support he's a support player, and now they switched him up to the XP lane, and he has been performing, especially with the Blacklist series we saw yesterday. And now look at the head-to-head match, RSG versus TNC. Again, very similar heroes that are picked up on the jungle. XP is going to be a different, question, because Bao has been playing those Lapu Lapu, the Fredrins, the off-meta picks on the EXP. Edith is a surprise pick that could come out from TNC versus RSG, might be able to steal some heroes away from Light.
You know what? I love that Edith because it's one of the heroes that you can pick for Bao as well, because he's a roam, like you mentioned. And he's going to be very at home with that pick up on top or on bottom on the XP lane.
And they share more similarities than differences. We saw the bans a while ago, and it's all Fanny, Lancelot, and Joy.
Yeah.
Like, those three bans really puts the pressure on the junglers here for both of the teams, which is why now we're taking a look at the Spear, and it's somewhat similar, but again, because of more refined team fights coming in from RSG, they kind of hold a little bit more in terms of the circles.
Yeah, RSG, we all know that they are a very objective based team, but for the longest time, other teams are starting to see the cracks outside of the Task Force RSG. And that is the thing that you need to refine versus TNC. Because the thing about TNC is that even though they don't have the best objective taking composition, they are able to sort of like steal these important objectives away from other teams, and that was what we saw yesterday against Blacklist International.
I agree. To the point where Rockart, Novaria for Bentings, that's something we don't usually see often.
They confirmed that was an accident.
Yeah, they can confirm it's an accident, but I should say mission failed successfully. Midnight, you go ahead, dude. Keys to victory time.
All right, RSG and TNC, very interesting matchup, but they still need to win in this game. And to do that, these are the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. RSG, do not overthink your picks. No Aldous, well maybe, but it could come out an Aldous with a jungle pick, but do not overthink what you want to be able to play versus TNC. This is a game wherein you want to be rock solid with your composition. Play for the objectives, make sure that you get comfortable with light hero picks, especially on the the Edis, the Kufras, or maybe even picking up some support heroes for the roam of RSG, and Nuts, maybe get the Yuzong for the objective takes, and that is what they need to think about. Just be comfortable for RSG. Now on TNC, it's time for the final surprise. Go out with a bang, pull out some hands-offs on King Kong once again, the Zilongs, or maybe even the Popa and Koopa roam that we've seen Bentings use in his ranked games, wherein he just rotates Goldade and takes all your energy shields. Anything goes for TNC at this point to surprise RSG. Now, for both sides, counter initiation is key. Since both roamers, Light and Bentings, love playing those initiation heroes, re-engage is a concept that is needed to be thought about here in this upcoming match between RSG and TNC. Both of them have to think carefully whether to engage or not, and what the opposition can do about it when they want to re-engage. Again, those were the keys to victories brought to us by Infinix.
Major roamer matchup is upon us, gentlemen, and I'm sure both TNC Pro Team and RSG have that in store for them. But again, I have to say, if you're TNC, how do you want to be remembered? That's what that's where all the elders would always say, right? How do you want to be remembered in this matchup? You know that this is already, the final series for you, and you want to start off strong. But of course, here we go.
I mean, Aqua and Goyo, very good comparison between the two teams.
All right.
Valentina specialists on both sides, but I would say the hero pool does favor Aqua a little bit because he has played more of the flex support position heroes like the Novaria, the Faramis. Even though we've seen Goyo do that as well, the comfort is just more favorable for the side of the Raiders.
Yeah, I saw the shine in Midnight's eyes there with these two players being compared, and I gotta agree, man. I think Goyo has, for the longest time, has been a pain point for TNC, and he's been slowly improving, and maybe with a few changes up. But yesterday he really did change it up, right?
Yeah.
I think he played more reliably yesterday than he ever had all season long, and it really did help out TNC. But I have to bring up, I know we bring up Goyo and Aqua, we bring up Light and Bentings, but I feel like there's a few decisions to be made here on the draft. Will you ban out the Fanny, because King Kong just went crazy with that yesterday,
Berserk.
or will you let it go through and then beat it up? Because yesterday it went through, it went unchallenged for the first 5 minutes, 7 minutes.
Agree.
That was a big mistake in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a great start. What the plans are for both teams, because you have good Fanny players on both sides. You have Irad, you have King Kong.
Yeah.
But if you look into the draft much deeper, you'd start seeing that RSG letting the Fanny through versus TNC is much more favorable compared to TNC letting the Fanny go in the hands of Irad. Because now you also have to think about the roam matchup. Light plays the Kufra, Bentings does play the Kufra, but for the longest time, the success that we've seen from TNC is when Bentings plays those support kind of like initiators, like the Minotaur, or maybe just the supports alone, like the Novaria that we saw yesterday. Even though it was a mistake in game number 1, they repeated it in game number 2. So I think that's where the strength of the TNC's composition lie. And I think for RSG, you have to consider that if you let the Fanny through, it's okay. Because
okay.
Light is able to play these insane, insane heroes like the
there you go.
Rubies, the Chos, the Cooper, the Grok. But Coach Panda, being a very fundamental coach, he's like, nah, I'm not risking it. I'm not letting King Kong take a win out of us with a Fanny pick.
They have other plans.
Yeah, especially with the performance of King Kong yesterday, you can't let that guy continue with the
Okay.
momentum. Because again,
Join
with
back.
the weight of this game, right?
Yeah.
The weight of this game, we have to keep reiterating it though.
All right, Valentina, first pick for RSG and TNC. Novaria Valentina most likely is going to be the... oh, yes. Sure.
Of
Never
course.
mind. Never mind.
How can you forget?
How can I forget? Matilda is Fredrin now.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Matilda is first pick material. Now, on the other side, TNC could go for the Valentina and Goyo. Again, a Valentina specialist. And then maybe pair it up with an Edith. Either
Edith.
Valentina Edith or Valentina Terizla.
100%.
Or Valentina Novaria.
Would they go for Baksha in this instance? Not just yet.
I mean, at this point, you could go for the Baksha, but I'd say you also have a lot of heroes for King Kong reserved in the pool, like the Lancelot,
Right,
the
okay.
Hayabusa, even the Hanzo is still there for TNC.
Third straight Novaria game here for
Yep.
Mr. Light himself.
Yeah, but I'm not. We're still not even sure, right?
Ooh.
If it's
Wait.
gonna go to the side of.
That's Rome, right?
But yeah, there we go. Edith. It's been used by Bao and Bentings all throughout the season, and it's still flexible at this point.
I mean, you're not sure yet whether the Edith goes Rome or
Still,
yeah.
second
XP.
XP.
On
Yeah,
this TBA.
It's just
TBA.
surprising that they prioritized Edith over the Valentina.
Yeah.
Because we saw it yesterday that TNT is capable of running two supports in the mid. Now RSG could get her hands on the Valentina and Baksha. Very good picks. I mean, you're just a little concerned with the Baksha because of the Edith, but it's also fine because if you look at if you look at the support of TNT, it's in Novaria. What is he gonna do in the early game? So I
Yep.
think it's still a very strong choice, either the Baksha or the Akai, and then pair it up with the Valentina.
That's something that they could possibly
Oh,
abuse. This
Paquito.
one. So there you go, right? Baksha has picked up. They're going to lead in terms of mobility just because of the Baksha Shield Unity alone. Together with that, Paquito is a very agile mobile hero in
Yeah.
rotating in all parts of the map.
I think they go Akai here with TNC. There's no point in going with the Lancelot here. I mean, if you do it, it's just showing off. But I still see Akai, either the Akai or you still go for the double support, which is the Novaria and Valentina.
Yeah. I mean, would you can definitely go for that one. I mean, King Kong's one of the premier, if I should say, junglers in the meta, but of course,
yeah.
you want to give RSG a hard time.
Yep.
In this specific moment, it's very nice to take note that they're still playing all out in this matchup, but instead,
Ooh,
they're gonna go for Nixia.
Yeah.
Rockhart facing this lineup. How easy or how difficult it is to go for an Nixia pick?
Why are you both looking at me
Because
right
you're
away?
the extra, you're the
Oh,
extra pro,
of
dude.
course. But I think the biggest deal here is, for me, how are you gonna protect it, right? That's the
Yeah.
biggest question. You can load that up, no problem. First pick it, I don't care. Just make sure you can protect it, because that's always the problem. The biggest thing for me for RSG, they have the Matilda. That's the scariest thing about this Iksha pick right here.
I mean, it's a Matilda, it's a Paquito, and it's a Baksha. These three heroes love playing into
You're
the
gonna go
Iksha.
bye-bye, you're gonna go dove, you're gonna
I
get dove, man.
I mean, the Baksha does have problems when it comes to disengaging away from the full barrage.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, with the Baksha and a blue-red tree, you can always just get out and pop Tortoise Poissons, and you're gonna be fine. So I think TNC, this is just comfort for Innocent probably, but there were a lot of like good choices like the Irithel, the Brunos, I mean stuff like that. Even the Brody sounds awesome for this lineup. But yeah, Iksha is gonna be picked up here on the inside of TNC. They have to make sure that RSG does not get the Faramis. If RSG gets Faramis, I don't see where TNC's damage is going to.
You know
Yeah.
what the funny thing is? They can't they can't ban it out. It's most likely gonna get picked up. That
Most likely gonna
Faramis
get
has
picked
been the bane of every team.
Yeah.
And Minana actually picked it almost how many games straight? 4 games straight, or picked and banned it out.
Yep.
4 or 5 games straight.
But it's actually a struggle if you're Iksha at this point. I mean, the only upside that you have is you're very good in lane, right? So
Oh, yeah.
that's
Yes.
something that you rely on and hold on to, maybe pick up
a TNC roamer that would be very well supporting Hero Iksha so that he could unleash the damage. But again, the problem or the elephant in the room stays. The Pyramus is still not yet banned. It's a possibility that RSG could pick it up. Also taking out the Minotaur for the side of TNC Pro Team because they don't have setups as of the moment.
They can pick it up if the Edith goes on XP.
Yeah,
But that's super duper
actually,
weird.
that's okay. If you go for Promise here for TNT, it's okay.
You'll take it.
You'll take it. You'll allow it.
Do you give it a pass?
The draft does allow the Promise here, but now they go for the Grok. Now Grok and Novaria up against the Promise. It's good in terms of matchup, but in terms of team fight, it's gonna be hard. So RSG, they have to consider this Promise pick heavily. Either that or you go for the Valentina, steal the Wild Charge, kill this Ixia. But I'd still want to see a Promise with an Needlethel on the side of RSG. It's just literally unstoppable team fight because you have a Baksha and a Matilda that is running around in the front lines, but the Paquito cutting the back lines, and the Irithel alongside the Promise.
Oh,
There it is, Val.
Never mind, Valentina.
No Pyramus today.
The idea is, again, steal Wild Charge, kill this Ixia alongside the Paquito.
and you also have a bunch more options here because you also have the Edith using the Primal Wrath and then the Novaria to at least anticipate TNC's position.
There
before it
you
happens.
go.
But wait,
Popple and Koopa roam.
okay.
Unless it's a Popple and Koopa jungle. But I want to see a Popple and Koopa roam. I've
Okay.
seen this. I've seen this. Bentings use this against Yaoi in his ranked games.
Gentlemen, this is TNC.
This is TNC.
This is TNC.
the final surprise.
The final surprise, keys to victory. It's just game 1, and it's finally been done into fruition. Popple and Koopa is possibly going to the roam, but look at that boost. Just because you have the Popple and Koopa on your side.
Well, it's no Zilong, but I'll take it.
I'll take it, right?
yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, the Zilong user from TNC Pro Team is already their analyst,
Well,
so...
That's true.
The thing is, maybe Zilong and Hanzo, both of them are reserved for the last game.
Yeah. Let's go crazy on this
All
one,
right,
says
all
the
right.
Phoenix Army, man. But I'm sure we're excited on this one, and then we can't wait to see how TNC is going to show out. But watch out for the Smart Power prediction, because at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S12.
All right, and of course, one lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. I want that. I'll guess it. Just kidding. Go ahead. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
We want to win, but unfortunately we can't because we're going to deliver the game. All right, you see.
Whoa.
It's
Whoa,
a
what
Popple Kubarome! It's a Popple and Kubarome. We haven't seen this in the longest time, but now it's making its appearance after years of being gone from hiding. Now Popple is together with his dog.
I told you, this is a thing. This was a thing 4 weeks ago.
It was ahead of its time.
Yeah, but that time. I actually really tried it out myself. And I had a hard time. But, if there's anyone who can pull it off, it's definitely Benfix. And you said he used this against Yaoi?
Yeah, use this against Yaoi.
I didn't see that stream.
I mean, at this point, taking a look at the emblems, what do you usually build up on this Popple and Koopa, man?
I mean, you still go for the tank emblem, and the thing that I like about the new Popple and Koopa is that he rocks the Wilderness Blessing, allowing him to just move around more because of the movement speed. It's really annoying because it also benefits the Koopa.
Oh, so Koopa's move speed. He can go zoom.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like you're taking your dog for a jog. Like that's literally the situation at this
I
point,
mean,
right?
it doesn't matter that much because the thing is, Bentings with the Popple and Koopa as roam, you can plant more traps inside the bushes. You are allowed to sort of like move around more frequently in the early game.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my gosh. A dog biting a tiger.
Yeah,
How often can you say you see that?
Rare moments in the history of mankind.
Animal Kingdom.
Not even MLBB, right?
There's something wrong
Mankind.
with a
There's
food
something
chain
wrong with
here.
that one already.
Something wrong. Something went wrong with the
Yeah,
food chain.
The food chain is not food chaining right now.
That's glitching. There's a glitch in the Matrix.
Yeah, it's a glitch in the Matrix, but this is not a glitch. It's another turtle dance to start off this first series.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at what Bentings is doing.
Very aggressive here. It's going to be RSG who have full control right now of this pit. But Benfinks is way up on the other side, going for the purple buff here of
They
all things.
stole it. They stole the purple buff.
As Leo would say, it's a Grand Theft Purple.
Yep.
That is correct.
Another takedown. So an objective, or should I say a personal objective, coming in from RSG Philippines because you want that to go to Irad. But Fights here.
Yep, Flight is going in straight. And they are going to force the flicker out of Benfings. One of the possible weaknesses of the Popol and Koopa, of course, a little bit less sturdy in the early game.
Yeah, that's actually the the pain point of this game, right? The matchup between the Popol and Koopa and Matilda. It loses versus the Matilda.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, TNC, what they want to do is, just get a resource away from RSG.
Oh, this is crazy, though. It's time for them to rise because the last time they won was last year of March.
Against RSG,
Against
right?
RSG,
Season
right?
9.
Season 9, and we're already reaching Season 12. So there's quite of like a personal vendetta if you ask TNC Pro Team, which is why now, with their nothing-to-lose mindset and with their newest re-debut of the Popol and Koopa after the longest time, we've probably seen Popol and Koopa back then in Season 9.
Oh my gosh, Koopa going at it with a full barrage behind you.
Yo.
That's difficult to deal with. My god, they're still going here. They want a full commit onto this outer turret energy shield, and I'm all for it. Emma's gonna have a hard time defending this, so is Light.
Oh,
there
wait.
goes the Grok. Kickoff going in. Good assist from Goyo. They get first blood.
My
God,
oh my.
And not that done here. Of course, the answer is gonna be a kill straight up into the Iksha. They're capitalizing on the lack of skills already because of that engagement, and it's a 1-for-1.
All right, so that's a gold lane for a gold lane, but energy shields burnt up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small win for TNT, but overall, RSG is happy with that because Nats is owning this XP lane.
Yo, they already got the energy shield on bot and the turret itself.
They've taken it down. There's so many other things that they have to consider, but there's one more problem. The turtle, the second turtle of the game, has just even spawned.
Yep, and also add to that, do keep in mind Nats already has the Hunter Strike on the Paquito.
Yeah, that's too early. Actually, that's way too early.
Yep,
and that's people are gonna blow up.
Yeah, expect people just blowing up on the backside.
Let's see if that's gonna happen here as well. Huge knock-up on both Popol and Koopa. Benfings could be in trouble. Already using up the flicker here. Wild charge misses from Aqua. What's the re-engage gonna look like here? TNC looking like they are gonna be going on full retreat, but Nats, he's not letting that happen. That's 2 kills going over to the Paquito.
Yo, Nats is going berserk. That's 2 kills. And possibly another turtle going on to Irad.
And maybe a tower in mid lane.
Maybe. That's a win-win-win if this is actually going to happen. But because, or thanks to the full barrage, they're safe.
Oh!
Not safe.
And a big
Not
boom
safe.
at the end.
Not safe, gentlemen.
Yep.
I'm sorry to say that, but Light, you're not going to see the light at the end of the tunnel on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Eman, for sure, is thankful for the Wilderness Blessing. If he didn't have Wilderness there, he would have died to the full barrage.
Caught in the crossfire, dude.
Yeah, Goyo with a snipe onto the backside of RSG, able to get a return kill. But again, overall, the macro objective is favoring the Raiders.
Yeah.
The Irritable now has the full Has Claw, heading straight towards the Berserker's Fury. So RSG's timing is impeccable at this moment, but TNC, they're making a move.
Oh, that's going to be a miss here. Oh, Innocent might be in trouble. Circle Eagle full engage here from RSG. Double kill like nothing happened. Beautiful move from the Raiders.
Oh my goodness, that's a double kill that went onto the hands of Emma. 2-1-1 now, and they're looking for more.
Yep, still going to be happening here. Wild charge at the very end gets a secured kill from King Kong as well. But it's going to be tower down still. Who's going to be up? Who's going to be down? They're going all around. And there it is, the beautiful Circle Eagle. Big statement here why the Matilda gets first pick in this meta right now.
Dude, 2 turrets and a kill. It's really leaning towards the side of the Raiders right now.
I mean, we have to be very realistic here. The Popol and Koopa pick did hype us, but at the end of the day, this matchup from TNC and RSG is a very draft favored one for RSG, because the thing is, even if you have a Grok, a Popol and Koopa, these heroes, they just lose out to Matilda.
Oh,
Man, this Matilda just literally running circles around their opponents.
And look at Irad too. Irad's so confident. He knows that, the tire won't flatten out. He just knows. Yes, there's so many traps, but it's like major bumps or like humps that he has to go over. And because of that, more development comes to the side of RSG Philippines as King Kong contests.
This raid is not looking good so far for the Phoenix Army. King Kong can't really sustain that much damage. Nice try on the steal there. Irad still securing. That's a wild charge for the exit here for King Kong. But RSG, they're on the chase. That's going to be a long-range kill going over to the gold laner of RSG. They're up by 5.6k gold.
Exactly what you call not giving up on the play. But again, the struggle. Usually we see King Kong in these mobile and agile junglers, but with Grok, it's more systematic, and that's probably not the style.
Yeah, it's a little awkward for TNT because now you suddenly lose out on playmakers on your side. I think it's only Bao that is able to kind of like make plays against RSG. But at this moment, again, you have to consider the fact that you just naturally lose out to the Matilda. Almost all plays that is available for TNT is getting shut down by the mere presence of Light in the front lines.
Starting to balloon at this point, right?
Yeah, sorry to Bao, but he lost so hard to Nats. It really translated to all of the other lanes here. And there you go. I think RSG, they're very confident to go for the take on this one. Beautiful engagement once more. Circle Eagle, maximum duration, forces out the Astral Echo, but also forces the full retreat.
Oh my goodness, there's so much pressure coming in from RSG Philippines, and even though there are no casualties, you feel it in every part of the lane.
Yeah, there's like no room for TNT to actually farm and make space with. RSG are just constantly in front of TNT.
They're like they're pushing on the pedal, gas pedal non-stop all day, every day. But there is a problem. Beautiful barrage here. Pew pew pew.
All right, again,
that's gonna be another kill.
We said it earlier. Only Bao could make a play out of TNT. RSG, they did push a top tower, but Light left a little too early.
Yeah.
He left the Irithil alone, and that's why Bao saw the opportunity to just go on the Irithil, use the flicker, and then Eman was just killed off by TNT.
Yeah, no, what do you call that? The guiding wind.
Guiding wind,
No guiding wind, and he was caught as well onto that full barrage coming in from Innocent, getting his first kill in this game. But now, that gave them a little bit more hope, right? They are now in position to be able to take this Lord. Although it's a 5k gold lead, that is a huge wall that the TNC Phoenix Army needs to climb as it cuts off to at least 50%.
Yeah, they're going straight. They're going hard. They're trying to go for the redemption, but it's going to be the Raiders trying to fight back as well. Huge knockup straight into the goal laner. Instant goes down so quickly, and the Raiders are not done yet. Going straight full raid non-stop into King Kong. Double kill for Valentina.
Oh man, there's actually more things going on here, and Bao looks like he has nowhere else to go as 4 heroes are down.
That could be
in exchange of the Lord, and it's only Bentings, this Popol and Koopa, who's chased by Rad.
They're going on full speed run mode here, but the Lord.
Minions.
Oh my goodness, the Lord and the big minion wave stops the raid in its tracks, slowing him down. Although it looks like RSG is still very confident they can take this.
That is what you call a divine intervention. If the Lord wasn't there together with the minions, it would have been over. But still RSG, man. RSG.
I hope I can get a replay on who got that Lord because everything was happening so fast.
It was King Kong. He was able to land the Retribution in 600 HP. Because Bao was there to control the box shot, Irad was not able to land his Retribution onto the Lord.
Yep. There was just so many other things that, of course, RSG is indeed leading at this point, but TNC is showing some signs of life just because of that Retribution take. But we know that in terms of the later portions of the game, you can rely on both Innocent and Goyo, especially with the items that they have.
Yeah, nice guiding wind. Re-engage will be activated by Irado Light. Who's going to be the target? It looks like it's just going to be a feint here. Waves are still crashing down onto the TNC base.
Flying wheel. Wow.
The flying wheel.
The flying wheel. Man, it's like you're riding a carousel, but it's a Pegasus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right? You've never seen it?
I don't know what childhood you have.
Dude, real dudes watch like Barbie
my soul.
Yeah,
I know.
Barbie the Princess and the
I'm
Pauper.
just kidding.
Right, you're a real dude too.
I did watch it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But of course,
I was just making sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah, glad to know we're on the same page, dude. But again, as I was saying, the Pegasus trip of Light and Irad is really doing wonders, and they catch King Kong.
King Kong's dead.
Yeah, that's going to be a very dead. Oh, no, not really. The Wild Charge proving like he has some tankiness still innately, although King Kong really struggling to survive now.
Oh, man. The Phoenix is still burning at this point, but Midnight, it seems like there's so much
Irad
from RSG.
Irad, he's trapped.
No guiding wind.
Where are you going? No guiding wind. It's going to be there, but he's not clicking it. He wants to go. Irad wants to fight. And of course, the Koopa going to be there to block him out, but it's only for a few short moments.
Oh man, it's like he's channeling his inner Taguro.
Yeah.
He like knows like whenever you guys, even if you guys are grouped up together, I don't even really need to release my 100%.
Territory's Poisons, by the way.
Yeah.
Really great skill. I mean, at this point, it's really broken. Damage reduction. Works against true damage.
Look at that.
It's off the charts. Yeah, I really love that. He can do this all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baksha's literally the epitome of I can do this all day.
I can do this all day.
Yeah.
AKA Iron Man.
Actually, that's Captain America.
Oh, that's Captain. Man, I get my references wrong today,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it seems like RSG's doing the right things and TNC wants to bounce back.
Yeah, they're flying.
Light.
Oh, that was great. Two-man knockup here. Light will be in trouble. Koopa biting it off. Huge knockup, and there goes the full barrage. It's going to be taken care of, though. It was in the wrong angle, the wrong place, at the wrong time. Flying it out over. It's a raid happening. It's a full-on raid. 5-man from RSG still alive. An 8-point free K goal lead in their pockets. That's probably a Lord as well.
Oh my goodness, a triple kill, and now they are free Lord. There's so much pressure, Midnight.
It's hard for TNC to defend this sort of like pressure from RSG. Again, just Irad standing on the front lines.
Oh, man. Oh, Irraginate. Ah! Like nothing happened there. Burning! And melting their way straight into the front lines of TNC. The big problem with the Bubba Koopa lineup, you can't really tank that well. Full Barrage just clear it up. Pew, pew, pew!
Yeah, man, he
Forces
got
him out.
Yeah, he got that dog with him, but he don't got that dog in him as of the moment, because that is quite the problem. They don't have the damage to actually back it up, and in addition, it's King Kong, Bao, and Benting's running away.
Oh, just when you thought they could go for the steal, not really.
Oh!
They're gonna go and suffer some casualties here. Bao goes down and will be problematic here. Goya's gonna be here for the respawn here, so he's gonna be able to defend. But the Lord is going to be a big problem.
4v5, however, TNC, this is going to be a hard defense. Ira does not have mana, however, with the box shot, but it's going to be fine because he has his ult.
They're relying on Innocent and Goyo to take the Lord down.
Yeah, this should be a pretty straightforward dive here. And Aqua missing his mark. Will it matter, though? Full barrage! Everyone just forced to back off here. What you guys doing? The power of the Iksha being shown here by CNC.
Oh, man. It's just depending on the positioning, right? Perfect timing, allocation of skill, and CNC, even though they've lost the inhibitors, we were expecting worse, right? It would have been over for them, but thanks to Innocent being able to actually stay in that lane,
yeah,
they're still alive.
That was a very good separation from TNC, like the Grok standing in the front lines and the Iksha way behind the base of TNC. RG, as much as they wanted to dive, they needed to see where the Iksha was. And that was not possible because, again, the positioning and the scattering of TNC allowed them to defend the base against RSG.
And they're also in a same position that they were against Blacklist International in game number 2, where they no longer had any sort of inhibitors, but still, thanks to the Novaria, they were still holding on to it, and they were able to get a bunch more. But the difference is, it's not a Fanny anymore.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, right. It's no longer a Fanny anymore. This we're talking about King Kong, who is of course again showing
Aqua,
out
no,
at the same time. But again, it's a wild charge.
Aqua, let them recall. Let them recall, bro. Let them recall.
Let them do their thing.
King Kong. That's huge. Actually, forcing a wild charge out in this moment, super critical here. He might get burned down. Light circling around. And there he goes. Oh, he's going to be suffering casualty though as well. That's 1-for-1. It's forcing it. He's flickering in with the full barrage, but not going to be hitting anyone. Nobody's home, ladies and gents. No minion waves means that the push is going to be delayed still for RSG.
That's 2 flickers, right?
Yeah, I mean, as much as it was worth it for RSG to chase the Grok TNC, it was not worth it to waste a flicker on the Iksha, because now Lord is spawning in 30 seconds. RSG, they can turn this versus TNC because now it's easier to catch Innocent on the back lines because there's no flicker anymore on this Iksha.
And you're going to need that because, again, you have a 10.8k gold lead that you need to catch up on. Plus, you don't have any other sort of way to contest for this Lord because Emman securing the Sea Halberd, Light securing the Necklace of Durance that will come in handy, especially with both Bentings and King Kong just starting to rack up some items of their own. So now the Lord is going to be spawning. King Kong's there first, but you won't expect any backup. You won't expect any reinforcements.
Yes.
There's so many RSG members.
Still level 14, by the way.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's under level right now.
70 minutes.
Retribution just won't be the same all the same, he looks like he wants to try for it. Power of Nature just to stop the CC
Ouch!
from coming in. But it's not about the CC. It's about the raw damage of Emma and Aqua and Light.
And with that being said, it's a free Lord take for the side of RSG Philippines.
Yeah.
And they've exceeded or widened the gap to 12K.
It's really hard for TNC to go out of the base and contest that Lord. Only Kikon was allowed to do that, but again, RSG with the turn, taking down the Grok first before they actually focus on the Lord.
Oh man, this is
So many traps, though.
4v5
Yeah, that's
defense.
3
Traps
taps,
are really
too.
helping out a little bit, stopping them from pushing and walking straight up into the base.
Look
but
at the dive,
those
look at the
traps
dive.
going to be gone. Now the dive's activated. Full barrage activated as well here for
Nuts,
Innocent.
nuts.
Making sure he's not going to be able to make it out, though.
Oh.
There goes that guiding wind, just making sure Nat goes out to safety.
All right, there's a flicker, an Innocent,
Yeah.
but no full barrage.
Oh.
Yeah, full barrage going to be up maybe later on, so
Maybe in just a bit, right?
yeah,
Maybe
TNC will have to buy time. still.
Yeah, there's the Lord already marching onto the middle side. King Kong is also back in the fight, so they have ways to actually initiate.
Look at the
their
dive
fight
from
with the
Aqua.
Rad.
Look at the dive from Aqua.
Yeah,
with the
this
wild
is gonna
charge.
be so cool here. Watch it out. Where's the wild charge gonna come from here? And there it is. A full barrage actually is still being held up. Oh my goodness, they're gonna be taking down 1, make that 2. Double kill for Emma. Full barrage is there, but it might be a little bit
Innocent!
too late. Base is exposed and 1 hit takes it. Game 1 goes over to RSG.
An effort made by the Phoenix Army up until their last stand, but it was not enough. RSG is 1 win away from securing the series, and this winning moment, of course, is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance, your expert wingman to victory. And this has been RSG-PH and their expertise in taking games.
Yep. Again, very classic. No overthinking. Straightforward. No other shenanigans. Very straightforward approach to how you want to end the game.
Oh man,
That was like how much gold lead was that? That was really
That was really high.
here. Super
Yeah.
duper high.
and that was quite a sad debut for the Popol and Koopa, because again we missed that dude. But of course,
Sad debut.
yeah,
Sad
that's the
debut.
reason why. But of course, huge shout outs as well to our partner in esports, Maya. Make sure to play like a legend with Maya and MPL-PH. Score your own limited edition MLBB cards exclusively available on Maya.
And a huge shout out as well to our student leaders and community heroes from Bulacan, Pampanga, and Nueva Ecija. They're here right now visiting the MPL-PH arena for MPL battle trips.
What's up? What's up, y'all? I hope
right
you're
here.
having so
I'm
much
sure
fun.
they're right here somewhere.
They're probably on my right. They're probably on your left, but you don't see them as of the moment. We're gonna be showcasing them in just a bit, maybe when the draft starts. But again, so many things happened in this game, but it seemed like RSG had a hold of it all.
Again, it's the matchup between the heroes of TNC versus the Matilda. They didn't really answer the Matilda that
Yeah.
well
Yeah.
for TNC. And as much as I love the Popol Koopa, I was really so hyped about it. They didn't do the rotation thing, not because of the fact that the Popol Koopa was outmatched, but because they opted to go for the purple steel instead of the plating for the Iksha. So instead of setting up for the success of the gold lane, they instead went on to try and shut down the farm of Irad on the back shot, but it didn't work out.
So it was like a targeting issue for them in the early game. Or the
Maybe
priorities.
the macro issue.
The priorities in
the
the
priorities
macro. Yeah,
in how you want to play the early game.
Yeah, I see that, because you kept mentioning, right, that Nats was just, overwhelming Bao in that lane, and I guess it's where it all started, but I'm sure you have more else to say something about it. Go ahead.
Well, other than it's a sad debut for a Popol and Koopa, it is also a very good win for RSG. Again, very straightforward approach. The objectives was there, the turns were also there, and they did not let anything go wrong on their side. And speaking about not letting go anything wrong, Light with the Matilda really covered a lot of the grounds here versus TNC, our MVP of this game. 100%. Team fight participation, always there for the aggression, always there to zone, always there to save, and that is what Light provided here for RSG. Again, the threat of the Mathilda versus the entire composition of TNC was just too much to deal with. The Popan and Gupak cannot outzone him. They cannot even stand in front of the Mathilda. He is also, again, a good answer versus the Ixia, and also good saving grace versus the engaged power of what the Grok and the Edith provides for TNC. And Light, again, focused on heavily supporting his main cast of the frontliners, which is the Paquito and, of course, the Baksha on the form of Irad. This sets up a lot of playing room for the gold laner, which meant that RSG during the mid game were just able to group up because they've gotten all the resources that they need. The Hasklaw on the Irithel alongside the Berserker's Fury. Although there was one clash, this was a clash wherein Eman was left to to his own accord, and TNC Bao was able to punish the positioning of the Irithel because Light got left a little too early for RSG's Lycan. But at the end of the day, the composition of RSG allowed for more team fighting. The engagements there coming out from this Mathilda. The backline from TNC was, I would say, bad because they have no way of reaching the Irithel on the backside, and also to punish the engage that is being done here by Light. Whenever the Mathilda goes in, they just go back because they need to protect the zone of Innocent. They need to make space for this Ixia to allow a very good angle of full barrage. And speaking of very good angle of full barrage, this was a very good ultimate done by Innocent. But at the end of the day, the frontliners of RSG are able to make space for the backside. Irithel is just free hitting on the sidelines, while TNC were too busy dealing with Light, dealing with the Irad, dealing with Nats on the front line, because they also do enough damage to sort of like scare away the heroes of TNC. Now with the last Lord push, again Aqua finding a very good angle with the Wild Charge, although it did not hit Innocent, and Innocent was able to live for a little bit. The defense was not enough because Eman was already inside the base of RSG, and he's dealt enough damage to close out the damage needed to take out the base of TNC. Now we are looking at the emblems of both sides. I want to highlight here the Wilderness Blessing on Eman. Really helps a lot in terms of disengaging away from both Bao, Bentings, and also Innocent, away from the full barrage, because the thing about Irithel is that he needs mobility. She needs mobility in team fight. She needs to be able to move around, deal damage, and walk through her targets. And that is what amplifies the strength of the Irithel, especially with the GDS, the Great Dragon Spear. And this gives her a lot of maneuverability during fights, and add to that the mobility being provided by Light. It's not just to save the front liners, it's not just to engage, but it also amplifies the aggression that RSG puts forward versus TNC, because almost all of their heroes are enabled because of the presence of the Mathilda, and because of also the fact that TNC has no ways of dealing with this sort of like combo from the Raiders. Innocent did, however, did a lot of damage versus RSG, but again, at the end of the day, it wasn't really enough. The damage was hugely spread out versus RSG. Not a single target were really bursted down, specifically on the last fight, and that is why RSG was able to close out game number 2 on the back of a very good initiation by Aqua from the Valentina, stolen Wild Charge, and Eman doing his job, hitting the targets, hitting the towers of a TNC. Again, they were really creative with Lord contests, especially with the first turtle take that they took versus RSG. Bao was really on point with the Edith, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really enough, as RSG again did not overthink anything. The draft, the execution, the macro battle was on point from the Raiders, as they continuously took down these micro objectives, the major objectives. The pressure in the map was always there, and TNC was not able to do anything. Even though the surprise was there from the Pop and Koopa, again, the rotation was not good. They did not go for the gold lane punish, and RSG after that took momentum and ended up translating that into a Game 1 victory.
Light seemed to be a conductor to what seemed to be an orchestrated performance from the side of RSG Philippines, as mentioned by Midnight a while ago. I mean, he didn't mention it. It was just my own take on it. But thanks, Midnight, for that one, because I'm sure that this is, again, one of the things that we are looking for, their one win away from getting to second seed because we have to put that back, right? They're battling for an upper bracket spot here, and I'm sure they want to go for that as well. But, of course, MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out and don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Make sure to download the Smart live stream app now. That is available on your device's official app store. There we have it.
Man.
It's been like what was it? That was a pretty solid game for RSG, and you see the hunger. You see the hunger in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it's
I beg to differ. I'd
Alright.
say, even though they did like all the necessary things, they got a huge goal lead. But I would say, if I were Coach Panda, I would not happy with how the game turned out.
Really?
'Cause that game, in my mind, would have been more RSG favored. Like this
should have ended
been
quickly.
Yeah, this should have been a a total wash.
Yeah.
For RSG.
Wipeout. Yeah.
Actually, I do agree with that one because again, we started pointing. Thanks for bringing that up once again. I mean, we pointed out the Ixia was like the X factor for TNC Pro Team and get back the game, but the problem was, they couldn't finish the game because there were some, would you say, overextensions or just mispositions or missed plays coming in from RSG.
I think you're right. Coach Panda did draft this so well. I
Yeah.
mean, they also denied the Matilda. They did everything right.
Denied everything.
To answer Khan's question, I think they were just a little too patient. I mean, they were too methodical because in that game, you would have been more rewarded if this was a more aggressive team. And I think RSG, the way you deal with that is you have to think about the strengths of your lineup. You don't necessarily have to play like super passive, super safe. You just have to make sure that you do what your lineup is meant to do.
So, keys to victory, don't overthink your picks. This time, don't overthink your strategies. I'm pretty excited on that one. Let's go head over to Mara Aquino.
I always look forward to meeting this group. Kasama ko ngayon ng mga miyembro ng Battle Trip! At nandito, itong tatlo, ang mga leaders nila. Okay, represent natin ang sarili natin the best way you can. Here we go.
I am Sean, National Admin of Montun Student Leaders Philippines, and I'm from Mindanao.
Mindanao!
I am Mark Jason Otencio. I am an FB moderator, CH community hero from Palawan.
Palawan!
Jay Sigurado sa Progreso, Jay Sigurado ang kapakanan mo. JC Estrella mula sa Bulacan.
Bulacan! Parang Mr. Philippines to ah.
May eleksyon na ata.
Oo nga magkakilala ba kayo before coming today?
Ngayon lang po kami nagkakilala.
Ngayon lang!
Yes.
You know, I want you guys to tell me what you like best about this community, about the battle trips.
Sorry,
Anong like, alam mo kung klase to, na ano ka na? What do you like best dito sa community natin being part of the battle trips? Why did you join the community? What is it?
Actually, magandang opportunity ito sa bawat isa regardless of your background experiences kasi madami kang makukuhang sa fields na to eh. Sobrang decorative and marami kayong matututunan dito. I swear.
O sige nga, ano natutunan mo?
Sige, first and foremost, ang isa sa mga natutunan ko ay yung tinuro sa ni Sir Leo tungkol sa play-by-play on how you prioritize play-by-play casting kung saan kailangan mo i-focus dun yung mga dapat na nangyari, na-visualize mo dapat, and na-visualize ng mga viewers natin yung sinasabi mo and dapat mayroon kang emotion.
Oh, totoo yan. Magaling na coach talaga ni Leo. Ikaw naman, why did you join, best part being part of this community, the battle trips?
For me, naging good equalizer yung game mismo. And that picked me na everyone of any age, or no matter nga kagaya ng sabi niya, any background, you can join as long as we share the same love for the game.
Sharing the love for the game.
Yes.
Yung answer natin parang Mr. Philippines ah. Ikaw naman.
Actually, I joined the MSL Philippines community 3 years ago.
3 years
yes.
ago?
And it helped us a lot. No, dedicated. Kasi actually, na-apply ko yung mga nararaman ko not only in MLBB to the community in our school kasi leader din ako ng esports community sa amin. So nakikita ko yung mga talents no, iba't ibang talents, mga players, yung skills nila, kung mayroon ba silang, pwede ba silang ipadala sa nationals, parang ganon. So, it drives me the passion, di ba, na magstay at mag-grow sa community na to. Kasi I love esports talaga.
I can tell that you love esports. Ikaw galing Mindanao, saan ulit? Sa Mindanao?
Iligan City.
Iligan City, ikaw naman sa Palawan. Ikaw taga Bulacan, driving distance ka lang. So, you guys, you flew here specifically para dito sa event na to?
Actually, kukuha ko ng visa.
Kukuha ka ng visa para makapunta ng Manila.
Oh yes, ito lang.
Ano yun? Sagot mo ba to? Or sagot ni...
It's sponsored.
Sponsored by?
Munton!
So si Munton talaga, may mga different areas na Pilipinas, they concentrate, they get leaders like you, and then pupunta kayo dito. Okay, alam mo, pupunta na pala tayo sa caster. I really wanna talk to you guys longer. Nabibitin ako. Pero I'm so glad I got to feature you guys. Paano nga ba sa mga taga Mindanao, sa mga taga Palawan at taga Bulacan, paano sila sasali, yung mga taga Mindanao?
Yes, for Mindanao. Actually, we are all regions. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. You can join us. You can like our page, MLBB-PH, Student Leaders. At saka dyan kayo mag-inquire kung ano po yung about sa Muntun Student Leaders, or you visit www.muntunslph.org for more information.
For more information, you check that out. Ito naman, Palawan.
Also, you can check the MLBB-PH Community Heroes because last Grand Finals, merong MPL-PH, which is hopefully, mayroong mapili ulit this season na makapaglipad at makanood like us.
Yes.
Yung taga Bulacan naman, taga Bulacan. Paano sila sasali?
Okay, so like natin yung page natin, yun sa MLBB-PH, student leaders para sa mga students natin. And at the same time, marami dito mga upcoming announcements and such. So what are you waiting for? Like now.
Oh, what are you waiting for? Live now, like now.
Right now.
Pupunta tayo ngayon sa ating mga casters. Mag-umpisa ng ating game. Okay, let's do this together, all right? In 3, 2, 1.
Casters, pasok!
Thanks so much again, Matt Aquino, and of course, our student leaders who are never absent, always present, every Sunday. You love to see them here, right?
Yeah, I love seeing them here, and I love the MLB community is very much alive.
They're so active, dude. They're so active.
I mean, it's partly the passion, it's partly enjoying the competition, and I don't think you want to miss that out, because you know, watching great MLBB teams, great MLBB games, just gives you this sort of like boost when it comes to your your interest in playing and watching the games. And again, as you said, they're always present here, and they're always enjoying the games, much as we are, right?
Yeah, basically, I actually completely agree with that, because every time I get home from an MPL show, or every time after I watch a stream, I just want to play again.
Yeah.
I get tired at the start of the day, and after I watch it, oh my god, let's rank! Come on, who's up? Who's up?
Yeah.
Funnily enough, we keep saying I'm done with I'm done with ML-PH 9 games today.
Yeah,
but after that,
tired.
after taking a shower, you see your phone.
What a play.
What if I pop 2 more rank games?
Yeah. What if I put some ranked games on and get my stars in, which is why you should follow, of course, our MLBB-PH student leader pages. But again, we're going to go back into this series, and remember, in case you guys missed it, it's RSG already at match point on this one, leading 1-0. But it's the opposite, I believe, because TNC is now going to be picking blue side, meanwhile RSG is on the red. Quite ironic with our team logos, but it's a strategy to move forward.
It would be, yeah, actually, I like that. They banned out the Matilda. I think they're expecting TNC to do that already.
We're done.
And I would not be surprised with a Faramus ban here somewhere, to be honest, because teams I think they're starting to pick it up.
Yeah.
They're starting to pick up that, wait a second, this feels like Season 10. They nerfed this guy to the ground. What happened here,
First
right?
pick for Faramus, right? And even Yu Zong is back.
Exactly.
Like, we had 2 seasons where Yu Zong was mostly picked up by Echo.
Yeah.
And no teams would actually dare touch that here, because it was just losing a lot of matchups. But now, in Season 12, suddenly Yu Zong's popularity is soaring high, especially on the hands of great XP laners like Nats, for example. So I think that is a point of discussion that could be made here that RSG might just want to pick up the Yuzong in game number 2, just for comfort, you know?
Yeah.
Nats was insane last game, man.
I agree.
He destroyed a tower and an outer turret energy shield like at 3 minutes on his own.
and he's being saved by the wind too. That's how confident he is. He knows that there's like a driving force of nature that's gonna save him when he's like about to be gone from the face of the land of dawn. Right?
Bao looks different without the banks.
Yeah. And he's also using the headset as a headband, right? that's something I would do. But,
all right.
you know, unfortunately, I'm not a player. But again,
first pick.
Going back 3 bans for each.
Fredrin, Navaria, Valentina. Fredrin, Navaria, Valentina. Fredrin, Navaria, Valentina. Let's not kid ourselves. Fredrin, Navaria, Valentina.
Welcome to the midnight slot machine.
No Faramis?
No.
No.
Fredrin, Navaria, Valentina.
Yeah, you want to go for the Fredrin at this point.
Because there's no Terizla, there's no Paquito. There you go, Fredrin. Now, let's not kid ourselves. Valentina Edith.
Yo.
Valentina Edith.
It's been like the trend.
Or Valentina Yuzong.
You know, every single time there's been like a Fredrin open, especially when you go first pick. Now this time, this is actually like a way better, depending on the rest of the composition, this is like a way better jungler for King Kong. He can work with this.
Yeah, it's a more reliable jungle for TNC. Now again, going back to RSG, Valentina Edith. Either that or you reserve the heroes of Light, never mind. Okay,
There
3 for
it is.
3. You go Iksha. You go Iksha. What else? Iksha Raph? Iksha Raph or
Faramis.
Yeah.
Iksha Faramis actually is okay, although you have the problem of giving out the Netherrealm to the Valentina.
Right.
So I'd say Iksha Navaria, actually.
Iksha Navaria would be pretty cool. The only downside on that one is, of course, the early game damage, which shouldn't be assisted by the Fredrin, especially when he secures more of the jungle creeps and the major jungle objectives around him. So that's going to be enough time bought. But for RSG, it's Valentina and the Edith. 2 picks are there.
Oh!
And it's going to be none other than the Joy
It's an
and
XP
the Brody.
Fredrin. It's an XP Fredrin, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
It's a Bao thing.
It's a Bao thing.
It's gonna be fun.
It's a Bao thing. He always, he always drips himself up with pretty huge and pretty tanky XP laners all the time.
Coach Panda, I know you don't love it, but give me either a Lance or a Fanny. Give me a Lance or a Fanny.
Yeah.
Please.
You gotta let the red dance on this one.
You can already imagine
Brian.
him saying.
Yeah.
Brian, please.
All right.
I guess it depends on how
I saw it on his I read his lips. He said Faramis. He said Faramis. Yeah, but the problem is they're gonna pick Kaja first.
Kaja though.
I think they're banning.
I think they were
Faramis.
discussing.
They might.
They're discussing about banning it later.
Yeah, banning Faramis, getting up the
sorry, Rockhard.
picking up
Had
the
my hopes up.
So they picked up the Kaja.
Yeah.
Brody is on the outer side. So
Yeah.
the marksman for RSG, the marksman choice is either the Beatrix or the Bruno. So I think the TNC, they're pretty much aware of this. RSG did ban on the Faramis. We have yet to see the marksman ban on the side of TNC, but again, those are the only 2 options. It's either the Beatrix or the Bruno. These 2 heroes pair up well with the Kaja, because it's awkward to have a Kaja carry in the side of RSG, even though it's a good combo in late game. Early game, they will have problems against the Brody and Joy.
Is
So
the Irifel a little slower compared to that? Lower
I mean,
priority?
it's okay, but problem with Irithel most likely is the Joy.
Yeah.
And we've seen it even before, like Carl TZ just punishes the Irithel heavily.
Can't do anything
with,
about
with
it.
the Joy jungles.
Yeah.
I think that's a concern. So TNC, they removed the Iksha. Interesting.
And I think it's also like a fundamental truth that you mix the Kaja up with either like a carry or a Beatrix. So given that Midnight was mentioning a while ago, the Beatrix would come in handy indeed for RSG just to have to burst things down. And also with the absence of Yu Zhong, because there's already the XP laners as displayed in this one, unless this will go Joy mid, right? Unless this will go Joy mid. It is not looking likely. But again, with that being said, no Yu Zhong. There's going to be less threat for some of the glass cannon marksmen that we have here, and one was going to be the final ban.
Well, were you expecting something else for this 1-1 slot?
I mean, Brody destroys 1-1. Fredin likes playing into 1-1. Joy destroys 1-1. That's a very weird ban.
Questionable at the.
There goes a Beatrix. And most likely we'll see a Lancelot last pick.
Oh.
And that's gonna be spicy for Irad.
Either Lance or Akai, but
Irad has always used heroes such as, of course, the Bakshas, the Fredrin. I mean, aren't all the junglers, right?
Yeah.
It's always been the usual runabout, the usual pattern for all these junglers that we have for season 12.
what if TNC goes with Kufra and Navaria here? Kufra Navaria or Kufra Lilia? It works against RSG.
It is. It does actually work. Because again, you do have, of course, at least the setup necessary. You only have to worry about either the Kaja or the Valentina to copy your skills at the same time. But
Or
in terms of damage,
Rafaela.
you have it, right? But now, they're going to pick the Eve and the Lolita. And I think this is it the first time that we're going to see the revamped Lolita?
It is. It is.
It's the first time.
Last time we saw this was week 2.
Yeah, week 2. And then, of course, he went under the radar because we don't usually see her very often. It was revamped. It was not allowed to be used. But now,
Fanny.
he's back in action.
Julia. Oh!
Oh!
Woo! Spicy.
Oh!
It is very spicy.
Okay, Julian.
Yeah?
I see you. I see you, Julian. All right, Midnight. I don't hear you, Midnight. What's up? What's up?
I was expecting a Fanny pick. Because if you look at the lineup of TNC, they just lose a Fanny. But Julian is sort of like the same idea with how a Fanny works. You just assassinate people. You don't really care about the Lolita. You have mobility against the Eve. But he's more punishable compared to a Fanny. Because you have a real-world manipulation. You have a Numenon Blast, which could not be cancelled anymore, by the way. Even if the Julian knocks him off, the stun would still land. And you're up against a Joy. And that's an interesting matchup because Joy, Julian, the JJ, it usually goes to whoever gets a snowball first. It's more consistent and it's more stable with the Julian. But the problem is Joy could dance around the Julian.
My hypothesis is these are statement games, right? This is aside from the fact you also want to make a statement. We're not locked into these picks that we've done before. We're gonna show you some new stuff. You gotta learn to respect it. We're gonna show you why.
Thank you, scientists. We've had our observations, and our hypothesis is time to experiment on things to get the conclusion on this one. All right, this is now game number 2, and it's Irad, of course, holding the Julian, using also that, Jujutsu Kaisen skin. That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, you also have to take note, this is the first game of Ben Things, who is now rocking a Quantum Charge together with King Kong, using this Joy in the Lethal Ignition.
It's just it's just funny that we haven't seen yet the Savior JJK skin.
Yeah,
it will bring back bad memories.
You know what? It's because the Breath of the Clouds are
Spoiler
there,
alert.
right?
Spoiler alert.
Guys. Spoiler
I'm
alert.
not gonna spoil it for you. It's just bad
guys,
juju,
it's midnight,
man.
okay? It's midnight's fault. Rockhart and I are not part of any of that.
Disclaimer.
Okay? Yeah, sorry guys, disclaimer.
It's bad juju to Kaisen.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bad jujutsu. Yeah. That's a 9 out of 10. I'll get that a 9 out of 10. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Midnight.
All
But,
right.
of course, items are right there. You are very much aware of that situation, but level 4 for both King Kong and Irad at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like there's a lot of things happening on the map. Every single lane is casually scrimming it out, but the kill's happening on top side.
The difference of a Julian jungle compared to other junglers is that you don't really need level 4 because Julian is activated during level 3. So that XP lane rotation made perfect sense for RSG because Irad was just capable of dealing the damage needed for the combo.
Yeah, speaking of Irad though, Irad's teammate Eman again is climbing up the standings. Yesterday he was like top 18, but now he has surpassed Yelly Hayes once again, so congratulations to that guy as he looks for more because the Turtle Dance is now at half health.
Yeah, we're happening right now. Let's see how well this Lolita is going to do without that Numenon Blast active. Yeah, level 3 only for the Lolita, but here comes the Joy.
Whoa.
King Kong taking it very casually here. Here comes the real world. Everyone's stuck here.
Bow!
Kill gonna go over the Goyo, and more happening right here, right now. Double kill for the mid lane.
That's the thing about TNC's lineup. They have insane control. The Lolita, the Fredrin, the Eve, even the Brody has his own way of controlling the heroes on the side of RSG, although he was not part of that fight. But again, RSG's lineup, they do deal damage, but they need to be really careful with their positioning.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about, right? Julian is an okay hero in terms of punishing and assassinating the other members coming in from our TNC Pro team, but the problem is
he's also going to be caught in the crossfire once he runs out of things. Compared to the Fanny from the initial thoughts of the draft, wherein you can just easily go in and out of the fights.
True.
And it's starting to be a problem for them here on out. TNC with a 1.2k gold lead.
For the Julian, after you throw everything, you have 6 seconds that you can't cast it.
Oh, yeah.
All of your skills go on cooldown for a set amount of time.
You're dead for 6 seconds.
Yeah, quiet. So it's like a is it like a anime reference or something?
No, not really. It's just a flat 6 seconds for all 3 skills.
Oh man, good for him though. In the anime.
Oh! Sidestep, moving on blast activated here by Ben Pigs of all people, right in the free targets, and only nets a kill, but that was impressive all the same.
Oh no, Julian's down again.
Eren was like, okay, I can just move sideways. Guess what? I can flicker sideways. And alongside that was the real-world manipulation. No chance for Irad to escape that engagement. Although it burned so much resource on the side of TNT, it's all worth it. Because it's the jungle of RSG. And you know what happens when the enemy jungler gets shut down? If he loses time in farming his jungle resources and he loses XP, you start losing turtle fights.
And not only that, I mean, Innocent has been taken well cared of because he's 0-0-0 as of the moment, and he has, I believe, a little bit more in terms of that energy shield compared to Eman, but Eman is still yet to participate in any of the team fights, so they're about to start now.
Huge flicker here committed by Lion. It leads in a very messy fight, and he is going to go down for that, though. Bao straight up here, Numino Blast just go for the zone. And secures the turtle, and maybe a kill onto that.
Bro, Bao on the Fredrin. Watch out for this guy. That flicker energy eruption to save the Joy. He used his own body to guard the freaking Joy.
Yo.
That was micro, bro.
Yo, Bao is like, here's what you've been missing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just showcasing what else I have left in the tank before, of course, our season comes into an end, and you want to go out with a bang. And this is exactly how you do it. One turret gonna be down, and it's also 2 turtles going into the hands of the Phoenix Army.
Wow. TNT winning the macro battle, winning the EXP. I mean, in terms of EXP, the jungle is better on the side of TNC because of King Kong. Level 9 already compared to the level 8 of Irad. And again, this Julian is just not allowed to freely control the team fights because of the crowd controls being presented by TNT. Add to that Bao's consistency of just showing up in these fights, the flicker into the front line, just making sure that he is controlling RSG and making sure that all his scores are protected.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, King Kong has been, doing or wreaking havoc as well, especially in the jungle position, getting 2 turtles for the side of TNC Pro Team while not giving any to the side of RSG. So now the Raiders need to find another approach. Irad is 1-1-0 as of the moment, but the problem is Light is 0-2. He hasn't found the best case scenario, but Fethix again.
Yeah, it's going to be a stun straight into Irad. Can't really react at all here. Possible kill.
Oh!
No! What? The Numenon Energy Core? Was that the shield popping in at the last minute?
That was a little shield given by the Lolita.
Oh, man. Oh, they keep going as well, bro.
Look, Divine Judgment was there from Light. That was a quick response. The punish on King Kong was there. But again, the targeting of TNC, the focus of just shutting down this Julian. That's all worth it. Even if the Joy dies there, it's all worth it.
King Kong just had the little bundle of joy on that one. He made sure that the HP is going to stay alive, and now it's going to be another uncontested take. But fortunately, for the side of RSG, they were able to take 1 turret down bot, at least increase their territory, and this is another thing.
Guess what? Again, RSG overthinking the jungle matchup. Now with the Julian pick, they're now suffering the consequences, and this is what I meant earlier when I said the Joy could just dance around the Julian.
Yeah, nice dance around there as well by some members of TNC dodging up onto the Bennett's Rage. Going to be resulting into a tower down here for TNC.
Yo.
And RSG, they're trying their very damnedest to defend here, but it's getting harder and harder with a King Kong right behind you. He sees the TP, goes in, and it's not going to be resulting in kills, but really made our hearts jump, folks.
Yo, King Kong already has that damage to back up all of the aggression. And now they're leading 2-1 in terms of turrets being taken down. And they've established a 3.5k gold lead to go with this top turret.
And they're also playing the macro battle here versus RSG. Only King Kong is diving the backside because he's a Joy. He's allowed to do that. And TNC, they're just playing around the towers. They're playing around this Brody. And RSG, for them to be able to come back, they need to be able to utilize the Kaja and Beatrix combo. But again, they don't get the opportunity because only King Kong is presenting himself in the front lines.
And every time he's presented himself, it's a damage that, goes along with it. So RSG, instead of actually initiating, they tend to actually force themselves back. And it's starting to become a problem, especially now with Innocent building up those golden items as well.
I'm liking this combo coming out from Goyo and Bentings. Again, pure aggression with the jumps, with the constant use of the real world manipulation like this one.
Yeah, there it is.
Real
he
world!
Scores it. Going straight into
my.
the marksman of RSG.
Wait. By the way, the bulwark killed the Beatrix.
By the way, it's Guardian's Reflection.
Yeah, the Guardian's Reflection.
Guardian's Reflection.
I was gonna bring that up.
It returned the Bennett's Rage.
Oh my.
That hurts.
And Emma was like, okay, I killed myself.
That was wrong.
And again, I was just mentioning the combo, the jump into the Numenon Blast, and when it hits, real world manipulation right after.
But you know what I'm waiting for?
What?
A reflected precise kill. Please make it happen.
A sniper.
It's like you're literally looking into the mirror.
Yeah.
And yeah, that you have nothing to do with
By
that
a Lolita. A precise kill by a Lolita.
Yo.
Make it happen.
We've missed the Lolita for so long. We've wondered why it hasn't showed up as much in terms of like what they want to do and how you can execute the Lolita at this point. But TNC is just showing that. No, Bentings is actually showing that with an 0-0-7 KDA as of the moment. 7 out of 8 kills led by Captain Ben.
Yeah, again, very hot stuff coming out from TNC. The combo on Goyo and Bentings, both on 7 kills. Kill participation between them is definitely 100% because all the targets that they took down, it's with the Lolita and the Eve. This is really something that RSG needs to solve. Maybe the way you fix it is you take down the Lolita first, you use the Divine Judgment on him, but you have to make sure that the combo lands before he's able to use the Guardian's Reflection.
Yeah, here's the Lord now.
Oh, here's the Lord. Of course, we're going to see TNC to try to capitalize on this one. Hunting down Eman.
Look at Ben, though.
Hunting down whoever they can take up. Light is also a threat, so TNC can't really just dilly-dally here.
I mean,
you got to be super careful.
You have to take note, though. You have to take note of the fact that there's the upper bracket life that they really want to go for, and with this, with a loss, it's gonna be gone for good.
Oh,
They're gonna be fighting for their seat bets.
Oh, here comes the blast. Hits 3 members of RSG. One will go down. And there it goes again. Oh, it hurts. What? It hurts like a. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, it's hurting like.
Not spelled it. Not spelled it. He was like, dude, what was that?
What was that?
Yo, Bentix is giving them a taste of their own medicine, dude.
Literally.
Bentix be like, bro, that's your own teammate.
Why you hitting yourself?
That's not me. That's your own teammate.
Why you hitting your team? Why you hitting your team?
Bro, you're supposed to put it on the opponent. I am putting it on the opponent.
Yeah, but he's returning it.
This is what I was looking forward to right after the patch, but no one picked it up. We're finally seeing it in action.
Now, finally, after 2 years, Beatrix found a counter.
Yeah.
It's no longer the Masha. It's now the Lolita.
Beatrix, I'm sorry, girl. You're no longer invincible.
Yep. Goodbye, Beatrix, dominating era. Well, of course, you could still get the Beatrix if you ban the Lolita.
You can play around it,
yeah. But, you know, we're seeing the mechanical prowess not only with Bentings, but with how much he's, like, prepared for this hero. But now, it's going to be Bao that's going to be the frontliner as usual. 5 members of RSG. 4 or 5 members as well for the side of TNC, but the difference is it's at 7.7k gold lead.
This Gaja and Beatrix combo got shut down heavily, and again, you have to go back to the whole Julian thing. Like, the concept was they just want to be able to fight early game.
Yeah.
Fanny could have provided that for RSG, but they went on instead to pick up the Julian, which is now heavily being punished by the Lolita and the Eve. So early game was no longer an option for RSG, and now late game, however, they have damage, but the main problem is Bentings.
Spot down Erad, power charge holds them down.
All right, the dodge is there.
Nice dodge here, obviously, but then again, you are on cooldown. You got to walk on out there. Try to look for some more here. Is TNC, where is Light? Can we go for it? No Numenon Blast, but Flight's still going to be flickering in here. Eve going down in the real world here. Same with Goyo. And now, it's going to be RSG's turn to get some kills, but it will be punished almost immediately here by King Kong straight to the back. dancing around here on the Joy, and it's a double kill for King Kong.
RSG started that fight with the right approach. Oh, he's not!
Oh, he's not done.
What? Maniac!
For King Kong in the jungle.
Yo, we saw it before this series started.
That's it,
You
by the way,
ban out
that's it.
King Kong's heroes. Aqua's the only dude left. 7 seconds, 5 seconds before light comes in, but there's not going to be enough
That
wave
could
clear.
just be it.
They're knocking on the
That's
door.
it.
That could be it!
Game 3, folks. We got a Game 3. TNC showing up here. Game number 2 revolves around the Phoenix Army.
Sweep denied. The Guardians of the upper bracket have done it again. Starting with Blacklist yesterday and now with the winning moment that is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance, the Guardians of the upper bracket says no to a successful raid.
Man, RSG. Julian last pick. I mean, it did hurt their gameplay in game number 2, but you also have to commend the sheer aggression pulled off by Goyo and Benthams here. You said it earlier, Rockhart. Goyo has been improving and improving and improving every single game. And now we are stepping into this territory of Benting's Goyo combo wherein they pull off these amazing pickoffs against RSG. But you have to think, why? Why the Julian?
Welcome to another episode of What Grinds
My
Midnight's
gears.
Gears. And in this episode, we're going to talk about the Julian. Rockhart?
I don't know. I don't want to comment that much on that because you're right.
All right.
There's just no other way around it. But I think I have to just add that, you know what, Goyo, good job.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for
It
sure.
made it so easy for King Kong to go in.
Yeah.
That's all I can
RWM.
They've all done tremendous jobs, and they will also do the same thing for all of the teams, as you can catch MPLI on November 15 to 19 to witness the top 4 MPL-PH teams to be determined. Compete in the only tournament in which, I'm not going to say it, I'm going to say it, in which a PH team has yet to dominate.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, has yet. Okay, I'm going to do it again. To compete in the only tournament in which a PH team, join me gentlemen, has yet to dominate. Thank you.
I almost died there, by the way. See that?
We'll get there. We'll get there. It's fine.
Nobody saw anything, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
nobody saw
no.
anything.
Yeah,
What we saw was
Did you see something? No.
what we saw was Bentings and Goyo, all right,
Yeah.
pulling off amazing combos. Now my chair almost.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Wait, I heard something. What was that?
Oh!
Oh!
Ding 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 ding! Newsflash, gentlemen. APBR secures second seed.
All right, so that means
Upper bracket safe.
the last match is only about 3rd, 4th, 5th place.
Yep.
Still, it matters.
Yep.
But APBR is already upper bracket.
And that is major because you don't need to go to the play-ins anymore. And that's the best case scenario for these two teams. Again, congratulations to both Echo and APBR. They'll be 1 and 2, but for RSG, they want to go for it once again. But still, we are in game number 2. TNC equalized, and I'm sure Midnight here has something to say about it.
Julian. No, I'm just kidding. TNC proving to be a very, very strong team in the later stages of the regular season as they pull off the upset against RSG, preventing them from securing the upper bracket spot. And RSG have to go back to the drawing board to win game number 3. But again, it was TNC on the back of King Kong's performance on the Joy. 8-0-5, dancing around the heroes of RSG, proving to be a really great dancer at that, with the dance of the beats, dancing to the rhythm, and of course the backline assassination against RSG. The lethal ignition worked wonders here for King Kong as he was able to assassinate the right heroes, the right target, and also punish these heroes that just wants to stay behind the enemy lines. Because the thing about RSG's gameplay is that as much as they want to group up, they have to walk towards the side of TNC. And the problem with that is when they walk up, they are met with the RWM and the Numinal Blast coming out from both Bentings and Goyo. Now, when they sit together on the backline looking for ways of initiating, there goes the King Kong problem. But we have to reiterate the shutting down process that TNC did onto Irad, the combo of Bentings and Goyo, the constant pressure of the jumps, the dash, and the setups from the Numenal Blast, followed up by the RWM, preventing RSG from making any sort of moves against TNC. It constantly happened in this game. You cannot disregard that this was the winning solution provided by TNC. Irad was not able to play in this game. He was not given the right tool to play this game. And even though we've said earlier that the Kaja and BLCK combination is also very potent tool for the side of RSG, late game is a different scenario, because the thing about that combo is that it's countered by a single spell on the side of TNC. You use Divine Judgment, there is that skill that reflects anything that comes out of the BLCK, whether it be a normal hit, a spell, it gets reflected out to the side of RSG, effectively countering the single win condition of the Raiders, shutting down Eman's presence in this game as well. Even though RSG did a lot of fantastic moves, especially on the late game, the snipe was there. I mean, the Divine Judgment was also used on Bentings, but King Kong, again with the Maniac, securing the needed kills for TNT to break the base of RSG, opening up their chance to victory. And now we will be seeing the jungling pattern of our MVP in this game. Again, the Joy's presence in this game was immense. He was able to put pressure on the side of RSG, put pressure on the gold laner, put pressure on Irad. It's not just Goyo and Bentings, but also King Kong pressuring the Julian. There was one point in time wherein he got solo killed. He got solo killed by the Joy, and that was what we meant during the drafting stage, wherein King Kong could just dance around the Julian and prevent him from doing anything after that. And Rockhart mentioned it with a Julian after the combo, 6 seconds, you're dead. It's different with Joy. Joy, even though he does not have ulti, even if he does not, if he doesn't have ulti, he is still a menace because he deals so much damage with the dashes. And the thing about this here is that he's literally uncontrollable. Only the Divine Judgment works during these dashes, and King Kong utilizes these dashes to perfection. And looking at the kill map right now, it's all on the side of RSG. Every kills, well, there's 2 on the turtle side, but every kill that he did was on the side of RSG. This shows aggression coming out from TNC. This shows the amount of lead that they have, and this shows the control of the momentum that TNC had in this game. They did not let RSG make any moves, particularly the Kaja and the BLCK, because King Kong was always zoning out the cores on the backside. Now, with the emblems, we see the Lethal Ignition, the Season Hunter, and then the Rupture, and then the Mage Emblem, the Magic Power, the small burst, the small additional damage on the early game allowed King Kong to have an amazing snowball into the mid game. Because the thing about Joy is that when you get these items, the Starlium Sight, the Holy Crystal, even if you don't land the ultimate, you use one dash, you hit the enemy, you deal so much damage. And alongside the Divine Glaive and the Holy Crystal is, of course, the Blood Wings. It allows for insane amounts of damage, insane amounts of magic power on King Kong, which allowed him to pull off a game like this. But also want to highlight, again, Goyo and Bentings. You have to go back to this combo, and of course, Bao on the Fredrin. This guy, Bao, his commitment in protecting his teammates is absurd. Flickering in front of the Kaja, using Energy Eruption so that RSG is not able to bring down the targets that they want. Aside from the Guardian's Reflection problem, you also have a Bao problem, who is willing to die for his teammates, using the Flicker to control the enemies on the side of RSG. But again, King Kong, GPM, damage dealt, really off the charts here for TNC, and that is why they were able to win game number 1 on the back of amazing performance on the individual players on the Phoenix side. Now, looking back on the keys to victory that we had earlier, again, RSG sort of like overthought their draft. The Julian pick, however, you get the idea. The concept was there, but there were so much better heroes that are capable of doing what a Julian does in this game. So much more like the Fanny. Fanny and the Lancelot could have been better for RSG, but at the end of the day, they picked up the Julian. It got heavily punished by TNC, and that ended up hurting the chances of RSG in game number 2 and stopping them from securing the upper bracket spot.
I mean, I feel like TNC took that last one a little too literally, like a final surprise.
Yeah,
So,
final surprise.
With a Lolita.
Like there.
I like it, Tone. I like it, Tone. I'm not
I like the tone.
surprise!
Yeah. You can do that for later once the Lolita has been
I'm not
picked up.
doing
But
that
you
anymore.
know, you know what, friends? Thank you so much for listening to Midnight's analysis.
Sorry, yeah.
All right, thank you so much for listening.
Analysis.
I do know that you've picked a bunch of things on that one, but again, Keys to Victory was showcased a while ago, and it has been confirmed. You know, of course, AP is going to be securing the second seed.
Congratulations
No
to the
longer
Bees!
going into the play-ins, right?
Yeah.
But things still stands. There's still a third place chance for the side of RSG Philippines. And if you're the third seed, then that means you can determine, or you can have a choice on which teams from the 5th or the 6th seed you want to fight.
But now they
right?
have to compete with multiple.
No?
First team gets to pick 3 and 4. 3 and 4
Yeah.
gets to choose the slot.
Yeah,
sorry, third team gets to choose a slot of 5 and 6.
Yeah, so who they want to face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in the plains though.
Yeah.
Who you want to face in the first stage?
Yeah, there it is.
Sorry, not in the playoffs, in the play-ins.
In the play-ins, okay?
So
that's still important.
You see the poster later on.
Yeah, you see the poster later on. I know, I'm confused. So
how many teams do we have fighting for third now? RSG,
Blacklist, AP Brent.
AP
Sorry,
Brent.
RSG, Blacklist, and Omega.
All right.
Interestingly enough, Omega's not fighting for a playoff spot. They're fighting for third place.
Yeah.
Huh.
They're even fighting for third place at this point.
That's why Minana Ibos still has a huge chance, in securing playoff spot. Because if Omega sweeps ONIC, Minana Ibos comes in playoffs.
All right. So this
comes
is
to
what
playoffs.
That's what we're telling you guys, right? This match
Take note.
has huge effects on what's gonna happen in like the preceding matches.
Just have to bring
so
that up.
You can just turn on your screen, your laptop, your TV,
Leave
or
it there.
wherever you're watching. Keep it there.
Yep.
Do whatever you need to do, because all of the matches are gonna be so important.
If you have time, you can start computing. But
that's true.
It did take our League Ops team like the whole night.
Yeah, but if if you suck at numbers just like me, maybe not these two.
We'll bring it to you. We'll bring it to you later. Don't worry.
Right, thanks.
Yeah, that's all.
There we go. There we go.
Down there.
Yeah, so
we got a whole team working right there.
Yeah, right over there.
Literally.
Right? And we have two teams battling it out right over there. So yeah, we're gonna figure
nice
that out.
of you to point that out.
Yeah,
For
right?
the longest time, I just want to bring this out.
All right,
Longest
you
time
can
we've
do
been
it.
here.
You can do it.
This is the closest. The closest last day. Normally last day it's like exhibition
like,
match.
Everybody's
I'll
chill.
be real, huh?
You know,
I'll be real.
everybody's chill.
I mentioned this during our introduction.
Yeah.
What?
I think for the last 6 seasons of MPL, the last match of regular season didn't matter.
Didn't matter. Yeah.
Now we have season 12. The last match, Blacklist AP Brent. Although the bearing for there is no longer for the playoff spot, but the standings they still do matter because of the the way that the play-ins work now. The teams get to choose depending on the placement. It still matters. Because I remember there was a season. I think that was in season 8 and season 9. Where the 4th and 5th place had a point difference, so that the last match didn't matter at all.
And they played the Johnson.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. But now you have season 12 wherein the score between Blacklist and AP Brent could change up still
in one game.
The placement of the standings.
Yo, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. I mean, it's RSG. Oh no, it's Omega, Blacklist, and Minana all tied at 19 points.
Yeah.
There's gonna be 2 matches later that could possibly change all that, or keep it the same.
This has
Something
not
like that,
happened
right?
in
This
years.
does not happen often.
Another interesting note is that if ONIC wins 1 game, and then AP Brent sweeps Blacklist, I think they still come in.
Yeah, they
so
still
again,
come in.
the
They still come in.
implications are still
Later.
up to the final game. We have to. You have
We
to
have
watch
to watch
the
every
final
single
game.
Then Mara's gonna be the one to explain. We're done here.
Yeah. All right, Mara, you go ahead on this.
With the closing thought, right?
Yeah.
She's gonna be doing a little work there. So.
All right. Imagine how long the spills of Mara will be.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be like, all right, guys. So to further explain, there's like a whole run-in,
Checklist.
spiel,
Huge
checklist.
of what
really happened?
What happened?
Mara? What happened?
Right, yeah.
And then of course Uncle Joy will be there thinking like, okay,
What
this
if?
is exactly what happened.
What
right?
if Uncle Joy is the one to do the closing?
They just send it out. Exactly.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
should,
Send it
yeah,
out.
direct.
Yeah,
Straight up.
Mara's
Send-
gonna.
send
Mara's
out.
Dude,
gonna
we should do that. We should
Right.
have an Uncle Joy segment
Yeah.
in the last week of regular season.
For once.
A weatherman report.
We did that in season 10. We did that in season 10 because I was
Oh,
the
yeah.
insider in season
Oh, yeah,
10,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we did that.
But on stage.
It's time to bring
No,
it back.
no.
On
You did it.
stage.
All
you did it
right.
prior to a match.
Right.
What I want to
right.
see is every single series we do
We
an
do
Uncle
an
Joy
Uncle
report,
Joy.
a weatherman
Come
report.
on.
Yeah.
Let's do it. That's
What
a
do we
great
call
idea.
it? What do we call it? What do we call it?
It's hard to think about.
Yeah,
think of,
we'll think about it later. It's hard to think
segment
on the
name.
fly. It's hard to think on the fly, especially when we're on broadcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Now, let
Now
those
you
gu-
made
let,
me think.
Yeah,
I'm
let,
thinking,
let,
I'm
let,
thinking.
let these dudes think for a bit, right? Because we're not allowed to not speak when we're. So I'm gonna let these dudes think.
Get fired.
Yeah,
We're gonna get fired.
I'm gonna let these dudes think, like for a moment.
Okay, it's not that we're not allowed.
Yeah.
But we know you guys.
Oh, okay,
are
we can try
listening,
5 seconds.
Right?
Go.
We get to
See,
go.
it's not. It's
That's
it's
not 5.
weird.
That's not 5. That's 1.5.
Yeah, but that's scary
Yeah.
because you want to keep your job.
No, yeah. I, for one, will stand for that. It's okay to have dead air as long as you use it properly.
Yeah,
For broadcast majors out there.
yeah. But the thing is, in this one, I
We're
don't
not.
think it's proper.
Because
We're not using it properly.
now
Okay.
they know we're thinking of the name of the segment.
Yeah. Have you?
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. If
I'm-
you guys have anything there, let us know.
Yeah, I'm
okay?
thinking about wordplay and kaluloy.
Yeah.
I
All right,
don't know,
right,
my
right. well,
brain shut down.
Yeah, the
It's off
Mr.
now.
Valdez's guesses. Whatever.
I was thinking
The
of
Valdesk.
The Valdez.
Valdesk, but we need to put like a desk in the.
In the stage?
Yeah.
That's gonna take a while.
Here's,
Ginoong Valdesk.
yeah. Just imagine this
that's
is
gonna
like
work
this
better.
is like the blocking, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Valdez is over there.
Pops out here.
Desk is Rockhart, and then I'm Mara Aquino.
Yeah.
Or you can just,
Or maybe
pop
just-
up somewhere here.
Yeah. Or let him do his entrance like Mara Aquino does.
All right, he's gonna do
Right there on the stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome everybody. This is the
This is
Ginoong
the-
Valdesk.
Yeah.
And,
And what I'm gonna tell you is
the competition.
competition.
Here's
All right.
here's how it's gonna go down.
All right.
It's
Finally.
like that.
finally.
All right. I'm really looking forward. Honestly, this is no joke, guys. We're just so excited
Yeah, we're
now.
so excited.
What's the pick gonna be? Are they gonna renege on what? Are they gonna force the Julian? There's so many questions.
You know what?
So many questions.
You know what? Going back to the keys to victory, they've accomplished all of that. Number 1 for RSG in game number 1, they didn't overthink. Unfortunately, they did that in game number 2.
I don't understand the reason why they picked Julian though.
All right, here we go again.
We have something to ask them later. At least,
Yeah.
right? When we see them, we can win or lose. We can ask them what was
Yeah.
up with this pick.
Yeah,
we can
but-
ask them.
Because
Yeah.
the thing is, it pains me because they were fighting for upper bracket and you pick up Julian.
Oh man.
I'm-
Unfortunately,
Now they're not fighting for upper bracket.
yeah.
I'm pretty
But
sure
they're
there was
still
a.
they're still fighting for 3rd spot though.
Yeah, that's true.
Which matters.
I'm sure there's a reason, and
There's a reason.
I just have to know why. That there's this urge in my brain that
Yeah.
you have to know why they picked up Julian.
You know what? I will actually stand here and talk for 10 minutes straight
Yeah.
to buy you time. Go straight
Go-
up
go
there.
straight up
and
there.
talk to
Walks up the
Panda.
stage.
Yeah.
After.
Imagine, right? It's like Scholar and Yasuo on the right side.
Midnight
And then
steps in.
Midnight right in the middle.
Midnight steps in.
Coach,
It's
what
like,
was
Coach,
what was
Coach,
the Julian pick?
Coach, what's up? What was that about, Coach? But hey,
Yeah,
midnight,
yeah,
there's
I
still
know, I
time.
know.
I mean, it's still the
We
draft,
kid,
right?
but
yeah.
we are really
Yeah, but there you go.
literally
All right.
superheroes.
All right,
Quarterback.
guys, we're gonna go back into this game. Okay, so for now, it's the joy. RSG has had enough of it. Like,
Yep.
has had enough of King Kong.
Too much.
Too much. Too much is, of course, bad for your health. In this instance, bad for your draft. So
Yeah, and bad for your standings.
bad for your standings too. Why'd you have to put it there?
Sorry.
Angela and Karita also man up by RSG.
Hey! No
And the
Fredrin.
Fredrin.
Very smart move.
So-
So hey, we're gonna see something different.
Valentina, Novaria, Paquito. I think those are the heroes for RSG. Like Valentina, Novaria, Paquito.
Right. Or Julian.
No. No, don't go there. Don't go there, please. Don't
Or
go there.
sensitive topic, I see.
Do not go there, my
sensitive
friend.
topic, I see. My bad.
I hear the gears turning.
All right.
Plot twist.
All right.
They
Pick up Lolita.
TNC picks up the Julian and wins with it. That's a plot twist.
Or like, hey, hey Irad, hey RSG, this is how you do it. But
No,
you know,
not gonna happen. Maybe
No, I want to
in
see
a-
it
in a universe somewhere.
Edith. I'm a little surprised with the Edith pick, first pick, because this is kind of easily counterable, especially with an X-Borg.
Yep.
But does Bao play X-Borg? That's the question. So I think this draft from RSG is okay, considering that there is a there is a slight problem with TNC banning out the Fredrin, because it does affect the pool of Bao, especially now that the Edith is on the other side. So it begs the question: what do you pick for Bao? Do you go for Valentina Terizla now?
Especially with what Bao has been picking all throughout his playing
Exactly.
time. We see a bunch of like very much sustainable
Fredrin,
tanky
Edith,
heroes,
Terizla.
and he's the kind of dude who's willing to do the dirty work.
Yeah.
Right. He's willing to sacrifice his life,
There you go.
scratch the KDA. Terizla's gonna be there. I'm gonna do the same thing I did with Fredrin a while ago. I'm gonna set up plays for my teammates, and then it's gonna be up to them to follow up with the damage.
I want to see some X-Borg. I want to see some X-Borg on RSG, on Nats, either the X-Borg or the Paquito once again. Really good against Valentina and Terizla. Most likely they are gonna go with something like a Beatrix on RSG, but I have this thought in my mind where an RSG just picks up Ixian now just to make sure that Innocent does not get it on his hands.
Wow, deny pick, right?
Yeah.
I love it.
Paquito Ixia.
It's also in the line of you're trying to not overthink it. That's their main
Paquito?
objective, right? There it is.
Ixia or carry?
Ixia.
All right.
Too early. Too early for the
Yeah.
Gord reveal. I mean, you could have picked up a jungler or a marksman, but you went on and pick up a Gord. Now
Now we're talking.
you see the heroes on RSG. Only Edith is able to sort of like control King Kong in the Fanny.
That's one of the reasons why you pick
Yeah.
up Gord later.
Yeah, and I see a little smirk on King Kong's face with that pickup, and yeah,
Easy
you're
panicking.
right, Rockhard.
Easy
Even
panicking.
though you're like riding on a skateboard and stuff like that, you're facing off one of the scouts from Attack on Titan. You can't just
Shinzo Sasage.
Shinzo
Let's go.
Sasage. That's exactly it.
So-
You're facing Captain Irwin.
I think for RSG, the way you solve this is you put Edith in XP lane, pick up a roamer on light, maybe the Kufra, maybe the Kaja, even the Franco works, Ruby. A lot of good options here for RSG, definitely. But TNC, they have that, they have that factor wherein you are now forcing RSG to sort of deal with this Fanny, but you still have two picks. So RSG might overthink the Fanny pickup on King Kong and focus on drafting against the Fanny. And they might just not have any room to deal with the last two picks of TNC.
And they're putting the same pressure. This is Hakirat at this point, because it's Basha and Fredrin that was banned out in the first phase. Now they have the Martis, and then on the other side it's the Joy. So there's at least 4 total heroes. While on the other hand, TNC is very comfortable with what they've picked up, and they've also had comfort picks, specifically for Bao and the Valentina, Bao and Goyo. But Ixcha's gonna be banned out, and Brody to wrap up the composition.
Good Brody ban. It's a heads up ban against the Fanny, because Emin is gonna pick it up. So TNC, they don't really care about this last ban of RSG. They have a lot of different options. Like they could go Irithel, they could go Bruno, they could go carry against this Edith. But I think you reserve the gold lane for last, and you pick up the roam now. So, considering that there's a Gord and Edith in RSG side, I think it's okay to either go for a Kufra or once again pick up the Lolita for TNC.
Okay, Narif, just to be safe. Just to be...
Such
but
an
that's... Oh, that's... What?
It's such an obvious carry pickup from RSG.
Yeah, but...
They go with the Bruno.
Basically same linear, same progression.
They're gonna go with carry here for RSG, I think.
Okay.
Or Clint. Actually, I like Clint here.
Their hold, RSG, they don't have hold. They don't have any means to hold the Fanny. You can't forget that. Teams have suffered because of this.
Yeah, I mean, Clint is going to be, something that could at least attest to the
Clint
early to the
Akai?
mid-game damage. And of course, Akai, because they're still missing, they're still missing in terms of like the jungle. Because they're going to go up against a Fanny, who's very mobile. And he wants to go from one place to another. So at least you get to secure the objective.
No!
But they're gonna go with the Irithel.
I mean, I like the
and the
Irithel.
Lancelot.
I like the Irithel, not so much with the Lancelot. Oh, that's dirty! That's dirty, TNC!
That's a fast pickup. And Bentings also used this yesterday in Game 1, going up against Blacklist International.
Yeah, from their expressions, TNC seemed to be very happy
They
with
like
the picks
it.
that came out here from RSG.
This is very much TNC.
They don't have any answers against Hilda.
Oh, man.
It's funny. Like, look at the lineup of RSG. The only tool you have is the Earth Shatter level 1 versus Hilda. But if he stands inside a bush, how the heck does Lancelot farm up the jungle?
Oh, that is going to be the same issue that they have to address at this point. You're starting to see the draft index with a full-on composition for both of these teams. It's a 1-for-1 in terms of games. It's also be the final game of the season for both, or final game of the regular season for both of these teams as we head on into this game number 3. And I can't wait to see how they're going to pick this up because, you know, TNC had more in terms of comfort picks, but RSG kind of have the same composition here with the topped it off with a Lancelot to go for game number 3.
This is going to be hard for RSG. We saw Bentings with the tenacity in the loading screen. It's going to be hard for RSG to deal with that because you already have that damage problem. Now you have immense sustain with the firmness and, of course, the tenacity. But Irad started with the orange first. Bentings guessed wrong. But still, this is going to become an issue.
My biggest question here is why is RSG completely ignoring the Fanny? They said, you know what, there's a Fanny. Don't say this, like, no problem. I don't care. Let's just bring out the Lancelot. It's like, why does that work that way? What do you think, Minay?
I mean, again, we discussed it earlier on, like the pool that they have on RSG, like on Light, they have ways of dealing with the Fanny. They have a lot of solutions for that. But I think at this point they just got locked down with the Edith pick when they picked it up.
It's not super straightforward, though. Right? Like, there's nothing that can chase him down.
The thing is, they didn't see the Fanny until the third pick.
Oh, that's true, though.
They were blind.
Yeah.
When they picked up the Edith and the Paquito, it was just TNC responding to the lack of lockdown on the side of RSG.
Yeah. And it's also the same thing, especially when they turn up the heat in the early portions of the game and in the game, because they match APBR with most of the kills. But again, it's going to be Aqua escaping on that one because the pressure is going to be felt. King Kong patting on his chest right now.
Yeah, it feels so easy right now. And Irad's kind of doing in the same direction here where I'm just going to go around the map. I'm going to do some things, and I'm not going to care about my opponents too much. Let's see who comes out on top first as we are heading into first turtle of the game. Irad going straight for it.
Yeah, Irad is already here first, together with that purple objective that he secured at least a couple of seconds ago. Meanwhile, King Kong is doing the same, both at level 4, 75% in terms of Lord health, but it seems like they're on the other side of the map, TNC.
Yeah, jumping it out there. Bao going to be the one securing that one, and they are going to go for the counter kill as well on the Irad. First blood and the turtle. Don't mind if I do.
That's a turtle, and that's a kill.
Yeah, it's a lot of lockdowns to the side of TNC as well. Just the ultimate of the Hilda alone is enough to sort of like deal with the Lancelot during the turtle. Even though Irad was the one who started that turtle take, again, I mean, RSG, they don't have the right tools really to deal with TNC in the early game.
Yeah, and RSG becoming a bit greedy there as well. Light and Aqua though ready to punish the purple take that they knew that King Kong was going to go for here. That's a kill going over the RSG, not going home empty-handed.
I mean, at least you got King Kong at that point, right? So those 2 assists were finally stopped. They want to go for Bentings as of this moment once again, but Bentings is just too tanky. This is what Midnight has been mentioning a while ago. They don't have answers for the Hilda just because the Hilda is too tanky. Now with 2 assists.
There's 2 sides of the the Hilda that you have to worry about. Number 1 is of course the invade. He just kills you inside your own jungle. Number 2 is that your inability to make movements in the map. You saw Irad earlier attempt to walk towards the purple buff, but he realized, I think we die here because the Hilda is chasing us.
Yeah.
So King Kong compared to his game yesterday is gonna be different because this time around RSG cannot do what they they're used to doing when they kill off the enemy jungler. Even if you take down King Kong, you're not able to play inside the jungle because Hilda just kills you there.
Yeah, I mean, Jungle is being impaled right now just by Hilda's existence, who has now actually racked up a little bit more of the physical defense.
Yeah, going straight for their gold laner. Innocent going to go down without a fight here. But of course, there is going to be still some fighting, and that is with the blades of the Fanny. Go straight on to Light. It's 1-for-1, but I'm pretty sure RSG is going to be happy with that trade.
Yeah, you'll take that. It's a gold laner for your roamer. Unfortunately, there's just, again, so much pressure, and in Red, there's nowhere else to be found.
And of course, it's going to be Turtle number 2. And they're going to be contesting it very hard.
If you're the Lancelot, like, you have to play opposite side of the Hilda, right? So
Yeah.
this is where things get hard for RSG, because now you are kind of forced into the turtle when you will see bendings naturally. And there you go. Oh, ultimate got dodged.
Yeah, that's
Wasn't really
King
enough.
Kong going to go over and get that turtle into their pockets as a little bit of shield, so they can make these fights a little easier, and it's going to help this invade as
Here
well.
he goes
Going
again.
straight for Lancelot. Ben thinks looks like he's not seeing anyone else but Irad. But of course, there's going to be the Mystic Gush. They're going to have to worry about re-engage here by Bao. That was way too aggressive. And they're going to be suffering a 1-for-1 because of that. They're going to be forced to back off.
Although it goes into the hands of Goyo, so at least it helps him in racking up a little bit more of those items, finally having that Clock of Destiny on his side. But again, TNC with another trade. They want to go for a kill and then a major objective.
Yeah, again, the thing is, TNC, they do not care even if they lose these fights, because look at the attention, where it's at. RSG is trying to deal with the Hilda while other players on the side of TNC are doing so much stuff on the map.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like Ben things for at least 4 of the Raiders.
Ben things for other things.
Yeah, Ben things for
other things.
Yeah,
Wow.
Ben things for other things.
That's
yeah,
so
I like
smart.
that. I like that.
it. I like
See,
it.
that's why you're the analyst. That's why you're there, right? You're like the smartest dude than all of us. But
Nah,
again,
that's not true. That's not true.
okay, Midnight, whatever you say. But again, as I was like saying a while ago, this is like starting to become another macro clinic coming in from DNC. It's like they know exactly what to do.
I mean, this has helped with the draft. I completely... This draft got overturned, and you can see even the players are very happy with that.
Dude, Irad. That's not where you want to be. Honestly, that's not where you want to be. There's a Fanny, there's a Hilda. They will chase you down.
He's got Nats close,
And
but Goyo
Ben
as well.
Fings.
Ben Fings going to the opposite side of that pit, though. Gonna go for the chase. Irad could be in trouble. Nice dodge.
Ultimate!
And it's Ben Fings flying straight for the juggler of RSG. Packs up another kill. Will be traded? Question mark. Oh, Power of Wilderness. Buy some time here. Buying so much attention from RSG.
Turtle though.
Turtle will be over to TNC. RSG used up so much to roam. So much resources to hunt for the roam here of RSG.
Again, pointers. You can't invade. Hilda chases you down. Fanny chases you down. Even Goyo can chase you down. All the while, Innocent is just taking everything away from RSG. This is just a clinical approach with the Phoenix draft. And again, overall, the composition of RSG cannot cannot deal with TNC early to mid.
Yeah, what Midnight's saying here is that the C in TNC is chase. You can't really go anywhere just because there's a Hilda that really injures your jungle movement. You also have Goyo, who actually copies a bunch of the other ultimates with the Primal Wrath to add a little bit more to that damage output.
Ouch!
Especially when you take a look at the items right now. King Kong just absolutely hurts.
That's just one combo, by the way.
One combo. And what are you gonna do to catch it? Nothing. Can't really stop it midair.
Yeah, and like King Kong is like, all right, dude, I'll spare your life, but be ready for me next time.
It's gonna have to be such a really good catch from Light, and that's very conditional.
Yeah, because again, you can only catch, I believe, one, and you can only catch one with the onward.
It has to be
Meanwhile,
perfect.
Yeah, you can copy, or you can catch anyone with the Earth Shatter, but again, it has to be at like the perfect timing. It has to be at like the split. It has to be like a split-second decision. But now, his location has been compromised. It seems like TNC knows what to do, and Light can't make anything out of it.
The thing is, let me add to that problem. Like, you have to catch, you have to perfectly time it, and also you have to choose the right target. Do you go for the Fanny or do you go for the Bruno? Which one do you go on?
Yeah, because if you use up all your resources hunting the Fanny,
yeah,
what are you gonna use
yeah?
for the Bruno?
Yeah, what's next? Right? If you've exerted all of your resources just by taking down one hero,
who is more than willing to be brought down, aka Ben things. He's acting like a big bad Ben on this one. Like he just knows that he has the defensive items to back it up. I mean, the dominant size is just right over there in the corner, and RSG is just struggling to look for resources on this one.
4 heroes. 5 heroes in a purple buff. This just makes it harder for Ira to take down the purple.
Oh, man. And with that, another trade happens. King Kong gets another, or the first Lord for the side of the Phoenix Army, and they're now leading 4.9k.
That's a free Lord, and there's not really much else RSG can do, and maybe just react, which, by the way, they have been doing this for how many minutes now? They've been just reacting and reacting and reacting.
I mean, you have Eman on your side. I mean, 2-1-1, that's like a safety insurance for you, but the problem is King Kong's 2-1-2 at the same time. It's
Very
like
difficult.
damage output is just immense, especially Bruno's not even joining the action yet. Right?
Yeah. Again, you just have to take out the the macro objectives for TNC. Let them play whatever part of the map, and the other 4 heroes play on the opposite side of the map. Because the thing about RSG's competition right now is that they can't even move away from each other. They need to play as 5. Because if you put a single hero on the opposite side of the map, Fanny's just gonna take him down.
Oh, are you talking about something like
Something
that?
Like
Mr.
you know, like
Midnight?
separation, you
Yeah.
being separated from your
You're
teammates.
not allowed to play as alone.
Okay.
You have to group up as 5.
Okay.
RSG stuck inside their base.
Alright.
There it is.
Yeah, it's not like Midnight predicted it or something.
Not
but,
really,
you
no,
know, not
no.
really.
Not
Not
really.
really.
It's not like they have a blueprint or something.
Yeah, but here you go.
Oh, that's a pretty huge damage output being thrown off there by RSG, which is something they have on their side, though. Not much CC, but tons of damage.
Holy Crystal already on the Valentina, by the way.
That's
So-
not looking good if you're RSG.
Yeah, Goyo could just steal the Mystic Gush, throw it over to the face of RSG, suffer the damage, and alongside the procs of the Lightning Truncheon and the Impure Rage as well. Sorry, never mind. Goyo is rocking the Quantum Charge.
Quantum
so.
charge, yeah.
So, but still, the damage output is off the charts for the Valentina. So it's now you add one more option to the targets of RSG. Do you go for the Fanny? Do you go for the Bruno? Or do you go for the Valentina?
Hard
'Cause
choice.
these 3 heroes, they hurt.
Oh, and speaking of hurt, it's
like
Lido's
nothing.
gonna go down and more.
Ooh, that was almost an instant kill coming in from King Kong here, who is still gonna survive after that debacle. And now it's TNC rolling up on the mid.
Oh man, it's like there's opponents up front and then there's opponents down back. There's like RSG tries to go and find more resources, but they just can't. TNC's everywhere.
Everywhere, everything all at once.
Oh man,
Wow, that's a movie reference.
Oh, was
Yeah.
it?
everything,
it is.
everywhere, all at once. Thanks, Rock.
The bagel.
I haven't even watched that yet, but yeah, I'm gonna look forward to that one. But again, taking a look at it, damage dealt. King Kong, Goyo, and Bao. 3 TNC members.
Yeah, again, these hurt. These guys hurt. It's we haven't really seen much of the Bruno because again, Innocent is playing Innocent in this game, just playing honest,
Nice.
getting the farm, getting the towers. But now in late game, it's a different story because now the Malefic Roar is almost near completion for the Bruno.
But if you're RSG, there's just no other way to do this. You have to answer, right? You have to do something. You can't just let the Fanny do whatever he wants. You have to try to make something, make TNC react to
Ah, my goodness.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though.
The
That's
lethal
the thing,
ignition.
though.
The burn from the emblem.
you. Yeah.
It's like King Kong went out and then an explosion just rides off behind him. It's like a movie. And now he's making it look like a movie scene after a Lord being taken down the second.
And
For
doing
the
it,
side of TNC.
doing it in style as well. Lethal ignition, no matter what's your position.
Oh man, literally at this point, this is just masterful for the side of TNC. I mean, RSG, they want to go for this one, but we call them, or I call them, the guardians of the upper bracket for a reason.
Ouch.
They want to pin them
They're
down.
proving that. They're proving that
Ouch.
right now.
Oh,
Wow,
wait,
whoa.
Okay, but, all right.
No one's. Did you guys see anything?
All right.
I think I heard something.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
I heard. I don't know. Maybe it's just my imagination.
Oh.
Oh.
I heard a crack sound, but I didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything.
I thought it was like the green creep that's on the upper right.
Yeah,
of the
that's
map,
probably
right?
it. Right?
Lord on top lane, however.
Definitely not Bao.
Yeah, definitely not Bao. But again, it's definitely the Lord that's on the top side.
There it is. We're walking up on here. TNC still having the advantage, forcing it over. That's Goyo. Man, he's the one in front now. Now he's acting more like the general, walking it up. Tower's going to go down. Innocent's very much alive here. RSG being forced to deal with these minions, but they will suffer an inhib on the top and maybe on bottom if they don't play this correctly. If Bao maybe makes something happen, say now, what's it gonna be, Bao?
That's it. What's it gonna be, Bao? Are you gonna do it now? Nope.
Do it now?
Not just yet. They're gonna wait for the next Lord probably, unless King Kong. King Kong, you always have other plans in mind, huh?
Nas was waiting for the for the dive from
Yeah.
King Kong. He was ready with the knockups.
That was like a break check, right? Are you gonna make something happen?
Styling.
For all of our motorbike fans, that is exactly what you call banking. But now, all right. I see it.
All right.
I see the
Here
mechanics.
it says, you know the Spawned Rose thing? It's pretty nice. Try it out.
Very
Yeah.
nice. I'm gonna try it out
King
as well.
Kong, King Kong. No.
Right?
No, too close. They're too
close.
close
Too close.
with each other.
Too close.
And
like,
again, even if he is this close, what's the threat? What, light? Just light, right?
Yeah.
boom.
It has to be, again, picture perfect.
Yep. But there you go. Since the sentry has been popped off, King Kong's location has been compromised. So then now he's going to be backing away, waiting for probably the next Lord. But of course, the mission doesn't stop there. TNC bend things right over here, giving the necessary information possible.
By the way, Innocent has so much gold. Now he sells the leg plates, goes for the rules code meter alongside the Wind of Nature and a Malefic Roar. Again, this guy hurts. If they don't take him down, I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing 4 or 5 hits, hero kills on RSG.
Yep. He's rich and he hurts. Damn.
2K crit, by the way.
That's a very good combination in the Land of Dawn, if you ask me. Innocent, just kicking some balls. You know, maybe kick some later on before the fight even starts. And we're going to see it in just a bit, because the Lord has already spawned.
I think Irad hurt you.
Irad's going to be starting it, but,
Yeah.
you know, there's no follow-up once again, except for Eminent Light. It seems to be their favorite bush all season.
Let's see. Let's see what's going to happen here, because it's a 5-man control of the Lord Pit here. Irad could actually receive a lot of damage, but before all this happened, he actually locked in the blade armor.
Oh, they're checking. They're
So he
checking
should be
everything.
fine.
They're checking everything. Bendings.
Yeah,
He would clear this bush.
Oh, the bush is checking. They going for the chase
The chase.
C and chase. Oh, Bao misses it again. And that's going to be the re-engage here. Earth Shatter hits multiple targets. And I think Light will still be in trouble. King Kong finally getting shut down. But it's going to be for the exchange of 3 members of RSG.
I think that's it.
Oh my goodness.
I think that's it.
They don't even care about the Lord anymore. They just want to go for the beatdown. They want to go for the base.
It's just the damage dealers of RSG. No one the front line for them. They're going to be able to clear it though.
Yeah. It's a Gordon Earth also.
All right.
But there's the next wave, but they're not going to go for it.
And no minions. They're not going to go. They have the next wave, but it will be immediately cleared out by the side of RSG Philippines. So now, CNC, even without King Kong, they don't have it out anyways. Let's just go for this Lord, bring this down, and hopefully finish the game after the next skirmish.
Yeah, luckily no Fanny as well for them to be too scared.
Yep.
But yeah, that's not going to be a problem for TNC to take it down right now at 8.8k gold.
Yeah, Divine Glaive already on Goyo, so again, more damage for TNC. They just don't lack damage on the side. While RSG, they have damage also, but what they lack is the capability of fighting into TNC, because you touched on it earlier, Rockhard. The problem with RSG's lineup is that it's not that they don't team fight, but my question is, how do you deal with Bendings standing in front of you?
Yeah.
And if you throw everything to bend things.
And it doesn't even matter at this point, even though it's already quite a late game, right? There's like so many other things, but Irad dashing in, out.
What's this one
back,
B1? This is so odd.
Recall. Thornrose, recall.
Buy time for the Lord.
Buy time for the Lord. What, they're still going? What the, wait, I'm super curious, cameraman. Can we...
All right.
All
right, there we go.
There it is.
There we go, right?
It's funny.
Irad's
Bro,
there. And
it's
Irad's
King
down.
Kong on top. And it's going to be some kills happening on mid as well. Oh, it's 2 for 1.
King Kong took
For
down
none,
the
rather.
mechanic. He took down the mechanic.
Wow.
So do you call him the fixer now?
Maybe. Maybe. The TNC fixer.
That ain't,
Right?
that ain't bad.
You call
That
him
ain't
the fixer?
bad.
I don't even know.
That ain't bad.
That
bro.
didn't come from me.
Fixer with a 1 for an eye.
Yeah, fixer with a 1 for an eye. That's good. That's better. I like that one. I like that one. But
Well-
TNC likes their odds right now. They want to go for it this time.
And they're going to try. Finally going to be a successful penalty zone here with Light and Aqua left to
Base lock,
defend.
base lock.
That will be it. TNC with a 2-1 victory for their last match of the season.
Phoenix Army reigniting themselves to end the season on a high note. And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
Hey!
Everyone's
and of course,
joining
the
in.
classic TNC, the TNC Dance Craze.
It's very true to TNC's SOP, Rise from the Dead.
Yep.
Without playoffs contention, these guys rise to the occasion and slay down the Raiders.
Wow. What a way to go. What a way to go.
Now I'm so pressed. Now I'm so pressed, man. Why can't we see this all throughout the regular season, bro? But again, you have to give it to RSG Philippines as well. They did their best to try and contest for that upper bracket spot. Unfortunately, they're going to be staying as is. And we end the series on a Game 3. TNC takes it for themselves.
I can't believe it.
I'm still a little bit.
I can't believe it.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I saw it before, like from a mile away.
Yeah.
Man. This man is gonna have a fun time, but I didn't think it was gonna be that fun. It was gonna be that one-sided. Honestly, was there any fight at all?
It's because of the again the draft. Like TNT had it hands down. You also have to sort of like ask why pick up the Lancelot on that specific point. Like you gotta pick it up earlier, or maybe what with an Akai, a more stable pick for RSG. But then when they picked it up, TNC Bentings something something popped inside his head, and he was like, okay,
A light bulb.
I'm gonna lock Hilda here. You picked up an assassin. I'm gonna lock Hilda. You have no game, and it felt like that, right? RSG had no early to mid. Late
Nada.
game was kind of like a big question mark, because at that point, TNC was already leading by 10K.
And that's exactly the point, right? Well, when you have a Hilda on your side, it's like you're only walking with injured with an injured leg.
That's me.
It's like, yeah, that's him literally
me.
right now, by
Alright.
the way. But it's only a pocket pick. You
Sorry,
only
Midnight.
pick it up on certain scenarios. It's not a band-aid solution.
Yeah.
But Bentings and TNC, they picked it up at the very right moment, at the most crucial moment, their very last game of the season. And it worked like a charm.
Yeah, maybe they just, for RSG, maybe they just like forgot that Bentings picks up the Hilda against Assassins, but I think it has to come down to prep work. Like RSG did their prep work in game number 1, game number 2, game number 3. However, it was a different scenario.
Yeah.
It felt like they were just they just wanted to play what they wanted, and it ended up costing them not just the series, but again the upper bracket spot. And TNC showing up fantastic in game number 3, because the thing is, even if you have a better draft, you still have to execute. And there was a slight mishap on Bentings wherein he gets wrong, but at the end of the day, what's most important is that they kept their composure, play to their strengths, even though Bao missed like 2 or 3 penalty zone flickers. But King Kong definitely proved that he is an insanely mechanically talented player.
I agree.
Didn't
I
even
agree.
matter, right, in the end. It's
Didn't
like-
matter, even though he missed a lot of penalty zones.
Even though Bao caught the stray on that one, it doesn't matter. King Kong made sure
Wow,
to,
that's
to
brutal.
steer, right? King Kong made sure, and of course,
He
Ben
fixed,
to steer
he
everything
fixed the
else.
ship.
Yeah.
It needed correcting. He was like, okay, I'm gonna fix it for you.
If he defeated the mechanic on a 1v1 scenario, then he's probably the fixer with a
Oh
1
my
for
gosh,
a 9.
no! Bao the Builder.
Yeah, but
Oh. That brings back memories.
Oh no!
Bao the Builder.
Bao the Builder.
King Kong.
King Kong.
I'm thinking. Sorry, I thought of Wreck-It Ralph for some reason.
yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But I like the Bao the Builder. That's the first 10 of the 10 of this test. I like it. I love it. I love it. I like the idea.
He tried really hard.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
You
but
went and deep on the archive for that one.
Yeah, man. He went.
Bao the Builder?
Yeah.
What was that? 10 years ago?
Way
15
back to
years
your
ago?
childhood, yeah.
He's got that in the bag and he's just waiting for it to show out the perfect time.
Who's next? Clifford?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I'm waiting for it.
Play a ton of Papa and Koopa, then we'll call you Clifford.
Yeah.
Ben thinks to Clifford.
Yeah, but unfortunately he didn't got that dog in him a while ago. So yeah, that was the case. But again,
sad debut.
Yeah, there was a sad debut.
Sad debut.
Sorry, dog.
One of the few times I've seen that, a sad debut.
But it's a fun series for TNC, that's
Yeah,
for sure.
It is. They've completely, utilized all of the surprises. Right? Like number 1, they've, used the Papa and Koopa. Number 2,
the Lolita.
The Lolita was right there.
Yeah.
Number 3.
The penalty zone. Sorry.
The
no. The Hilda.
Okay,
Hilda.
let's do it again. Number 1, it's the Papa and
Koopa.
Number 2, the Hilda.
The Hilda.
Number 3,
the Hilda.
Dang it, Midnight, we're not gonna do it again.
No, you said Hilda game 2. Game 2 was Lolita. You messed it up first. Okay,
Lolita
game number 1, Papa and Koopa.
Yeah.
Game number 2, Lolita and Eve.
All right. Number 3.
Game number 3, Hilda.
Okay, there we go.
Wow, we
Good job,
finally
Midnight.
worked.
You finally got it in.
Congratulations, guys. Oh my
Good
god.
thing that it's not on
Good
broadcast.
job.
Oh wait, it is.
Good job.
Oh, we're live.
Good
Right.
job,
We're live.
TNC.
Good job, TNC, for ending on a high note. And of course, this is what you expect from a team that, has a nothing to lose mindset. And you love to see it from them. They're leaving it all out on the table, and they're leaving it right there. They want to showcase everyone that they deserve and they have a right to be here. The players, the management, the organization in its right made sure that they want to, end the season with smiles on their faces. Not only with the organization in itself, but also with the Phoenix Army, the community that they've established for so long.
Again, all things considered, TNC's performance right here is a testament. Bao is not an XP-laner. He's a support.
He might just be one now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go real talk real quick right
next
now.
season,
though.
right? What? RT. Okay, Midnight.
The usual problems for teams like that don't make the playoffs. Will I have a team next season, right? But with a performance like this, all right, we lost playoffs. But man, oh man, these guys are gonna get picked up. You can't waste players
It gives
like
them
that.
hope, right?
Yeah.
It
Yes.
gives them hope.
And every org watching right now says, "Whoa, where did that come from?"
Whoa, Bao, what was the penalty? Sorry. Whoa, Bao, what was the performance in the Fredrin?
There you
Energy
go.
eruption, flicker
Nice
in,
save.
protecting your teammates, right?
Yeah. Good save. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a save, but good.
It's a good pass.
Yeah, it's a
good
good pass.
It's a good assist.
It's a good assist would be
So
okay.
yeah, they didn't win any points here, but they won all of our hearts.
They
And
did win some points, but yeah.
All right. Congratulations to the Phoenix Army for sending their home on a tight note. Marakino, your turn.
Thank you, casters. This is their last series for the season. Job well done. Can I hear from everybody yung cheer ng TNC? TNC? Ang galing naman pati yung RSG sumali. Isa pa. TNC? Thank you, guys. Ang sarap pakinggan. Bao, natutuwa ka ba? Tinan mo, kahit yung RSG, chini-cheer kayo.
Opo, thank you sa RSG. Thank you din sa Phoenix Farm.
Sobrang natutuwa talaga ako sa kanya. Alam mo, sana we've seen you earlier. You have such great potential. Hindi lang yan. May narinig ako na malaki daw ang sacrifice na ginawa mo para sa TNC. Ikaw daw ay dating nagsuschool. In fact, gumigising ka ng alas 5 ng umaga para makapunta sa school ng 7 a.m. kasi face-to-face kayo. Ikwento mo naman ano yung nangyari doon.
Nag-stop na po ako sa school para mag-focus sa ML kasi parang nasa isip ko na parang yung ML di siya habang buhay. Kaya mag-focus po ako sa ML kasi gusto ko rin talaga maglaro. Gusto ko mag-main 5.
Totoo yan. Minsan, when you have the opportunity, lalo na sa larong ito, na very short-lived, kailangan mo kaagad i-take yun. Pero, kahit he sacrificed his school, may magandang nangyari. Ano yung pangako sa'yo?
Kahit ano pong mangyari, di ako kaya ng TNC sabi kahit mawala yung ML. Kaya, thank you po sa owner ng TNC, tsaka kila Madam Ingrid, kila Madam Neri, kila Boss Josh, kila Boss Eric po.
to elaborate on that, sinuportahan ng TNC ang pag-aaral ni Bao. Pag bumalik siya ng school, siya ay supported. Hindi lang yan. May magandang ginagawa talaga yung management ng TNC. Dahil ang mga manlalaro, pati na rin ang coaches, di ba sagot din yung school nyo? Sino dito? Sino? Ikaw? Scholar ka, I know that you're a scholar. Anong course tinitake mo?
Cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity. And habang nasa TNC ka, sila ang sumagot ng school mo din also. Okay, it's okay.
Nakausap po yung mga bosses namin. So, yung mga naging scholar po ng TNC sa AMA, hindi daw po siya coterminus. So, ibig sabihin po nun, kahit na malipat po sila sa ibang team, scholar pa rin po sila ng AMA.
That's how you take care of your family. That's how you take care of your players. Pati na rin yung coaches. Let me hear from the coaches also. Yung mga napag-aral dahil sa paglaro dito sa TNC.
Yun, kami po ni Yasuo, rin po, scholar din po dun sa AMA. And gusto ko lang pong i-take tong opportunity na ito na mag-thank you dun talaga sa mga boss namin. Tsaka po sa TNC org mismo, tsaka sa AMA for giving us po ng opportunity talaga na makapag-aaral po. At the same time, dito sa MPL.
Yan po, thank you po sa TNC tsaka sa AMA kasi binigyan po kami ng opportunity na makabalik sa school kasi yun nga po. Yung sa iba po kasi hindi po parang hindi po mapayag na pagsabayin yung school tsaka pagiging pro player. Kaya sobrang thankful kami na nandito kami.
And that's something really nice dahil hindi lang sa pinayagan kayo, sinuportahan pa kayo, sinigurado na kahit naglalaro kayo ng esports, may trabaho na kayo, education is so important na binigyan kayo ng gantong type of gift. This is such a nice gift to give.
Sobrang thankful pala namin sa mga boss namin kasi kahit top 8 kami last season, in-increasean pa rin yung sahod namin para mas ganahan kami gumawi ngayon.
That is amazing! So even though hindi desirable yung outcome, the management also expresses their thanks to you. Talagang pinapasalamatan pa rin kayo sa dedication nyo na hindi kayo binawasan. In fact, in-increase pa ng konti yung pay nyo. This is such a great... Parang ang sarap. Pwede mo maging player na lang ako? Ang sarap maglaro for TNC ah. Can we just give the management, everybody here, just palakpakan natin sila. Because this is something na kahit tayo, we would wish na ganito yung mga boss natin. Ganito yung pinagtatrabahuhan natin. Sobrang sarap pala maging part ng TNC. But now, we're gonna go back to what happened to the game and we're going to announce the Series MVP. The final Series MVP para sa TNC Pro. Let me hear it from you guys. All right, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. King Kong! King Kong, this is your last moment ngayong Season 12 to hold the mic. Ilang beses na kita i-interview. Now the floor is yours. You can say whatever you want to anybody out there, to your fans, to the team.
Thank you lang ulit sa mga fans na hindi nagsawang sumuporta sa amin kahit na madalas talo, ganun. Abangan na lang kami sa mga susunod na season, magpapalas pa kami.
And si Bentings, alam ko din may gustong sabihin si Bentings.
Ayun lang, maraming salamat sa mga sumuporta sa amin. Kaya yung kahit alam namin wala na kami sa playoffs, binigay pa rin namin yung best namin. Kasi andyan kayo patuloy na lumalaban, yung suporta nyo, kitang-kita namin. Para sa inyo yun, gusto rin namin magtapos yung MPL Season 12 namin ng malakas. Finish strong. And abangan nyo, Phoenix will rise again.
And I'd like to give a moment ngayon kay Ingrid, ang kanilang manager, dahil behind every team, talagang merong isang tao na nag-aalaga, na todo tutok sa kanilang mga players. And for TNC, that's Ingrid.
I would just like to take this opportunity to thank our management, our bosses, and of course our Phoenix Army. This one's for you guys. Thank you for supporting us since day one. Alam kong mahirap sumuporta sa isang team na lagi natatalo, pero lagi kayong nandyan. So, para sa inyo to. Tapos, thank you rin sa Raiders kasi chini-cheer nyo rin kami. Para sa mga team na nakapasok sa playoffs, good luck. Manonood kami, so see you.
All right, I know we always say TNC nice G, but this time, can we say always rise right after I say TNC, all right? TNC? Always rise! TNC always rise. Congratulations, you may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. What a great team, TNC Pro Team. And we really hope to see you come back stronger. The future is bright, the possibilities are limitless. TNC, always rise. Balik tayo sa ating mga casters. Pasok.
Thanks again, Maracino, and all smiles at the Phoenix Army side after their win. And of course, some sentiments before they exit for the final time this season 12. It was a marvelous effort coming in from them as they end things on a high note, 2-1 against RSG Philippines.
Yeah, what they talked about essentially is how TNC takes care of its players. Treats them like family, make sure they have an opportunity at a brighter future, not just in the games, but also out of it.
Yeah, this is the level of esports that we are in right now. The balance between the professional life and a student is very much important, especially with TNC. We heard that it's not just the school, the coach with the scholarship, Coach Scholar, shout-outs to you, but also the scholarship to almost all the players.
We love to see it from all of the players taking things seriously and still doing their best as they win Game 1 or 3. Midnight, go ahead.
Again, TNC having a fantastic showing in game number 3, not just with the draft, but also with the execution of the game. The individual plays were there as they were able to really round up the composition of RSG and make sure that in all aspects they are covered here for TNC. And again, the MVP of this game this time around is going to be Goyo on the Valentina 504. As we said earlier, a Valentina specialist at that, able to put a lot of pressure, play alongside Bentings once again. Similar to how they played in game number 2, the pressure of the Valentina and the Hilda into the jungle allowed for Innocent and King Kong to just constantly play whatever they want to play wherever they want to play, and put additional layer of pressure and problems to RSG. The damage output from the Valentina was there, the stolen Primal Wrath, we mentioned this earlier, the buildup of the Lightning Truncheon into the Holy Crystal just allowed for TNC to pump out this amazing damage in the mid game, and even the front lines on RSG cannot even handle the soul damage of TNC, which at the time was just the Valentina, and then King Kong just randomly popping out of the map. Even though there were some few kills that went on in favor of RSG, similar to what happened earlier on with Light catching Innocent off guard. After that, it wasn't really that great for RSG anymore, because TNC, they were already playing the map with King Kong's presence. Not showing himself on the map allows TNC to control all the sideds, because RSG, as we mentioned earlier on, cannot really split in this game. They cannot even move away from each other. They need to group up a fight, be ready for any initiation, any engage that would come out from TNC, as they really lacked the sustain and the catch against Hispani, and of course the immense damage output coming out from Goyo and Innocent. And when RSG were trying to look for potential plays in the map, it always ends up in TNC chasing them down. That's why they kept calling it the TN chase, because the rundown was there from King Kong, Goyo, and Bao finally hitting that penalty zone inside the base. The dive from TNC is what wrapped up this game for the Phoenix, and Innocent was just too focused on hitting down the towers and taking game number 3 away from RSG's hands. Now we are going to be looking at the jungling pattern here of King Kong, the very popular pick of the Fanny on this guy's hands. He was able to, again, lay out in this game. He was not playing the same Fanny game that he played yesterday, as he was able to take out all his resources. No problem of contention from RSG. Because of the presence of the Hilda, RSG is not allowed to do that because they're just going to be heavily punished. So the first 5 minutes were quite quiet for King Kong, and after that, that was the time wherein he popped off. That was the Fanny time. It wasn't even funny for RSG because every single time they show in the map, King Kong's always there, and he was able to, get the momentum that he wants, and ended up even taking down the mechanic himself in a 1v1 situation, fixing the errors that they made in the mid-game. Now we are looking at the emblems for both of these two teams. I like that they picked up the Lethal Ignition on King Kong, and we saw that become fruitful against Nats, as Nats was able to survive with a low HP, but the burn was there. And of course, added at the Festival of Blood, even though the control is available on the side of RSG, you need to burst down this Fanny. And with the kills that they have gotten, 9 kills, that's 9% additional lifesteal for the Fanny whenever he goes in. The damage becomes now a problem because RSG, if you are catching somebody on the side of TNC, you need to make sure that they get bursted down. And that became the main issue in the late game because for the DOT or the damage over time on RSG, you also have to consider how long can you soak up the damage from Goyo, from Innocent, because they just deal so much damage. It only became a matter of time before TNC ended up finally landing that penalty zone, the last hurrah from Bao, because what TNC needed in this game was just to catch Eman or anybody on the side of RSG when they are grouping up. And Irad was not allowed to play in this game because of, again, the presence of the Hilda. And Goyo and King Kong was able to do their thing. Goyo even dealt the most damage here. King Kong farming the entire map, 807 GPM. Innocent left to an honest approach, just pushing out the towers, pushing out the lanes, farming up the resources, and also Bao utilizing the Terizla in the last moments of that game, closing out game number 3 and winning the series versus RSG.
No, that is a way to end the season. Again, congratulations to the side of TNC Pro Team for getting the win in their final game for S12. And I'm sure that they're going to come back stronger. Just like what Captain Bentings has mentioned, they will always rise and they will be rising again. But speaking of which, we're going to be here in just a bit because I'm sure that the next couple of matches are going to be oh so intense. We've made it through the first one. All right, we've determined some of the chances that are about to arrive, but now it's the Barangay versus the Sonics. It's Smart Omega versus ONIC Philippines. And woo, the weight on this series,
well,
saying it's heavy is an understatement.
Yeah, it's that heavy. It's that heavy. You lose words for it because
I can explain it.
Points plus a rivalry. Remember, this is ONIC and Omega.
Yeah, I'm
and
ready for this one.
That determines who's gonna go to the playoffs and who's gonna stay home.
Yep, that's true.
Oh man, this is Judgment Day for our remaining teams who are yet to secure the final spot. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Don't go away. On behalf of Rockart and Midnight, my name is Hans. We're gonna go ahead. See you in a bit.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitawan na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Maligayang pagbabalik mula sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB players sa buong mundo. Ako po si Mara Aquino and you're watching MPL Philippines Season 12. Ang labang magdidikta sa kapalaran ng mga Sonics ay mag-uumpisa na. Isang serye para playoffs, huling tapatan para magpatuloy sa laban. Muli kayang makakapag-flex si Ryzen, hindi lang sa kanyang mga dating kakampi, kundi na rin sa lahat ng mga pinagdaanan nila this season. Or tuluyan na kayang tuldukan ng barangay ang istoryang binuo ng mga Sonics. Ito na ang huling laban para malaman kung sino ang aabante sa susunod na bahagi ng ating paligsahan. Mga kabarangay, Sonics, ito ang laban ng Smart Omega at ONIC Philippines. Who will flex this time? Casters, pasok!
In a high-stakes showdown, the final match looms large, poised to decide which team will claim the last coveted playoff spot. Can the Sonics mount a comeback for a playoff berth, or will the White Tigers, or rather should I say the Barangay, complete this moment of victory for themselves? It's all in their hands as of the moment, and it's Series 2. Smart Omega versus ONIC Philippines. My name is Hansen. Together with me is Naisu and Reptar. It's a clash between Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines. Gentlemen, I've said this a while ago, and I'll say it again. We're in for a long day.
We are. And I still can't believe, that it's the last day of the regular season.
Yeah.
I'm baffled.
And we're making the most out of it because we still don't know who is exactly going to be placed where. After this, we're going to find out who gets that final playoff slot. There still could be tiebreakers. I love this season.
I love the season. This is so much fun, which is why we're inviting you guys to watch the MPL-PH Season 12 playoffs live and on site. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 playoffs tickets for more details. Like how we did that.
Yeah, I can't wait for playoffs, man. Just how electric the regular season has been, and like we said, there's still something on the line even at this point. I don't even know what to expect for playoffs, to be honest.
Which is exactly why the most important part of this game, or the most important part, is this one right here. For ONIC and, well, Minana Evos, even though they're not playing today. Because after Minana sweep against ONIC to keep their playoff dreams alive, it's the Sonics' turn. They have two conditions. The Hukbo are left with one, which was yesterday. They've won their game. They got what they needed to do. They've done their part. But for all of this, the crazy point is, Smart Omega's even included.
Yeah, it's crazy that in the main character of who's gonna get this last two playoff slot between Minana, between ONIC, they're not even the main character. They're one of the three main characters because Omega's part of that too.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll take a look at it, right? Minana can qualify for the playoffs if Omega wins the matchup versus ONIC.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for the side of ONIC Philippines, they just need to win the series. Or win one game against Smart Omega, and then Blacklist sweeps APBR, who actually secured the second upper bracket spot. So Blacklist still has a chance to go for that 3rd seed, but ONIC wants to go throw some haymakers and land on the playoffs as soon as possible.
They're going to have to throw some haymakers because that's what it's down to, right? Manana and ONIC, we know their conditions now. We know what's at stake. And there's a lot on the line, if you will, right?
Yep.
Clinching for that last spot here.
Especially when you take a look at PH versus the world. Of course, this is a classic. It's Kelra, Nets, and it's Marque!
Marque!
As you recently know all about it, they're currently fighting for H championship all over at MPL Indonesia. But again, Marque and Kelra. Of course, Nets has his very own pride, but Marque and Kelra has been together ever since the beginning of time.
Yeah, he is the gold standard.
Yeah, the instructor.
The instructor, the mentor of Kelra is Marque. Close friends for a very long time. And they're both looking forward to potentially seeing each other in M5 if Kelra and Omega can make it that far. But also Nets, you got to throw his hat in there. Again, it's Omega versus ONIC, but Nets has really solidified himself, especially this season with all the praise that he's been getting from opponents, from opposing coaches as well. As one of the top gold laners to watch out for in the Philippines.
That's going to be the question, though, because this is where it all goes up or goes down. I mean, if you take a look at it, Nets' teammate, Ryzen, was able to realize his dream even before the start of this season that he wants to burn down, right? He not necessarily burn down, that's a little too harsh. But again, if you take a look at it, especially with the match history, it's Ryzen and the rest of ONIC Philippines winning this first match.
Yeah, the first time they met up back in week 3, day 3 there, we saw that it was a 2-1 in favor of ONIC here. And I would say that even for Smart Omega in the early part of the season, obviously, they were still going through some growing pains, of course, trying to figure things out. But I will say, for ONIC Philippines, knowing what's on the line here, knowing that Smart Omega has secured that spot in the playoffs already, this is a big obstacle. This is like, for ONIC, they have to get past the barangay. And there's a ton of bumps along the way they got to go through.
Yeah, and actually the interesting thing is we haven't seen the players walk in just yet, but during the waiting screen, you can see the players getting flashed on screen. It's actually Cram going to the EXP lane. Not going to be the hidden gem, but the last time these two teams went up against each other, it was Cram playing. So it's like ONIC, it's similar to what they did yesterday, and actually for the second half of the season. They tried to bring in the almost same lineup as the first round ones, or just one key player in a specific role, not entirely just shake things up, because again, they've settled in this mold of having Super Friends in mid, Nets, Ryzen, and they still shuffle around the roamers as well. So there is still that element of shaking things up for ONIC, but yeah, at this point, stability, and really it's the last series of the season and the do or die decider whether or not you're gonna make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, super glad you mentioned on that one, because again, we've seen that especially with their matchup against Minana yesterday. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. There was Yoshino, of course, replaced by, I believe it was Rapidude in game number 2, right? So this time they're gonna be trying some other things out with the XP lane position. But it was also the same thing for the side of Smart Omega, where they were adjusting in like the middle portions of our season. Andoryu, now replaced by Matt.
Yep.
Kelra was, also in the jungle position for quite some time, but now I think they finally found the guy. They finally found the man.
Yeah.
The Matt,
I thought you were going to say the
legend.
Matt.
Yeah, you can say the man, the Matt, the legend.
The man, the Matt, the legend. They found him. And if anything, Matt, even hearing him talk, even hearing what Matt has technically put on hold, knowing about this whole education thing over at PU.
Yeah, PUP.
PUP.
I'm surprised you know about that.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, he mentioned it in the interview yesterday, but, as a former teacher myself before all this, I had my eyes on PUP as well. So, anyway, the point here is Matt has, I feel like, stepped into the shoes of Smart Omega very well. Like, he has entered the barangay very well. He had a little, some people were skeptic a little bit about Matt coming in. And there's times where it feels like he was a little shaky, but I feel like now he is just in the last, 2 weeks, I think, since he started playing, right? Yeah. Like, he's really found his footing, and you can see that when he's playing, too. So I think that is also going to be a big challenge, obviously, across from him, where it's like now so many people have been watching Ryzen, for example, for so long. How does this fare up now? How does that matchup go? And I can't wait later when we get down to really like the player heads-to-heads and talking about all that stuff, because there is a lot that you have to compare with these two teams.
I agree. And I really feel like, though, that there's a chance, similar to yesterday, when Manana Evos and ONIC went up against each other, Manana Evos needed to sweep ONIC. They looked like they came in way more prepared. ONIC looked very prepared.
I agree.
But Manana Evos was just way more prepared. Every single set, like always like a step or two ahead of ONIC when it came to the drafting and the in-game execution. Now that ONIC is going up against Omega, a team has already secured their playoff slot. And again, history shows when Omega has secured their playoff slot, they get a little bit comfy. Would you over-prepare for a team that is trying to make it into the playoffs when you've already made it to the playoffs? So it's that question of who has come here more prepared? Who is hungrier? Obviously, it's ONIC in terms of the hunger, but has Omega matched or even surpassed the preparation that ONIC came in for this matchup?
You know what? That's the question that I have. Because, again, has it possibly occurred to Smart Omega that probably for the first time in a long time, they're gonna have a choice on who to fight in the play-ins and not wait who gets to pick them?
Yeah, that's
There's
true.
a chance,
That's like an idea, because, again, best case scenario for Smart Omega is that they can go 3rd seed if they sweep ONIC Philippines. Right? It's like a possible chance that they could go for, and that's a major issue that they need to somewhat find here, which is why we're going to go a little back to the audience with Mara Aquino and Manjit Faldas.
Sa sobrang tindi ng ating susunod na serye, mga bigatin ang mga bumisita sa atin dito. Ang ating mga balikbayan, Omega fans, nandito si Miko, hindi ka pa na balikbayan, si Hito, Hate, Miko, si Renjo, at
ang hindi magpapahuli, ang nag-glow up na si Coach Pakbet!
Coach Pakbet! Si Coach Pakbet!
Nag-glow up is real!
Coach Pakbet!
Pax, sa GGWP sa Ranyo sa Cambodia. Kumusta naman ang Cambodia, Ranyo?
Salamat. Minalas lang ng konti sa Cambodia.
Minalas lang?
Chamba lang yung mga ibang team doon.
Ano masasabi mo kaya, Rencho? Medyo hindi na maganda yung naging Ranyo eh.
Ano natin?
Kain lang tayo ng maraming gulay para sa next season.
Marami kasing gulay doon.
Maraming gulay, pero Coach Pakbet, parang hindi ka pinapakain doon
Hindi kasi ako mahilig sa gulay, kaya po nagpapayat talaga ako.
Nagpapayat pa si Pakbet.
Nagpapayat si Pakbet.
Nag-glow up.
Kuminis.
Ang
pogi.
Parang kamukha mo na yung player doon sa Ibos eh, si Tlar. No?
Hindi ko kamukha yun.
Mas pogi ka doon.
Wala yun, hindi naman pogi yun. Mas pogi ako doon.
Mas pogi daw siya doon, Mara.
Mas
pogi siya kay Tlar.
Ito, may pogi tayo dito. Itong grupo na to. Tingnan mo naman yung kapogian nito.
Yan ang tunay. Nakasombrero pa yan.
Oo nga, tanggalin yung sombrero para makita natin yung full pogi mo.
Yun!
Wala akong buhok eh. Walang buhok.
May paniki pa. Sino mas pogi sa inyong dalawa?
Ako syempre. Ako dapat. Ako.
Ikaw dapat. Alam
Hindi, kung ayaw mo, si Kate na lang mas
Oo, tingnan natin yung pogay.
Yun!
dapat.
Grabe naman kayo. Talagang nasisilaw ako.
Sila ang mga balikbayan imports na nagbigay ng mga matitinding matches at dinala ang pagka-Pinoy sa iba't ibang MPL regions.
Kinailangan sila talaga.
Oo.
Kasi Philippines is the best.
At nandito si Miko, SMG wildcard yan.
Yeah, wildcard!
Pupunta sa Malaysia. Congratulations. Miko, isa lang Miko. Ayan, kumusta ba ang Malaysia at gaano kayo nagre-ready para sa wildcard?
Ayun po talaga yung pinaghahandaan namin ngayon para makapag-compete kami sa Pilipinas.
Okay. Wildcard SMG support, of course, para kay Miko. Pero pansin ko, may isa pang Miko dyan, Mara, at bihira magtabi ang dalawang katabi mo, ha?
Oo nga eh.
Bihira magtabi yan.
Itong si Miko may phobia eh.
Oo eh. Ngayon, magkatabi na sila. Parang may parehas silang sinusuportahan na team.
Ngayon, tinitimpla na namin yung malas tsaka swerte.
Okay.
Malas saka swerte.
Binabalansin na namin.
Dati, ikaw ang team mo na sinusuportahan,
Omega.
Ikaw dati, ONIC. O bakit parehas na kayo?
Bakit pareho tayong ONIC?
Dati lagi kayo magkaaway
wala, nagbati na kami.
Okay.
Bago na ang takbo ng buhay.
Ito, dahil lahat tayo dito, sumusuporta sa Omega. Gusto ko malaman, sino ang better Omega fan? The best Omega fan? Bakit ka nga ba best Omega fan?
Syempre, nandyan yung best friend ko si Ryota. Yung kasabay ko lagi kumain, maligo, matulog.
Grabe.
Tsaka mas naging fan ako ng Omega simula nung natanggal yung tunay na malas, si Sapno.
Okay.
Okay, ikaw.
Ako fan ako ng Omega kasi andyan na yung pinaka-best jungler, si Gubat Records, si Matt.
Sino?
Si Matzilla.
Matzilla. Okay, Matzilla. Alright. Nako, si Hate. Alam ko, may iba kang sinusuportahan, of course, na nasa MPL-ID. Pero welcome back to the Philippines. Kumusta naman ang naging run mo, of course, sa iyong region?
Medyo di naging maganda pero asahan yung pagbabalik ko.
Alright. Saan daw ang pagbabalik ni Hate? Sino sinusuportahan mo ngayon?
Hindi ko alam kasi sa ONIC galing yung ticket ko.
Okay. Ikaw yung magiging ONIC. Bakit ikaw yung ONIC fan?
Saan nila galing yung ticket ko?
Okay. Pero dito sa laban na to,
50-50.
50-50.
Kung pwede nga, dyan na lang sa gitna eh.
Okay, sa gitna na lang. Hahatiin siya. Nalilito siya pati yung name niya, hindi niya alam kung hate or hatred.
Hatred. Teammate niya rin kasi dati si Ryota. Teammate niya rin dati. Alright, si Miko naman ang ating tanongin. Miko, hindi halata kung anong team ang sinusuportahan mo.
ONIC yan, ONIC.
Sa sobrang lakas mo, hindi ka kinaya ng mic.
Kasi bumalik na po si Chuck Mamba pati si Kapitan.
Ooh, yeah. Chuck Mamba, El Capitan.
Rencho, hindi rin halata anong sinusuportahan mong team.
Siyempre yung Omega, yung best Ligord Gaming. Si Eto Max, tas Jack. Ligord, best long range may hero para sa akin.
Okay, Liquid Gaming. So ano na, 4-1 na, 4-1. Tsaka 4-1 na, Mara. Ay nako, ito si Coach Pacbet.
Coach Pacbet!
Coach, sinong team ang sinusuportahan mo, Coach?
Balik muna ako sa dati.
Balik daw muna. Ayaw niya na daw maging Coach Pacbet. Ayaw niya daw, okay. Sadlar, sinong sinusuportahan mo?
Fan talaga ako ng Omega.
Omega ka ngayon?
Joke lang.
Sige.
Fan, bahala sila. O sino manalo sa kanila. O sino manalo siguro. Pero gusto ko makita yung laro ni Ryota tsaka fan din talaga ako ni Kelma. Nakikita ko yung laruan niya kay Marky.
Oh, wow! Congratulations pala kay Marky kasi confirmed kagabi M5 na rin.
Oh my gosh, sobrang exciting.
So Mara, hindi lang ito yung reunion na makikita natin dahil ang dami ring reunion na magaganap sa M5. Patikim pa lang tong ganitong reunion.
Talagang we're really looking forward to M5 and a lot of people are looking forward to this match that's happening right now. So guys, sabay-sabay natin sabihin. Alright? Pupunta na tayo sa ating mga casters. In 3, 2, 1.
Casters, pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara, Manjin, and of course,
Everyone.
our Balikbayans.
Balikbayans.
You love to see them home.
Yeah.
You love to see them home. Right here, former players, by the way, of Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines as their former teams are going to be battling it out right there on stage.
I love that. That's a little preview right there of M5. You know, I hope you guys watching at home somehow, some way. If you're not in the Philippines, for M5, you get a chance to come to the Philippines because it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that. The players seeing each other again, families, teams, the people behind the scenes. And of course, we've already been getting a lot of international viewers commenting. They're looking forward to coming here to the Philippines to watch because they want to meet the Filipino players, meet the rest of the global community. So it's going to be a massive party. It's like actually now it feels like a homecoming.
Yeah.
With all the Filipinos we're sending out, they're coming back home. So welcome to the 5th World Championship homecoming.
It's like you're gonna recognize. You're gonna start recognizing everyone. Like, oh, it's you. You're here. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, it's just one major party for everybody else. Just like what Redmar mentioned a while ago, homecoming. But for now, no one wants to come home. Each of these two teams, right?
Not what I was thinking.
Right? Especially ONIC, they want to make sure that they can win this one.
No one wants to go home.
Technically for Omega, they're not going to go home after the series, but even so, there's the pressure of you being watched by your friends. You want to do a little better, especially now that the stake is 3rd seed, best case scenario.
Not only that, but I don't know. I just think ONIC Philippines, we're going to have to see how they respond to this pressure because, you know, all season long they've kind of flipped around a little bit here and there. They found some of the synergy that they needed, but I don't know if they've necessarily been in this specific situation where, like, what is on the line here for them. And I really want to see if that is enough to bring out the best in this team, who we've seen those glimpses of, you know, synergy and greatness. It's just they started on such a high in the beginning of the season,
I agree.
and then it was just like, you know, from there. So we'll have to see, because Smart Omega was in a similar situation. I think it was yesterday, right? Then they secured their spot, but I also don't expect them to relax. You know, like, because of what's at stake for them, even, which is the seeding, of course.
Yeah, they could go into the third seed, and of course, I'm actually glad that you reminded me of what Ryzen said, that he wanted to crush. He didn't say burn down, which is kind of harsh.
Yeah.
He wanted to crush his former team. So if I'm Omega, I'm looking at Ryzen and ONIC and going, you really want to do that to us? We're not going to let it slide. Omega has that barangay pride that they got going.
And especially the first time that they met, you know, of course, Smart Omega has learned from that, you know, interaction between them, especially with the past 2 or 3 games that they've had in Week 3. So I'm sure that Smart Omega is going to try to do their best to secure of that 3rd seed, because, again, it's going to be so important. We usually don't see Smart Omega in this kind of situation. So is ONIC, but they're here right now, and they want to do it. Let's go. Let's do it, players. Come on in.
Repping the 1802, season after season, the lesson remains true. Is this their playoffs form? Barangay Magingay! This is Smart Omega! Time is not on their side. Despite everything, the playoffs dream is still alive. Sonics worldwide! Give it up for ONIC Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Stronger and Coach Bluffsy. This match dictates the fate of the playoffs.
Dear, oh dear, this is going to be as intense. Well, not for Smart Omega, because they're finally playoff secured, but it's time for Matt to showcase it to ONIC Philippines, who he hasn't met in a long while.
Oh, we'll find out. We know what's at stake here, like we've been talking about leading up to this. Also, Mattzilla, the new nickname that we're going to have to look for. No more Sir Matt.
Yeah,
the way he's been playing like Mattzilla.
Yeah, and that's, he called himself Mattzilla, okay? Don't think we just randomly gave him that. He called himself Mattzilla when he went up against TNC and King Kong.
Yeah.
Dude, and also, I think it was Hito Miko who called him Jungle Book Records.
Jungle Book Records.
But for now, who he's gonna face in the jungle is gonna be none other than Ryzen and the rest of ONIC-PH.
And that's interesting. Nets in gold, Prince in mid, Cram in XP.
I didn't even notice that.
Escalera in the Roam, the one player they haven't seen play in the Roam role the entire season. Escalera was playing mid in the earlier portion of the season.
Yeah. You know what's crazy to me? they already have 3 roams.
Yeah, now they have 4.
Now they have 4.
Now they have 4.
That's crazy. They could one more and they could build like a 5-man roam lineup. But again, Omega and ONIC taking a look at the head-to-heads. This is going to be pretty major. Somewhat tied up, zigzag in terms of the graph.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking here at the picks of the jungle because the priority, if whether or not you're going to try to opt in for an assassin, is something to consider. Although here in the Philippines, when it comes to assassins, we mostly go for the Lancelot. But let's see if any of these two will potentially consider the Joy. We saw the explosive impact that hero can bring to the table. But along with that, other than the picks, is how these two teams would stop the opposing jungler. How will they be able to control each other's rotations? Because Manana Evos did that very well against ONIC yesterday, and ONIC fell. Omega, on the other hand, though, they have that element of volatility in the sense that even though it doesn't look like a good move to make, when they make the move, it looks like the best move to make. That's always been the lason, the poison factor that Omega has. And in a very clutch and important game for their opponents, that always seems like to be the best time that Omega will show their poison.
You know what's interesting to me?
What?
And what I want to see if this is the reason why they're kind of shuffling around here a little bit. Also, I'm wondering if this adds to the dynamic of ONIC Philippines. If they go with, because it's Escalera in the roam, right? They go with the double mage kind of interaction, right? With mid-roam. And that's maybe what we see with kind of their drafting pattern as well. That's the main thing I'm thinking off the top of my head. Like, okay, yeah, this isn't typical what we see from ONIC Philippines.
I agree.
But maybe that's the strategy they're going to go in, at least with game 1, right? Because that's the lineup that they showed us. So if they do that, I think that's a good change of pace from what we've been seeing, at least for the past couple weekends. And it could work out really well for them.
I love that you mentioned that because again, there's a very good meta right now that relies on double supports, and maybe Escalera plays that very well. But to dive more on this conversation, we're gonna have the keys to victory brought about by Renmar.
Welcome to the Infinix Keys to Victory for Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines, brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series ultra fast gameplay for Omega. Let's start things first off with them. Show them the stronger version of the barangay. The stronger version of the barangay is very similar to what they are usually. Good fundamentals, principled when needed, but being able to surprise your opponent when you can. And with the entry of Matt into the jungle, they found a much more dependable jungler when it is his time. Because recently we've seen Matt miss out on crucial retributions. Turtles, Lords, but then somehow the clutch gene of Omega kicks in for Matt and he gets the most important retry win. So a mix of volatility, but a mix of fundamental and principled movements. For ONIC, control the early game trades. Omega love to trade. Omega like to surprise. That's their volatility. So ONIC cannot just play into their hands. If Omega look like they're over eager to trade, then find a way to punish them. But if it really doesn't look like a good choice to fight, then don't fight it. That is when Omega is most comfortable. It's a little bit of defensive play, but Omega are susceptible to getting counterpunched. ONIC can play into that. Now for these two teams, play your game and be mindful of your time. The last time these two teams faced off against each other, Omega was split pushed by ONIC when Omega found their timers. So know when you power spike, know when you power dump, but most importantly, watch out for the side lanes and the split push.
That's the worst way to go down if you're ONIC or Omega. There are so many other scenarios that this could possibly go. But again, Renmar was right. Thank you so much for that keys to victory. Because again, it's smart Omega. I thought it was like show us stronger Omega is stronger gonna play, but no, that's not the case. But again, of course, player head-to-head right over here. 2 gold laners, the gold standard, and of course, one of the best gold laners so far this season.
I think it's a good point to also keep out when you're looking at nets here, for example, is we have seen him do it, I don't know if it's as many times as, say, Benny Cutie, for example, but the backdoor plays, a split push, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call that, he is a big threat. Kelra, on the other hand, is just the way that he plays, man, is the savage. The savage way.
Yeah, the Filipino savage. And that side does need to come out here, but in what way is it going to be, as we mentioned in the keys to victory, will it be the the trading, the fighting, the split pushing. These two gold laners have very similar hero pools. That was a main point yesterday with Domeng versus Nets. Are these two teams gonna take out gold laners in the first phase ban? Because that's what happened yesterday, and it helped control the draft to focus more on the mid. That includes the element of surprise from ONIC you were talking about, that maybe that might be the approach, because ONIC now wants to focus on the picks for Escalera. They might inject a little bit more of Geek Fam Indonesia and Minana Eva's playstyle in their veins, which is the double support that you were talking about also, Hans.
I mean, you love to see it if that's going to be their approach, especially with Escalera going into the roam position. Meanwhile, it's the same thing for Omega that, you know, we've witnessed for the past maybe 2 weeks. But it's time to witness, is it the Omega timers? Or will we finally see ONIC time coming into fruition? There's been some struggles for both of these teams all throughout the season. But if there's something that we know, it's ONIC that needs the points the most. Omega has already secured their playoff spot, but the problem is they want to go for more, especially with Matt. And I think that with, you know, Matt being included in the lineup, there's like more possibilities, especially for Smart Omega to be very well in terms of securing their objectives at this point, right? So now it's going to be Kaja, Edith, Valentina that are banned for the side of Smart Omega. Meanwhile, it's the Minotaur, Novaria, and the Matilda as well. So 2 Chakno heroes, and of course they're going to pick up the Baksha. So there might be a Fredrin on the other side, right?
Baksha's like the new Fredrin right now.
Yeah.
Like, just solid all-around choice, utility, speed, momentum.
Faramis.
The Grok, though, the answer right now. Mar, you think of the Faramis?
Yeah, I'm thinking of the Faramis. You take out the Minotaur, you want to play a composition that wants to stick together.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Faramis here. But if this is actually a Grok right away for Escalera, that's questionable. It feels like a bit of an overthink, because it's like they want to steal a pickle right away from Chapnu.
Yeah, and also that was a very fast pick. It seems like, you know, Honor Philippines has a plan to go with on this one, because if we remember correctly, TNC Season 11, Escalera was also playing Roam before he went back into the mid lane position, right? But now it's going to be the Faramis that's going to pick up, or going to be picked up by the side of ONIC Philippines. And are we already looking at our possible mid-roam duo, or this Grok could go into the other sides of the map? I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
It's still a lot of flexible options left open.
It could go into the jungle. It could also potentially go into Cram in the EXP lane. They can adjust it to whatever their needs are. But if ONIC want to take control of the center of the map, Grok and Faramis are great with how fast they can wave clear. Now, Omega are going to go Angela Paquito. This might force a reaction from ONIC. Are they going to take away the Airthel? Are they going to take away the Claude and then ban something out? Because the Angela is a setup for something.
Yeah.
Usually, right now we see the Baksha, and it might be the Baksha, but it will be a great setup for either an Irithel or a Claude.
That is usually the idea that you go for, right? Because Claude, Irithel, very good counters towards the Nether Realm, but as of the moment, it's not going to be picked up by the side of Omega. We're still waiting for the final pickup of ONIC Philippines to complete their composition.
I like the fact, too, with this, there's the Irithel being locked in. Okay, so we see the gold lane now locked in for ONIC Philippines. I was wondering if that was going to happen because of the fact that we know both teams love either the Irithel or the Claude, right? But my main point here is what we saw Smart Omega do with this Paquito before in the hands of Ryota. He's going to be putting pressure all across the map here.
Yeah. I'm actually glad that you pointed it out, because now that's going to be the play of Omega. They're always going to have one member of their team just split pushing. So the objective team fighting might be quite difficult, because you know Angela likes to stay back and just watch who she's going to use the hard guard onto. Is the hard guard going to go into maybe even Ryota on the side lane to really pressure split push? Or is it going to go into the objective team fighting? So ONIC can play around that with a little bit more forward aggression. Force reactions, and most importantly, force the hard guard out of that Angela. Now, as we look at the draft index here, support utility, very close. Crowd control, ONIC need a little bit more of it, because it's leaning towards the Omega side. You know, crowd control is king, especially now that the Diggy was banned for ONIC.
Yeah, it's going to be super crucial, right? It's going to be super crucial at this point, especially with the supports that you have mentioned already banned out at this point. So you want to go for some extra durability, or maybe extra damage output that you can, you know, finally attach to the rest of the members, because Kelra still doesn't have a hero just yet. And they also want to force Etamax to, you know, use another hero other than the Lilio, which has been, a staple, a hero towards what Etomax has been using all throughout the season. So we're still finding, or we're still waiting for the final ban coming in from Smart Omega to fill in this composition for the second phase.
What are they? So even with, Novaria being taken out here, the Valentina, what does this want to put in the mid lane in terms for both? I mean, no, sorry, for Etu Max. What is left open? I mean, we haven't seen too much of Eve, but she's popped up a couple times the past couple days.
Oh, and now that you mentioned it, they banned the Lancelot, which is okay actually for an Eve setup if they want to go that route. The Angela still could go into the mid lane, and we'll see a more traditional tank for Chaknu. So that's still an option. But if not the Eve, they might bring back a pick that they had earlier in the season, that if ever ONIC don't have enough backline dive, a Savior would actually be really great. And Itomax had an MVP, not an MVP performance, but a really great performance with the Savior.
That boosted his KDA way up in the standings, if I should say, because of course he's playing safe, but for now, it's going to be the Akai that's picked up here. It could possibly go into Ryzen, and we're still not yet sure whether the Grok would go XP or Roam. That is the benefit of having it on your second phase, although I would say it's a little early in some of the drafts that we usually think of, but as of the moment, Akai is going to be very good in securing key objectives. Meanwhile, the final pickup is of course going to be the Bruno to pair up against Irithel, which is actually pretty good in terms of laning.
It's kind of funny, like, Bruno hasn't really popped up as much as he did in the first part of the regular season. Oh, that's okay. Rafaela as well locked in. So Rafaela with an Angela here. Interesting.
This is modern day Smart Omega, folks.
Yeah.
I never thought we'd see the day they'd be rocking double supports.
This should have deserved the what?
What?
Yeah, what?
What?
But it makes sense.
It's Chakno and Etomax.
It makes sense. With the presence of the Akai, they needed a little bit more something that will empower the Paquito, empower the Baksha, and empower the Bruno. Because the Akai can really mess up team fighting here. So that extra movement speed provided, the shield being able to, that is given. A great pickup. So now ONIC, are they going to go for something like pick off? Will they go dive, use Yong? Something a little bit more crowd control. Petrify will be great. But no, they say no, we go damage.
Wow.
They want raw damage, reduce physical defenses, armor. They're going Deroth.
So there you go. It's finally confirmed. Escalera will be holding the Grok on the roaming position, but of course, Draft Index is about to say it all. There's like a huge lead in terms of objective. Why is that, man?
The objective fighting in terms of ONIC-PH, it's the presence of the Akai, the presence of the Theramis, the fact that you have a wild charge with you. But that's more if you really think about it in the like hardcore numbers-wise. If you add in the element of like the players playing and the rest of the map, because of the pressure that is potentially provided by, again, Ryota, I'd like to say that Omega actually has a little bit more objective presence that can match up to ONIC as well, because ONIC will be watching out for their side lanes, which means it will force reactions of, oh, do we back off a bit? Do we leave the turtle a bit? Do we need to reset, which will pressure their fighting because someone's getting, one of their towers are getting pushed.
And it's going to be up to them at this point. Because again, full-on composition for both of these teams. Very good in terms of team fighting, considering that they do have both supports. 2 more for the side of Smart Omega. Something that we don't usually see, but they want to pull off something that is very uncanny to start off against ONIC Philippines.
So the plan here for ONIC is just, okay, let's just get 1 more damage dealer so that we can try to pressure out the healing abilities and pressure, well, in general, just the healing that Omega can bring out, which is one of the schools of thought when you're going up against double support type of lineup. By the way, for Matt, 3 career most picked heroes in the MDL and MPL. Baksha actually is his most picked, so this is his comfort zone right now. And Omega might actually be comfortable with controlling the river, controlling the jungle, if they can really time their rotations right. Matt, Chakno, and Itomax.
And can I just say, those are the 3 heroes that are perfect for the meta right now. So he is really in the best timeline possible.
He knows it.
Oh, man.
Look at all those quantum charges, man.
They're ready for fights, man. They're ready for fights, especially with the agilities. But as to the moment, it's going to be Ryzen taking all of that damage, even when he's level 4. So he's going to have to back out as of this point in time. No turtle just yet. Still 20 seconds.
Oh, this could be bad, though. Okay, Escalera going to be fine. But this is, I guess we're getting a preview of what to expect from the lineup right now from Smart Omega, right? For the most part, it's going to be a lot of speed as well, just because they've got the Raphael there in Chaknu's hands, but also just a lot of sustainability. So for ONIC Philippines, one of the main things, obviously, you have the Diroth to help you kind of have some of that burst potential, right? Just try to get that kill as soon as possible, but you also have to... hold on. Super Prince gonna flicker out. Has the level 4 now. There's the Nether Realm. Still gonna be looking for the kill, though. Also, the hard guard gonna come through for Matt. They're caught in a bad position. The heavy spin comes down. They have faltered here. First blood for Ryzen. Now Escalera making his way too. Doesn't have the wild charge just yet. Won't be able to get it. So, first blood going in the hands of ONIC Philippines.
What seemed to be fishy for ONIC Philippines is now an Omega.
S12 in trouble. Escalera grabbing the kill there. So now in a position to fight for this turtle. Going to get the reset. They got to wait a little bit longer for it as both teams get in position.
Yeah, a little bit greedy there was Omega, but they also understood the cooldown timers. But ONIC, they punished well. And then finding more kills, they now have a little bit of an advantage here at the turtle.
Okay, Escalera doing what he does with this Grok, trying to give the information, going to flicker out defensively. Cram now there too. Goes in with the strike at 2 max. Still going to be alive for now. Turtle going to be worked on. Matt rolling around. We've seen him do this before in the Baksha. Drives does it again. Gets the retry off, securing the turtle. Ryzen has the heavy spin out of there. So Omega at least gets the turtle.
Mattzilla. Unfortunately, Ryzen didn't even get his retribution off. It was only Matt, so it wasn't even a retri duel at that point. It was just Matt getting it. Unfortunate for ONIC because they actually handled that entire sequence so well. It really looked like Omega wouldn't be able to contest, but somehow they found an angle. Matt found an angle for himself to retribution the turtle away.
And they got 2 kills before the turtle fight even started. I mean, Ryzen already had 1, so that was the best case scenario for them. At least an extra mini item would be able to help him. But again, Matt and this Baksha are just a match made in heaven. He's done this time and time again.
What? You just saw how these ultimates just overlap against each other. Escalera going to go in with a wild charge, just trying to save the turret here. But look at this damage already from Kelra. Wow, 1 hit away. I mean, he had the flicker too. I'm surprised he didn't take it, but he's taking the discipline route. Nets now could be in trouble as he is. Matt grabbing the kill there. The power of that hard guard.
Folks, this is Omega playing macro. The speed of the rotation of the Baksha, empowered by the Angela, empowered by the Rafaela. Omega are firing off in all cylinders. We were questioning their preparation. They look prepared. They want to get revenge against Ryzen for what he said. Oh, another one.
There they go again. Super Prince just using the flicker to be able to get out of that. But you're right, Renmar. This is literally Smart Omega playing in all parts of the lane, getting major objectives. And this is something that we don't usually see very often. But now Ryzen is going to take that one for the team.
Oh, man, this is like just watching this kind of unfold. You can feel some of the frustration from ONIC Philippines, man, because they're dealing with so much slow, I mean, even with the Holy Baptism, the knockups, and everything else that they have to deal with, it's a lot this early on, right? Now, maybe as the game goes on, it'll be a little bit more favorable in their part, but there's so much relying on how they kind of evolve to that point with this lineup that they have. Look at them. They're just whittled down. Escalera going to flicker in. Goes in with a wild charge at 2 max. Will get taken out by Ryzen. So at 2 max down now. Still going to be working for it, though. Turtle now up for the taking for ONIC Philippines.
Great split decision making, or split second decision coming in from the side of ONIC Philippines to bring 1 down. They're trying to isolate and zone out everyone to make sure that it's only going to be Ryzen who takes care of the turtle, or will he, because Matt's looming.
They got to stop him. Okay, Ryzen securing it there. Madden at 2 max. He's got the hard guard. Chaknu here to help him out too. There's so much sustainability. They're going to go for it. Now Leona making his way for this fight. They're going to push him off the purple buff. It's going to make it much harder here. Escalera also wild charges defensively. All this now for the purple buff here. Smart Omega just showing some dominance right now in terms of space to work with.
Rafaela Baksha is already one of the most menacing roam and jungle duos. Add an Angela to it, and you are seeing it. Super Friends keeps getting knocked back. ONIC are just constantly responding, even though they're getting trades, they're getting something from split-second decision-making moments, like what Escalera did in the middle to pick off E2 Max. Again, the fact that you have a double support means you have so much room for error, because you can just heal back the damage and regain the position that you lost. But now ONIC are making the right move to pressure Keller up top because he's been farming freely right now.
Yeah.
Not letting it as at the moment. So now Keller is going to be pushed back. ONIC gets a little bit more room to move around. Yeah. But it's also the same thing for the side of Omega because they push down bot.
Yeah, every time you're looking at ONIC Philippines, they are... there's a couple members that are either half health or less than half health. So the poke potential from Omega right now is quite tough to deal with. But like I said, eventually, especially Nets, he'll be where he needs to be in maybe a few minutes from now, right? At least on this Irithel. Maybe he needs a little bit more time. Hold on, mid lane, Ryota. Okay. Ooh. One hit away from that turret, but still putting pressure there. They're trying to get it down because it's very important before that first Lord comes up here.
And right now, Omega good positioning around the middle. ONIC, 9 seconds before the Lord spawns. It might... they can contest. It is still very close, but they need to manage the side waves a little bit better. Especially in the AEXP lane. The pressure that Ryota will apply will eventually be felt so much by ONIC. They'll realize, wait, why does our map feel small when it's not that different in terms of the tower control?
Yeah. And there's also like the scenario wherein Kelra's not even so afraid to go for those extra ball kicks just because he knows that Eptomax and Chaknu are existing by his side, giving him extra mobility and now pressuring the rest of ONIC to secure the Lord.
Ryota doing exactly what he was doing, but now they know here. He gets a turret, but he's going to give up his life. Now the fight for the Lord going to ensue. Chaknu going to flicker around. Ryzen trying to get in position there. He has to heavy spin alongside the Netherrealm. But actually, they're going to go for it. Smart Omega going to press the situation. Wall charge comes out. Still going to be working for it. Super Prince will fall. Smart Omega still on the hunt. They get the flick around. Kelra goes back in. That's the Savage we're talking about as he gets the kill.
We were talking about Omega and the key to victory earlier. They let the trade.
Cram looking for that Abysm Strike. Chaknu did fall, but Cram finally goes down as well. And there you go. It's scrappy. Back and forth from both teams.
Yo, there's so many things happening.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that ONIC is actually matching this pace that Omega is bringing to the table. They're not playing overtly defensive. They're trying to find counter-punish situations. They know they're up against a double sustain lineup. So instead of trying to reposition by waiting, no, they're actually taking it to Omega. And with ability-reliant compositions on the side of Omega, ult-reliant compositions as well, that's a good way to take it to them, and ONIC are playing this well, even though it's tough for them right now. In terms of the items, still very neck and neck is Nets and Kelra. So both marksmen are available. Blade armor for the Akai and for the Boxer respectively. Dreadnought armor, though, a slight advantage for Matt in terms of the gold. Just a very slight.
Yeah, I think it's heavy. ONIC Philippines is heavily reliant on Cram at this point, having 4 assists, because he does deal out true damage, especially without the Abysm Strike. And considering there are so many healing capabilities or abilities coming in from Smart Omega, you need to have that one shot. Ironically, it's ONIC that needs the one shot, just so they could stop the healing from the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, and their shot right now is actually Rush the Lord. Oh my.
They're going to go for it here. Matto is around the corner. Ryzen going to secure the Lord. Can they stay alive here? That's the main point. Escalera going to use that Guardian's Barrier, giving himself and the team a time to get out of here. Ryota and the rest of the team will get that tier 1 down, but great play from ONIC Philippines to just push that Lord.
Oh, this is a very close fight, but again, wonderful takedown coming in from ONIC Philippines with that Lord.
A great read of the situation, realizing that, hey, wait, we see them in the map. Matt doesn't look like he's anywhere nearby, although he was able to get there just in time.
So close.
It was a 50-50, so close, but it was still a good call by ONIC. Kind of risky, but it worked out for them in the end. Omega countered that by pushing them back. Oh, the mid! They got to watch out for the damage of Nets. Nets is online.
That's what I like to call the big dam. That's where Nets is now. So right now, with this Lord push, they're going to be able to get a couple turrets from this, and now ONIC Philippines this is probably the first time in this game so far, almost 12 minutes in, where they feel like they can move around the map.
Yeah, and they've also established like a 1.3k gold lead that could help them later on.
Oh, he stopped the recall!
And Ryota's been found out, so instead he's just gonna go for the punch on the turret, but he's gonna go down in this one. Nets was given the kill, so that boosts up the extra items even more.
Yeah. And you see here the power of, again, we'll call it back to a lineup that we saw, or the first time we saw this lineup in MPL Philippines Season 10. Having the Irithel and the D-Roth together, you pair up two heroes and have a lot of physical defense and armor reduction abilities.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why the damage is felt by Omega. Yes, they're being able to heal through it, but they're just constantly having their physical defenses reduced by the D-Roth, by the Irithel, and then the items that they have as well on the side of ONIC-PH. So this is a different approach, or one of the approaches that you can do, a very specific one in terms of countering the double healing type of lineup. And right now, ONIC are playing it well.
Especially now, given this case scenario with 9.7k in terms of gold, it's Nets that's been very vital in making sure the rest of ONIC is going to dish out a ton of damage. But as we speak, Smart Omega is still going to be a threat, especially with Kelra. All flickers available for the dudes, and the damage. It's Kelra, and it has always been Super Fritz. It's surprising that even with, you know, supports and non-nuke mages and heroes, he's still doing this best to get it out there, dish out some damage as soon as possible.
Yeah, Escalera has been doing a great job too, you know, on this Grok, able to provide a lot of vision. He's gone for, I feel like, even a couple Hail Marys in terms of the wild charges he's been placing with the flicker and everything. But, you know, that's kind of what ONIC Philippines needs if they want to secure themselves a better position in that playoffs, or a spot in the playoffs. They kind of have to take some risk here. And I feel like Escalera, so far, he's been doing a great job on the Grok.
Yeah. Going back to the draft index earlier, Omega's early to mid. Escalera's Grok had a bit of difficulty alongside Super Fritz in controlling that, because that is Omega's timer, and that's why they were rushing and trading often, because they knew they wanted to play fast and this quickly. But now we are leaning towards ONIC's power spike timers, especially since Nets already has the Malefic Roar, and Omega, I believe Kelra is still on the way to building it. Not fully built just yet is the Bruno of Omega.
Yep, it's like a 4v5 situation now, because you don't want Etomax to be as close as possible to the team fight. You want that Heart Guard to strive to look for the best case or the best moment or hero possible. But now Escalera's looking for Matt, and Matt needs to find a way to secure the sword.
Okay, they're going to fight for this once again. Pressing the go on the Lord. Ryzen going to secure it. They're going to go for the team fight as well. Heavy spin defensively out. They know the hard card. They got to pull back for now. Flicker goes in. Kelra's there with the team. Super Prince falls. Smart Omega now going into the jungle here. They got to deal with the waves, though. Mid lane being pushed in. That's one in. He's going to be fine. Kelra, though, on that hunt.
That was a close call, but again, ONIC getting the Lord, but Omega making sure that everybody or some people go down.
Yeah, of course, unexpected trade that you would do. You lose the objective, you push your opponents back, try to get a kill or two, and Omega got two. We have to commend Ryzen's retribution game right now. After the first turtle won by Omega and Matt being able to take it, Ryzen was just like, no, you're not going to do that again. And he's just been winning everything right now for ONIC. That's one of the main reasons why ONIC has this lead, because Ryzen has been winning those retry duels. Concealed by Escalera.
Seal coming through. There's the wild charge. Gonna find Ryota, though. Into the backside they go. Ryzen popping that heavy spin. Their plan was to get the turret. They couldn't get it. Now we'll see if they can pull back. Heart Guard going to be on Kelra once again. Immortality from Cram going to be popped. Going to probably go for the stun. He flickers out, but Kelra gets the kill. Now it's Ryzen on the run. Make it a double. Still going to be on the hunt. Kelra pulls back.
Oh, look at Escalera.
But the base is pushed in. They have to deal with it.
Base is exposed. Middle lane turret destroyed. But Kelra's looking for blood.
Wow, Omega, even though they're getting the kills and they're doing it from the position of the counter, it seems like they can't get the definitive win. And ONIC, you have to commend how they're playing it. Every time they're getting caught out, they would start something, but then Omega has a strong counter re-engage. But ONIC, they stop the trading there. Instead of saying, oh, let's continue the fight,
let's back off. Escalera, beautiful play, entry with the conceal, with the wild charge. And you see there just the scramble under the turret, and this is what we were saying. ONIC, they were trying to be patient, just checking the positioning, the abilities. Nets was trying to stay as far back. Super Friends and Escalera was there to cover, and it was a good call for them to go, because if they decided to fight, Omega would have found way more. But right now, with only one inhibitor turret remaining for Omega, this is going to be a tough hill to climb. ONIC can play this a little bit more comfortably, but he shouldn't get too comfortable.
Oh no, see Howard has already been secured by Nets though, so it's going to be a problem later on the matchup, especially when you want to go up against Matt that is currently 1, 2, and 6.
Yeah.
And we don't usually see that kind of Matt very often, right? That he loses those retribution things, especially when it gets the position. That's like the worst part, where you are in a prime position to be able to take turtles or lords, but again, you don't get it.
Yeah, but that's the opposite. That's another aspect of what we were talking about earlier as well. Sometimes Matt wins the retro duel, sometimes he will lose majority of them, but then he might even just win the most crucial one. So that's something ONIC needs to respect. Great itemization changes here by Kelra. He had the Wind Talker, he swapped that in, bought the Great Dragon Spear after he was able to full build the Malefic Roar, and now he sold his boots and now Wind Talker, so he's full damage. Meanwhile, the Irithel, full damage, save for one Rose Gold Meteor to absorb a little bit more and get a little bit more shielding because of the magic damage dished out by the Angela and by the Rafaela.
Yeah, I think you don't need to worry about buying boots anymore if you're Kelra, just because you have the Rafaela on your side. It's going to give you a little bit more in terms of movement speed.
Yes.
But one thing they need to worry about, the Lord. Half health.
Oh, ONIC Philippines once again going to be pushing this one as soon as they're ready. Got to keep an eye also. Escalera has been doing it time and time again on this Grok. Right now, though, everybody just trying to feel out the situation here.
Yeah, they're just waiting as of the moment, trying to figure out when they can exactly go in. No hard guards set, but they're rushing in.
Conceal play going to come through. Wild charge there. Ryzen securing the Lord again. In a very simple call in play, securing the Lord.
Great call there. It really looked like that was Escalera just taking the reins and saying, I'm going to conceal, I'm going to stun Matt. When we stun him, that's when we rush to the Lord, and then we'll get it without a problem. It was simple what ONIC did there.
Yeah, and now we start to understand why they picked up this Grok so early. There's so much comfort and IQ play coming in from Escalera to just make sure to isolate Matt, keep him out of the range to be able to use the Retribution, and then from there keep ONIC in the lead. 2 inhibitors are already down. The Lord already marching on middle. Sentry is going to be used by the side of Smart Omega to locate the other members of ONIC who are now holding a 5K gold lead. They look to finish this game.
ONIC Philippines marching in here with this Lord. Could possibly end it as well if it goes in their favor. Ryzen going to go ahead, heavy spin, but it's Matt. They can't catch him just yet. Nets though can.
Oh!
He's on that Tiger, goes for it, gets the kill. So they're down one member here. ONIC Philippines looking to cap out the game with a wave push. Can they hold them back? They just focus on the crystal, but Nets is gone. Kelra goes for it. Cram, last-ditch effort. Can't get it though. Immortality. Kelra gets that one, and it's a bad news bears for ONIC Philippines.
Omega! Clutch time, Omega kicking in again. I really thought that was it, but ONIC got a little bit too greedy, got a little bit too excited to end the game. Their minion waves, Omega, they had to go around the base. There was a great wall coming in from the Grok, but then they just drowned all their abilities onto the minion waves to clear it quickly. And then Omega, Kelra is deathless, 8-0 and 3. We're also starting to feel here the damage of the Angela. E2max is building a damaged Jella. That's an Ice Queen on. That's a Divine Glaive that he has on him.
This is like this is like an Angela, but he's not an angel. She's not an angel.
Yeah, that's not just Angela.
Oh wait, here we go.
That's
Here we go. Right, here we go. Here we go. Okay.
You see them. Chakno even using the Holy Baptism to catch their Super Friends. They threw everything onto the minion waves. And great timing by Omega to layer their abilities for E2max to land the hard guard there. Again, that was very endable for ONIC. The thing is, they were a little bit too excited.
Yeah, it could have been a methodical approach coming in from ONIC Philippines to just wait for the others to finally exhaust it all. Because Matt was out. Matt was gone out of the fight, but ONIC Philippines, they bit off more than they can chew. And now it's Kelra that leads in the damage department. He has also mastered the art of positioning. Try to force her way, use Pop Off the Wind of Nature, and then unleash Hell on the side of ONIC Philippines, who are still leading in terms of gold, but we are reaching the point where the gold lead doesn't even matter anymore.
You also have to commend Chaknu. Even though he's an Angela, he can still set that Flicker Holy Baptism. It came up big in the defense. It might come in big here. He has it back. Ultimates are back online for both teams.
Gonna go for it here, Ryzen. Can he pull this one off, or can Matt? Matt does it! Gets the Lord here. Now they gotta disengage. But ONIC Philippines want to fight it out. They trapped everyone in a position, and Nets is just unleashing with the Nether Realm.
Kelra's down.
2 down here. Kelra's gone. No more damage for Omega. Can they keep it together? Ryota pushing down the mid. Now ONIC Philippines marching in with the wave. It's Chak doing at 2 max versus 4. Ryota makes it back, but he's a little bit too late. ONIC Philippines turns it around. They're still going. Immortality going to be popped. The minion's finally gone, and that's the crystal. ONIC Philippines takes game number 1.
We may not do it a first time, but we're sure as gonna do it here the second time around. And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. ONIC takes first blood of this series.
Wow. ONIC said, we can't let it escalate any further. Escalera pulled the trigger, and it was perfect. Yay! That counter play, the conceal, the flicker, the wild charge, maximize. That was a great call by Omega to rush the Lord, and we talked about it. Matt got the Lord that mattered, but eventually it didn't matter. It didn't matter.
It would have been the perfect Lord for Matt to take. But ONIC Philippines, the way that they crashed down on Omega's lineup at that point, it was just, and then on top of that, they took Kelra out early on. As soon as Kelra was gone, remember, he didn't die at all until that point. So when he finally got taken out, man, that was just, there goes nearly all the damage.
Yeah, that was
aside from damage, Jilla.
Yeah.
Damage, Jilla.
Damgela.
Damgela.
She's Damgela.
Damgela. All right, we finally got a new word. But, of course, make sure to show your support for your favorite MPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. Maybe very soon we'll get to see a Damgela, but not just yet. All right, it's a little too early, specifically for ONIC Philippines to celebrate at this point. They're going to be needing to, but this is a very great way to start off. When you're cut off into a corner and then you unleash hell right back, that's how you do the job.
They're technically, so with this game, they're one step away, basically, right? At least one step closer, I should say, to getting that playoff spot. Because if I remember right, they need to just win the series, correct?
Yeah.
They're close.
They're very much close. And
Match
I think
point.
that's like one of the disadvantages when you remove your boots if you're Kelra, because I think in that specific situation, the Rafaela Chakta was a little too far from Kelra, depending on his position. So that was one thing that I was looking forward to, but I'm sure that's going to be discussed more by our analyst as he discusses how the side of ONIC Philippines got the win.
Well, for ONIC, they knew they were going up against a lineup that was high risk, high reward, but it's like higher risk, high reward, because they lack that magic damage, that burst magic damage, even though you're going to build Angela for damage. And we've known lately that, yeah, it can be annoying, but when it gets into the later portions of the game, you're lacking that oomph, that burst. I haven't said oomph in a while. And because they lack that oomph, they weren't able to catch Nets as much as they could have. And once he had his ultimate up, once he was just free reign to free hit, run around, sprint was a great choice of a battle spell here, by the way. Sometimes people would rock that with a Purify, but in that scenario, a sprint would be perfect. Nets here, well-deserved MVP game because, again, similar to how ONIC approached the game yesterday against Minana Evos and how they've tried to build around it for the entire season, they want to set things up for Nets. Although they had an insurance policy in the D-Roth in terms of, okay, we'll have someone to potentially burst melt down, and the Nets will finish them off. That's the idea behind it. That's why they also paired up with the Faramis, alongside the fact that Faramis is just so good right now. The damage he can dish out. Eventually, ONIC found the right recipe for the lineup to go up against the double support of Omega. You overwhelm them, their damage. Again, one of the schools of thought when you're going up against the support style. It just bode well, very well for ONIC that Omega didn't have that magic damage, and majority of the damage coming from Omega was physical. But you cannot fault Omega as well for this kind of lineup. It's higher risk, high reward, but the concept worked. Even though ONIC has a very well-balanced lineup, the concept of Omega was working. Kelra at one point was what, 802, 803? He was nigh untouchable. They played around that counter punch, but ONIC played that counter punch in key moments really well as well and minimized the potential big wins of Omega. Speaking of minimizing the wins of Omega, we have to commend Ryzen here. The retribution battles that he was able to win up against Matt were crucial for ONIC to build up their lead. Again, Omega, they played that fast pace early on because they knew their timers, taking their key to victory. They are early to mid. It will be uncomfortable in the late game, but it shows, or they showed, that they can do it. But ONIC knew right after this a good acknowledgement of timers, who used what abilities, who used which battle spell. And ONIC knew they can just chase and run down the members of Omega. They turned the tables on Omega because Omega were doing that for majority of the game. ONIC, if ever they win the Lord, win the major objective, we counter-punish them. This time around, it was ONIC who counter-punished Omega with a great call by Escalera. Escalera, let's talk about him. Now, this isn't the first time we saw him in the Rome. When he was still with TNC Pro Team, especially last season, one of the flavors that they were dishing out was Escalera going into the Rome. He was known as a mid laner for quite some time, but it showed that with the aggression that he has and the bravado to call specific plays, it would work out sometimes. Here for ONIC, it worked out in two, make that three, very crucial moments where he would use the conceal to close the gap, flicker, wild charge to catch Omega off guard. Great itemization, by the way, from both teams right now. A lot of adjustments, nets. Of course, you wouldn't need the boots in the scenario anymore. You have the sprint, going for the rose gold meteor, and then he went for the sea halberd as well, one of the highest damage dealing items in the game as well, with reducing the healing on the side of Omega. But it shows the power of this current meta right now with the double supports, the Flask of the Oasis, with how strong that item is. Even though with anti-healing items on the side of your opponents, the heals are just way too darn good. But Omega leaned a little bit too hard into that idea. Again, it's not a draft that's bad, it's just very risky. And ONIC, knowing the tools that they had a little bit more. What was the magic word for this one? Oomph. The damage coming in from the Faramis. At one point, he was one of the top damage dealing heroes in the game. What the Diroth brings to the table to help set up the Irithel and vice versa, that relationship, a great draft by ONIC to counter the high concept idea of Omega. Gentlemen.
Oh man, it was a double-edged sword, if you would say, because there was just so many other things that you need to worry about. You have the healing, but the damage output was just a little too much. But of course, this is also brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 12, the Infinix Mobile, featuring their newly launched ultra-clear smartphone camera, the Infinix 030 series. With 4K, 60 FPS, and 50 megapixel front camera, get ready to capture your own story. Again, thank you so much to Infinix.
And there's more. You guys can catch the final 8 teams of MDL Philippines Season 2 duke it out in the playoffs, happening from October 20th to the 22nd. That's crazy, right? Even MDL is about to wrap up here. There's so many, I feel like, just storylines ending like the next couple weeks here.
Yeah, and the storylines in MDL Philippines are spicy. Like if here in MPL-PH, our table from positions 2 to 7 is all like one match or 2 matches separating each team. That's why at this point we still don't fully know who's gonna end up getting slotted where because of how close everything is there. MDL-PH is just like that, except it also reaches up until 1. So from like 1 to 5 or 1 to 6, if I'm not mistaken, the gap isn't too insane.
Yeah, there's just, so many points that could definitely matter in MDL Philippines, so make sure to support that. But for now, we're going to talk to some important people with Mara Aquino.
It's the final day of the regular season and final day na rin para sa ating M5 Esports Journalism Workshop. And here with me, Keith, our
Regional PR Manager.
Regional PR Manager, and Michelle from
Philstar.
Okay, let's talk about what's happening right now.
So we invited students from different top universities in the Philippines. So that includes University of the Philippines, Ateneo, and other universities as well. So we hold a series of workshops. Actually, today is our last day.
Last day!
Yes, and for 3 weeks, 3 Sundays, nag-hold kami ng lectures kasama yung mga estudyante na gustong maging journalist someday.
So Michelle, ano ba yung pinaka-importante na gusto natin iparating dun sa ating mga estudyante at yung mga tinuro natin kanina?
Bias ata ako pag sinabi ko yung topic ko, which is media ethics. So, media ethics, as we all know, is like the professional standards for the profession. And yun yung tinuro ko sa kanila kanina, giving them scenarios kung ano ba yung usual na ginagawa na as a professional journalist when faced with that particular scenario.
Alam mo, marami talaga magandang feedback. Nakausap ko yung mga estudyante. Are we gonna be doing this again?
Yes, in the future, papalakihin pa namin to. We're expecting na mas maraming estudyante yung sasali next year.
Paano sila sasali?
Mag-o-open kami ng application para sa mga universities. We'll also reach out to top universities in the Philippines na merong campus join, and also for students na taking AB communication or mass communication or any related courses.
Alam mo, testing ko, titignan ko. Ay, anong kinukwento mo dito?
In-explain ko yung about truthfulness and accountability when reporting. So dapat pag nag-interview ka, kumuha ka ng information, kailangan i-verify, kailangan totoo, kailangan accurate, hindi pwedeng may in-interview ka tapos na.
Eto. Interviewin naman natin ang ating mga participants, ang mga students. Okay, represent yourself, introduce yourself, and what school you're from.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Helena Basilio, and I'm a Broadcast Media Arts and Studies student from UP Diliman.
Alam mo, dapat on-cam camera to. Ang ganda niya.
Ay, thank you.
I'm Arjun Ross po, AB Journalism in UST po.
I'm John Marcos Matevirgen, also from UST, AB Journalism po.
Okay, Marcus, magsimula muna tayo sa'yo. What was the best thing that you like about this program?
Yung pagkain po, ang dami po eh.
Yung pagkain. Oo nga, alam mo, pumunta ako kanina, ang sarap-sarap ng pagkain nila. Ano pa?
Siyempre po, we learn many things like writing and yung pagpe-play-by-play kapag nag-write po kami ng stories. So, it's one thing to learn, lalo na po kapag sa esports, kailangan po play-by-play and kailangan malaman yung stories niyo po.
How about you? What made you decide to join? And what makes this program ibang-iba dun sa mga nagawa mo before?
For me po, kaya siya ibang-iba kasi yung interaction mo with players na parang yung personality nila, mas malalaman mo. And siya po kasi nag-invite sa akin and parang passion ko na naman po yung pagpe-play. I play collegiate esports, MLBB po. Tapos parang since in MPL writing naman po, isa ko rin passion yung writing. So nag-decide na lang ako na sumama na lang sa kanya po.
Chika mo nga, sino yung pinakamabait na player na na-interview mo?
Si Sanford po.
Alam mo, mabait talaga si Sanford eh. Okay, dalawa pa, para top 3. Si Sanford pinakamabait.
Si Bentings.
Si Benting, talagang mabait.
Tsaka si Coach Ducky po.
Si Coach Ducky. Coach Ducky talaga mabait din. Ay, binota natin yan for Hall of Legends. How about for you? What's your biggest takeaway for this entire program? 3 weeks, right?
Yes, 3 weeks. I feel like yung biggest takeaway talaga is the fact na we were started kasi with the basics of journalism first. And I love how nag-progress siya to ethics and the specific sports jargons and everything that we can use. Plus yung immersion with the press, yung mga post-game interviews natin, ganon. It's like super duper packed siya within just 3 weeks. With so much experiences, with so much bonding with the great people there.
Parang asaya naman sumali.
Sobra!
So out of all the lessons na nakuha nyo in 3 weeks, kung mabibigay natin yon sa ating manonood, let's pick your top 1 mo or top 2.
Okay, top 1, top 2. I feel like top 1 would definitely be yung ethics. Kasi I feel like it all starts there. And as journalists kasi, you have to acknowledge na it's just because sports doesn't mean parang pwede mong gawing casual and
Papalakas
everything.
ka ata dito sa nagturo sa'yo.
Siya po yan.
Siya nagturo eh.
Pero honestly talaga, so yun yung top 1. And then top 2, everything else kasi equal din naman talaga yung pagiging fruitful of all the talks that we had. So specifically though, oh my gosh, ang hirap pumili. Isa lang. Aside from that, I guess yung the fact that you have to always be open to the learnings. Kasi you can't be, you can't just like stop. Na parang hanggang doon na lang yung matatandaan mo.
Be open to learnings. How about for you guys? One each, yung isang lesson na gusto natin i-share sa mga manonood na natutunan natin. O Marcus, ikaw daw muna.
Basic esports writing po talaga. Because I want everyone na, hindi naman I want everyone. Kumbaga parang, in-encourage ko sila na mag-write ng esports writing since it was a rising industry po.
And for you, a lesson that you wanna teach them?
For me, be curious lang. There's more sa story na hindi pa nalalaman or parang konti lang yung nakakaalam. So, parang be curious na malaman yung other sides ng stories kasi there's more kapag mas tinanong mo siya or mas nag-research ka about it. Yun lang po.
Being curious. Ako curious ako kung ano namang mangyayari sa ating next game eh. So punta na tayo sa ating mga casters. How about let's do this all together, alright? In 3, 2, 1. Casters, pasok!
I mean, thank you so much, Mara Aquino, and of course, Keith, and the rest of the people who were there and they've imparted knowledge. There were students who were part of the workshop, and they looked like they were ready for camera.
There are fellow, what do you call that? Fellow Englisheros here.
Englisheros.
Englisheros.
Englisheros and Englisheras. Nice to approve.
Nice to approve. And hey, coming from like a family of media people, it's just good to see that our media corps and our press corps are working with the youth to really impart their wisdom, their knowledge, to help train the next generation of esports journalists. And not just esports journalists, but just journalists in general. So I'm really glad that MPL Philippines has that program here.
Yeah, and I like that they do have their own favorite topics, such as media ethics, who has been, time and time again, accountability and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Even though you're not part of that workshop, you also have to be accountable, gentlemen.
You know what's crazy? Yesterday, this is connected to that.
Yeah, what up?
So this whole workshop thing that's going on, it was like a full circle thing because one of the people taking part in that is I guess a longtime viewer of like when I was just a streamer. When I was doing the Gord run to global #1. He was like one of the most avid like viewers of the stream. And so I thought it was really cool when he approached me yesterday and he's like, Sir Naisu. He's like,
Sir Naisu.
Can I do an interview? Because their workshop thing, that's what they require them to do, an interview. So very cool. And I love that there's opportunities like that here as well for MPL Philippines and all the, up and coming media, journalists, all that stuff. I think it's very cool.
Yeah, I love that idea, especially from them. But now we're going to head back into this matchup, as I'm sure everybody else is excited and anticipating for what's about to go down in game #2. It's ONIC Philippines now possibly one win away from securing a playoff spot. Meanwhile, Smart Omega, they want to go back in a reverse sweep. That was a very risky play, as mentioned by Redmar a while ago in their draft.
Yeah, and that's a good call by Omega to actually take away the Faramis. And wow, they're really just hamming up the comfort for for Escaleta rather. Immediately first picking the Grok. You have the Valentina still available.
Yeah.
Well, they took away the Novaria actually from E to Max to the Gon as well. Rafael, if ever Omega want to lean into that.
When has Grok ever been first picked?
Yeah. I mean, I think
like,
it's been a long time.
It's been a while, I feel like.
It has been a while.
But I think they want to prioritize the Grok just because of Matt's hero pool. I mean, we've seen him time and time again just try and secure the location of Matt, and then it's going to be a hard time. But still, it's going to be the Baksha that's picked up. But Baksha had a little bit of hard time because of the wild charges that has been, pulled off against Matt upon securing his very own objective.
Okay, so Baksha makes sense. Edith also, but they gave up power pick in the Valentina. Yeah, you're seeing here with a very tailored draft by ONIC. This is what we were talking about. It really looks like they came in here over-prepared for this series. When teams go for very specific banning and picking, different priorities, surprise first pick, surprise first 2 picks on the red side. That's how you know this team is cooking something up and have really tried to unravel the drafting pattern of their opponent. So they can go gold laner here if they want to, or they do. Yeah, it's gonna be the Irithel without the Angela gone. They probably won't pair that up with the Rafaela, but right away, Omega actually lock in the Lilia as well. A lot of mobility, though, but it's sort of like Omega's way of saying, okay, Ryzen, think twice of picking a slower jungler. If you're going to pick up a Fredrin, which is still on the table, pick up a Bardus, that Lilia might give him hell.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem, especially in the early portions of the game, wherein the Edith, once it reaches level 4, it's going to have the Primal Wrath, Dish Out damage, and the Lilia as well. Now, Draft Index is actually going to say a lot, especially in terms of push, where it's still quite non-existent for the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do have the Lilia for the clear, but yeah, in terms of like dealing the damage, the marksman, that'll change the picture of that push stat there for Omega. So they're gonna pick that up later on. Objective still very close. I heard an Ixia ban, so it's actually a good call by ONIC to take that out. You have a Baksha and an Edith. One of the paired marksmen with those two is actually the Ixia. So now for the side of Omega, they still have the Brody as an option if they want to. Beatrix is available, but they already have wave clear from the side of Lilia, so they might not go for that. If they still want to follow up that static style of marksman, they can consider a Clint. Now, what I'm thinking is if Omega will consider even a 1-1, but they don't have the pieces for that usually. Bruno still on the table.
Yeah, I agree. So many other picks still available for the side of Smart Omega. It depends on what Kelra seems fruitful in this game. Number 2, of course, you're going to go up against Grok and the Valentina, which could cause problems because, you know, the pressure is going to be immense with the Black Shoes being copied by the Valentina.
Oh, good ban. Good ban here by ONIC. Actually take away the Bruno.
Do you think you'd actually choose to play the Claude into this, like knowing even these first 3 picks with ONIC Philippines? Because we know even when it's, let's say, not a favorable matchup, like Kelra is confident enough in himself and his skill to actually pick up possibly the Claude here, unless you're thinking something else in the gold lane.
Yeah, if it's going to be another gold laner pick, I think they go for the last pick gold laner. Might be risky to pick it 4th now. They still might consider it, but with 2 picks on the side of ONIC and the lineup right now, it doesn't really look like it's warranted to use a Claude against it.
Yeah.
They might pick it up 5th for Kelra, but who knows? Maybe they might pick up a gold laner right now, but it will be highly punishable by the last 2 picks of ONIC.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the gold lane, specifically for Nets.
Nice prediction there, nice.
64% win rate.
Thank you.
Look at you, nice.
Look at me, I'm just growing, man.
Look at you, nice too. Claude being picked up here, of course, Kelra's gonna have a very good time with that one, depending on, you know, the treasure, which is the wild charge that will be brought about by Escaleras, because it's gonna cancel the Blazing Duet, whatever he likes it, so they have to conserve it as much as possible. If the wild charge is used for Matt, then Kelra is gonna have at least a way to use his Blazing Duet freely, right?
Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher right now. The Terizla still open for Cram if he wants to. Doesn't warrant a Yuzong pickup, but sure, maybe. Why not? Lapu still there. So it's just going to be a choice, but no, it's none of that. It says, hey, you forgot about the Paquito, so they take it away from Ryota, and then it's a Martis for ONIC. Okay, so now actually it looks good for the Lilia pickup. Looks great against the lineup of ONIC right now, but there's a chance ONIC can snowball with this lineup or with a lot of control because, again, it's a Claude on the side of Omega. They're playing mid to late game. ONIC can end this quick.
Yeah. I like, too, that they just decided, as you mentioned, to take the Paquito in their hands this time around. They can be a little more proactive with that too. And also begs the question, you know, how, of course, they play around the Valentina. I'm really interested to see what the last pick's going to be, but I'm thinking we have seen Valentinas take the Primal Wrath. We've seen it use the Black Shoes, and this time there's the Lapu Lapu popping up as well, which in a way could also be, you could also use the Bravest Fighter, right? I mean, there's some choices here that Super Friends can go with.
There's just, you know, so much pressure, but Sustain is leaning towards the side of Smart Omega just because it's very rare to see the draft index this full.
Yeah.
But does this mean that both teams are well composed?
Well, it's two main conditions. This is the first time I've seen the number almost go out of the little shape. 9.2, right? The stat for the early to mid of ONIC against the 6.8 of Omega. It doesn't seem like a lot in idea, but Omega are also lacking burst damage, which ONIC has a lot of. So, again, two conditions. ONIC can end this fast. This might be a sub-12-minute game. If ever they stop the snowball and keep things level, this game could go well beyond 20 minutes.
ONIC has the early game. Omega has the sustain. That is exactly what the draft index says, but it's going to be crucial on how they can continue to win this game, or possibly for Omega to equalize it and take this to game number 3. Playoff spot is on the line, and it's going to be up to Ryzen and company to finish this one as early as possible.
Man, you remember what we said when we were talking about the keys to victory here and how they both have like their own time?
Yeah.
That's these lineups.
Yeah.
Like, this could be, like you mentioned, ended what'd you say, 12 minutes?
Yeah, sub 12 minutes.
For ONIC Philippines here, just because of how strong their early to mid game is. And again, Smart Omega being known for that late game. We'll see if that happens, but look at all those quantum charges once again from ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, that's just them saying we want to end this quick.
Oh, wow. Good block there. Not going to let him get Super Prince, so stops Mats in his tracks.
Yeah, and also, nice to mention that you have Super Prince there, but though.
Chaknu, though, actually going in. Super Prince going to be the first blood. Ryzen to answer back. Now Chaknu could be the one in trouble. They're going to go for it. Couple hits away. Double for Ryzen.
This is what you were telling us about. Snowball factor. Martis getting 2 kills.
Not the start that you want to give to the lineup of ONIC if you're Omega. A little bit sloppy then in the execution.
They're going to be going here too. Matt could be in trouble. Guardian's Barrier going to come through. It's just too much. Ryzen off to the best start you can on this Martis.
Folks, it's ONIC time. Ryzen has ticked the condition and ONIC have ticked their early game condition. Omega will now be chasing ONIC unless they can get a surprise objective steal, if not in one of the first 3 turtles of the game, or maybe a surprise 3K after an engagement by Omega. But right now that sounds easier to say than to do.
Yeah, I mean, Martis is just menacing right now. It's Chaknu and Matt do it.
Here comes Matt, trying to roll around, doing what he does. His signature, can't pull it off this time. Ryzen going to secure the turtle. Now going to be pushing it on, but they want to fight back. Ryota going to jump in with the Bravest Spider. Ryzen falls. Big pickup there for Smart Omega. Do they want more? They go ahead, back off for a little bit longer. They're not going to find anything.
Okay, so that should level the control a little bit, and this is a great call by Omega to now pressure the purple buff of ONIC. So ONIC time was slowed down just a little bit. Let's see if Omega can actually secure this purple buff.
Okay, this is a little risky though too. They're going to back off. Matt going to get whittled down a little bit, but will roll on out of there.
You just got the shield unity in time before the decimation arrives. And it's also going to be Ryzen taking that one for himself. 3-0-0 goes to 3-1 now. So it's going to be a shutdown gold, but specifically in which...
Oh no, Chaknu going to be in trouble. Ryzen goes in again with the decimate, but he's going to be answered back from Ryota. And they also get another. Cram going to fall too. Wild Charge comes through in the mid lane. And with the black shoes, able to get out of there with his life.
Yo, there are so many exchanges happening, but I think it's still a little tight. And in this kinds of trades, does it lean towards the side of Omega because you want to delay this up until the later portions of the game?
Yeah, the trading victories coming from Omega are coming from that man, Ryota, Atoy Army, as we'd like to call him. Great rotations, fast reactions, and that's one of the things that you do if you're up against a snowball lineup. If your XP laner can control the tempo of the trading, you can control the tempo of the game and minimize the snowball, slow it down just a little bit. And Omega, especially Ryota, have reacted very well to what was a great and fantastic start by Ryzen's Martis.
Cole's prediction though, coming in from Ryota on that one. He just missed the bobbing and weaving coming in from Cram, who just used his flicker as well. The turtle is going to be available in less than a second. And as you can expect, Matt is there, but Escalera and Super Friends, together with that black shoes, goes for it.
Chaknu going to jump in again with a flicker, keeping Cram at bay. The rest of the team going to work on the turtle. Matt setting up, rolling around. They're going to fight for this one once again. Wild Charge going to be committed. Ryzen securing the turtle. Now on the run once again. They have to retreat. Omega into the jungle they go. Escalera going to get tossed over the head. But we'll be fine. The fight for the purple buff, though, still going to be putting the pressure here in that jungle. They can't get it. They back off.
Okay. So I'm actually not sure why Matt doesn't have his retribution on cooldown. I believe, let's just say the call might have been, I can't reach this Lord, I'm not gonna retro here, let's steal his purple buff and push forward instead. But Ryzen did a great job of actually getting the purple buff out of range from Matt, and a great wall by Escalera to block him.
Yeah, but instead they're gonna go for this one.
Net's gonna possibly be in trouble here. Bobs and weaves out of there. Doesn't get out with his life, though. Matt hits him, gets the kill.
Great awareness coming in from the side of Smart Omega to just, retaliate and fight back the other parts of the lane. Now, Kelra still doesn't have a kill, but they put the pressure on Nets on landing his first death. But ONIC Philippines, they want to go for the objectives as Ryota release the bravest fighter.
Trying to hold on to this top lane. Etu Max going to be in trouble. Black shoes there. Now they're here to catch him. Super Fritz joining the fight. Etu Max falls. Great rotation there from ONIC and Omega on the bottom side as well, pushing it.
Yeah, cross-map trade by both teams. ONIC saw that Omega were just pushing downward to get to expedite the process and the farm of their Claude, who is currently at 3.8 and counting, closer to 4K. Nets isn't that far off with 4.3K.
But there's actually two turtles that they need to worry about.
Oh, Jack! Hello, 4 members.
Yeah. Oh, Nets got caught.
Yeah, he's going to be in trouble here. Matt on that side. Quite tanky, though. So he was after Nets, but Nets and the rest of the team will back off.
Wow, scrappy. So many things going on in this game all around the map. They're not just playing around one specific thing.
Yeah.
Multiple conditions, multiple angles that they're both trying to play off of. Ryota goes in.
This is probably going to be the first full team fight if Nets can make it as well. Rising going to be pushed off here by Ryota on the hunt. Follows him through the wall. Pushes him back, and that's Matt grabbing their first turtle of the game here for Smart Omega.
Now that's how you call space creating. Ryota paving the way for Matt to finally secure his jungle. It's probably something that they can do over and over again to secure more objectives in the future.
Well, Ryota didn't just create space, he built a house.
He built a house.
He built a house on Ryzen. That's Atoy army being a one-man army.
One-man army. And it's just what they need at this point. From a 1.5K now, cutting it half for the side of ONIC Philippines. Nats has been feeling the pressure. It's also the same thing for Cram. And even Ryzen, although he has that 5 kills, it's the finishing blow. It's not as impactful as, you start the team fight, you deal the decimation. It's not like that. They just finish it off.
Good call by Master, back off there and actually not continue that. Actually, in that last objective fight, we also saw the effect of Matt being able to find out Nets and send him back. ONIC was lacking the damage department there. So right now we're seeing 2 different ideas. Ryzen right now has been schooling Matt in the Retribution game, but Ryota has been schooling Cram in the map presence game, and the effect that he's brought to the table with his Lapu over Cram's Paquito.
Now scaling.
Not only that, but now I'm also wondering, Kelra, he's almost to the point where he needs to be on this Claude. He does have the 2 items. I believe it's the DHS and the Golden Staff.
Yes.
That he's going to be working with. So for the most part, he's been able to farm up. We'll see how that all plays out, especially when the Lord fights come up in about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, there's just, so much pressure, especially now, but you also have to give it to the side of Smart Omega. They're keeping it close. 8 minutes in!
Oh, wow. Decisive move from ONIC Philippines there. Super Fritz grabbing the kill. And that's what we see from them quite a bit now. If they can find an advantage, they'll go for it. But Etu Max will be back up by that next Lord fight.
Escalera has been doing wonders right now for ONIC. Those surprise initiations, those sudden bursts of control and damage, and he's playing it really well alongside Super Fritz. This tandem has done a great job. So ONIC's approach here all throughout the series so far has been shut down the mid, and specifically shut down Etamax.
Good thing, though, Etamax is now alive, having his Ice Queen 1. That's going to help in the near future in terms of this Lord fight. Even though Matt was there first, they're going to be resetting it. Try to look for more ways to approach this fight because, again, Kelra's not available. But Ryota has been compromised. The Lord is now being started by the 2 junglers in the mid lane.
Okay, Omega are looking like they're trying to want to full commit this, but this might not be good for them, actually.
Okay, Super Prince already using his own copy of the Black Shoes. Lord going to be worked on. Ryota doing it again, focusing on Nets, forcing him out of the fight here. It's going to come down to it. Etu Max quite low. Oh! Will get the Lord. And Kelra, too, in trouble. They're going to be pushing it on. And that was the damage I was talking about. Kelra providing it, but Ryota again pushing out Nets from that fight was clutch.
The one-man army.
Man.
Ultimate on, flicker forward, send Nets back, and that ruined the team fighting of ONIC because they didn't have their Irithel. Omega, they're just being very, again, what we were talking about them. They can be volatile, but when they need to be, they can be very fundamental and principled, and that was such a principled approach. Send your XP laner to send the gold laner back and trust that your jungler will win the retribution battle. And yes, Ryzen has been schooling Matt, as we saw there, but Matt just got one of the most important objectives in the early game, in the mid game, which was the first Lord.
Yup, and now they're going to go for it for Bravest Fighter to actually get away. Matt or Ryzen has been schooling Matt, but Matt just graduated. Newsflash. He now knows how to actually take a little bit more, try to approach the situation as Omega goes for the base.
Right now they should be able to make quick work of this Lord, as they do. Oh, Blazing Duet as well from Kelra.
Yep.
So they have that information. Escalera was also going to go in. He had the conceal, but they find out. They just go ahead and disengage for now. Omega able to get a little bit of space to work around with that Lord, but ultimately not much.
Yeah. And that was ultimate to escape. Because when you see a Claude Blazing Duet, of course, it reduces the chances of he'll be taken down.
Yeah.
Because he does get some lifesteal coming in from those DHS procs and deals a little bit of damage, potentially might counter if you're not careful. So that's why Kelra used the Blazing Duet there.
Not only that, but there's also, like, you also have to worry about Matt at this point because there's so many things, including the Tortoise Puissance, that just, slows you down. And the one-man army. Ryota is unscathed at this point. He's using the Bravest Fighter for a reason. 3-0-0, unleashing hell on Nets, and even who the other is going to be on the backside. Valentino 1-2 and 2 at the same time. They don't have defensive items because they don't need it, because the damage is going to be important. Conceal.
Conceal play going to come through. Escalera using the wild charge.
Wow.
Knocks a couple members up, so completely stopping what could have been a disaster for them. Escalera has been on point, as you said earlier, Renmar. He's doing a great job once again on this Grok pick, and maybe that is why it came up first pick.
Yeah, he made it look easy. It's so comfortable for him. Simple conceal, then use the wild charge to get the members of Omega out of their conceal. Because they were setting up for something that looked dangerous for ONIC. And the funny thing is, after that, Ryzen still walked away with his purple buff. So yes, Escalera is doing great on that first pick Grok. I'm never going to question it again.
Yep. Escalera, Grok's like a match made in heaven, just like Matt and the Baksha as well. It's just going to depend on who is going to have a better retribution take on this one, because Omega's leading 1.6k. It's the Barangay holding the River Bush. Matt and Rising dancing with this one. I know you're familiar with this one, Naisu. It's been the same deja vu thing. I don't know if it's going to reach 6 minutes, but hey, we're here.
I think this one, given the way these two teams have been playing, they won't let it get to that point.
Oh,
right?
yeah, for sure.
You can see, too, Kelra still putting the pressure on the top side. Also, as soon as he gets the call, we'll probably see him rotate, of course. But right now, it's just both junglers holding it together for now for positioning.
Yeah, whoever is going to be split pushing right now, we see it's Kelra, a little bit of Etomax wave flow. They have to be careful if they see the Paquito, because Cram has 2 damage items on him. That's a Hunter Strike and a Bloodlust Axe. So that Paquito will hurt.
They're going to go for it. Already going to press the situation.
Whoa! Wow!
Gets the Lord. Who's going to win the fight? They're going to go for it. Cram looking for that back angle. Kelra there to keep him at bay, but wow. What a play from Ryzen. Can he get away with his life too? He does. A sliver of health, and now the chase goes through. Super Prince goes in, gets the kill. Able to clean up 2 down for Smart Omega. What a Lord take from Ryzen.
Oh, they tried to save him. They tried to save the Lord, but the problem was it was two that's caught in the crossfire. It's Ryota and Atomax.
Matzilla is still getting schooled.
Oh, man.
He graduated with a first Lord, but they said something was up with your credits. We gotta revoke your diploma. You're coming back here. And Ryzen says, sit down, boy. Let me teach you how to retry.
Or you know what? Go get your master's degree.
Go get your master's degree at that.
Your schooling is not yet done.
Because Ryzen has it.
Oh, man. Professor Ryzen back at it again. Being the tutor. Showing us a retribution clinic in the middle of all of that chaos.
Yeah, there's a reason why we call him a Class S monster.
We'll see if they can deal with it here. Smart Omega holding on, dealing with the Lord, trying to keep these turrets up. We've seen the schooling happen. Oh! Escalera jumps in with a wild charge. Gets everything out here. Nets, though, quite low, has to back off. And now it's Omega on the chase. Is it the right choice, though? Because Cram goes in, punishes S2Max, gets the kill. Super Fritz jumps in himself. Using the black shoes, he's going to back off. They've got no more push. But ONIC Philippines, they have the fight in them.
Wow, again, Escalera, 0 deaths, 7 assists on this Grog, almost set up a massive one there, and another conceal. Let's see if they might set up another thing here. Escalera takes a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, the damage is absolutely immense, especially coming in from Kelra at this point, but he can't dish out the damage because Nets is also there in the backside, and now they've lost a little bit more in terms of mobility and also the objectives with the jungle. It's being taken by one by one by the side of ONIC.
Yeah, these are two gold laners who are fully built. Claude just built up the Malefic Roar. Irithel earlier did not have it, but now has the Wind of Nature. So both marksmen have the Wind of Nature and are full damage built at this point. Question is, can Omega find that team fight that will catch ONIC off guard? Because they're countering well. This is a team, again, that are fighting for that playoff slot. They need to win this series, and they've been very methodical. We're seeing shades of that ONIC that went on that 5-series win streak before it was snapped by Echo.
They're going to have to find their way on this one. Because, again, it's the playoff life that's on the line. And a Rose Gold Meteor has been brought up here by Nets.
Yeah.
More defensive items, but could also deal damage.
Yeah, it's going to be so much harder to take down this Irithel now also. Again, ONIC have pinched Omega in their draft in the mid, in the center of the map. That Lilia has not been going out so well for Omega. And the Edith, although it was their choice, it's difficult right now for the Chak Mamba.
A little flexibility is what they need at this point, but the thing is, ONIC's not making them breathe.
Oh, black
it's
shoes.
already a black shoes that's been committed.
Massive.
And the Lord doesn't even hit at least 75%.
Kelra sold his boots. He has a Windtalker on him.
Conceal play going to go through. Chaknu going to keep it from anything going further. So they stopped that. Still, both junglers facing off in the Lord pit. But look at the top side. Looks like they were hunting for Cram. Chaknu went in. He did use that flicker, but it's ultimately not going to result in anything. Escalera as well, there to help out.
Oh, there you go. The classic Escalera TP once again.
Yeah.
We've seen this before. But they're on the lead as we speak. ONIC with a 3.2k gold lead. Nets taking a purple objective as Ryota and Ryzen are on the Lord pit, dancing it all out. 18 minutes in. And this is where probably the late game will come in. 51 to 48k. ONIC builds at least something that they want to do, but it's Ryzen still holding it. It's a probable reset as well.
Slight reprieve there for Omega. They got to reset the position of ONIC just a little bit because they sent Kelra and Chaknu up top to push a minion wave.
Oh, Escalera gonna jump in. They find S2Max. We've seen it before. What? He did it again. So S2Max out of the picture for 40 seconds here.
Wow.
Does ONIC Philippines press this situation?
Yo, Escalera with a 2,000 IQ play on that one. He was brave enough using the wild charge to go in.
I think they still want to fight here. Chaknu could be the one in trouble. 4 members going for him. Nets going to jump in too. Ryota trying to chase down Nets. Can't catch him though. Ryota falls and now it's Matt.
That's 4.
They find 4. Kelra going for it in the top side, trying to push in, but it's running down mid for ONIC Philippines. They don't need the Lord.
Black shoes.
Do they have enough time? S2Max up in a couple seconds.
Oh, they're not
here.
letting him go
They're
home.
not going to let
Go
Kelra
home.
go home.
That's it.
ONIC Philippines will do it. they'll sweep the series.
ONIC Philippines flexing their muscles again. And they do have a right to flex this time around, like they always do, as this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. The Sonics are alive, and the Sonics are kicking once again.
And the Sonics are going to the playoffs. It was shaky, but it was still in their hand. Manana Evos was watching and was hoping that ONIC would slip and lose, but the Sonics yet again, in their own time, secure their playoff slot. And Ryzen stuck to his word yet again. He crushed his former team by schooling Matt in the Retribution game.
Maybe he could burn them now. No, still doesn't.
What was
count.
the word that we used earlier?
Crush and
Crush.
burn.
Crush.
His
yeah.
was burned.
His
Mine was
was
crushed.
Mine was crushed. His was more accurate. Mine was more
Violent.
violent.
Basically, yeah, he schooled them.
Oh,
But,
but
yeah.
yeah, you see them hugging. You see them hugging
You see
it
them
out.
hugging it out. But again, Ryzen is 2-0 against Omega this season.
You know, again, at this point, too, it's like Kelra knew the situation. He's like, well, I might as well just try to go for it.
Yeah.
Because that's about all they could do with really the decisions from Escalera.
Yeah.
Like, Escalera was the one that made all that fall together.
Yeah, I think Escalera came to play today.
Oh,
I mean, we rarely see Escalera go into their own position. Hell, they have three roamers already.
Yeah.
But because of Escalera making the play, ONIC Philippines completes MPL-PH Season 12 Magic 6. They're going to be up there, and we're going to still see ONIC in the playoffs.
So, we now know the 6 teams heading off. We started the day with the hashtag, what was it, MPL? I was there in the panel. What
Magic
was it?
6.
Magic 6.
MPL-PH S12 Magic 6.
There
Magic
it
6.
is.
There you go.
Now
Conversation.
now we've got the Magic 6.
Now we got the Magic 6. And you can also have something. The Weekly Diamond Pass. You can purchase the Weekly Diamond Pass and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
Worrying about missing the rewards, just log into the game every day and Layla's saving box will automatically save them for you.
And aside from that, item rewards worth over 280 diamonds are waiting for you too. The offer is just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
Just like how ONIC is enjoying the security of their playoff spot.
Yeah.
You love to see it. The happiness is there. Of course, Smart Omega did their best, but in terms of hunger, and you've asked us for it a while ago, Reptar, they wanted this one more. They wanted the sweep more than anybody else, and they've defied the odds in this game.
And it's hard to choose, like, who's going to be the MVP of this game?
Yeah, I want to go for Escalera.
Escalera. It might be Ryzen, man.
That's true.
Because you saw Omega, they put a lot of trust in Matt, and which is totally okay. But at the end of the day, there will always be someone better than you after the game, and today Ryzen was undoubtedly way better than Matt.
Oh.
Retribution after retribution. A lot of Omega's plans hinged on getting those turtles.
And he was even in position.
Yeah.
Matt was even in position to take, turtles, take lords, because Ryota has been that guy, right? A one-man army is just creating space. Hell, build up a house for Matt to just take on the retribution. But again, Ryzen just keeps getting them all back home, right? Making sure that ONIC Philippines would lead in terms of objectives, and you love to see it from that guy, that confidence, flexing his muscles, right?
I thought you were leading into that. Ryzen just keeps rising. You know?
I'm so disappointed with myself. Why did I not think of that one? Sorry, guys.
all right.
I apologize.
No, don't apologize,
You don't have
man.
to apologize.
Man.
But you should have.
Dang it.
No, seriously. I do think that Escalera was the game changer here for the entire series, obviously. We even talked about it when they showed the roster, right, leading into the series, and wondering exactly would it change things in terms of like the picks, right? The double mage setup, the supports, No, it was Grok.
Yeah.
It was just the Grok that was also first picked. And that we will never, I agree with you on that, I will never question again.
Yeah. Hey, if ever we see ONIC Escalares there, they first pick the Grok, I'd go, that's the perfect pick. Right there. Everyone else is still open. You're going up against a team that has like the best Fredrin or the best Ling in the world.
ONIC
First
PH.
pick Grok. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Right. I got you on that one. And it's Escalera who's using it. Man, oh man, that's going to be a treat to watch, just like what we did from a while ago.
And after this series, 100% win rate on Escalera's Grok. Undeniable.
That's true.
Man,
That's very true.
we missed Escalera playing.
Yeah.
I think we haven't seen Escalera play in a long while
I
because
think-
there's so
Week
many
two?
roamers, right?
Was it week 2 with
Week
the
2 or
Uranus
week 3?
with the Uranus recall thing?
Oh, with Cram?
Oh, sorry, that
Yeah,
was
yeah,
that
that was
Cram.
Cram, that was
Yeah.
Cram.
Oh, that was Cram.
There were so many roamers from the side of ONIC
Oh,
Philippines,
man.
and they like, okay,
They said there's
Escalera,
4 now,
you
right?
go roam.
Yeah.
There-
but-
there's
but
It's Rapidude, Yoshinu,
no,
Perks,
Perks,
Siva,
now
now
Escalera.
Escalera. That's wild.
Yeah. Has any other team done that? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Had
Nope.
like 4 different.
They're the only
roams.
ones.
Yeah, but
There's a lot of things cooking up in the ONIC kitchen.
Yeah, courtesy of Chef Rapidude. But again, it's been cooked by, of course, Coach Bam, Coach Jeff,
Bluffsy.
Coach Bluffsy, and of course, Coach Sorry, I forgot your name.
I got you.
Okay,
I got you. It's
I'll
fine.
buy you some time, all right,
Got him.
guys? So just listen to me.
I know it's
while
Ura.
Renma. Yeah, Wura.
Yeah,
Wura.
what's Wura?
Who just
Coach
had his
Wura.
birthday, by the way.
Yeah,
right?
he just
birthday
had his
host.
birthday.
How do we forget?
Hansi just had his birthday.
Come on, Hans.
No, I didn't forget about the birthday. Okay, I didn't forget about the birthday.
So in your mind, it's happy birthday to... Yes.
Yes. Sorry,
The man
Coach Wura.
just won.
Happy birthday, though. But hey,
You're usually an
a
insider. How could you? No, I'm
Hey,
joking.
a birthday gift though, playoff secured.
That's
it doesn't
true.
matter that I forgot his birthday. As long as they're not forgotten in the playoffs, that is what matters for Coach Wura.
I have to double check. Now, oh, no, it is Wura. Yeah, it is Wura.
Yeah, it is
yeah,
Wura.
yeah.
It is Wura.
So where
I
does
feel
this-
I feel better now.
Where does this put ONIC now in the standings? They've got the 3 points.
Whoa. Fourth.
Fourth.
They climbed up to fourth with
Wow.
21 points, 2 points above Blacklist International.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So they are now fourth, which means that, of course, you know, we'll see who ends up getting picked.
Yeah.
To face off, I believe it is Echo, right? Echo gets a choice between 3 and 4.
Yeah. Oh no.
Or
yeah.
is it?
Echo gets to pick between 3 and 4, and then 3 gets to pick between 5 and 6 on
Yeah, there it
who
is.
on who they want to match up with in the play-ins or during the play-in. So
You
it's
know-
really going to be super crucial.
We've been talking about numbers and conditionals and math like all morning.
Yeah.
So
I hate.
You know that meme of like all the like numbers.
The numbers,
Yeah,
yeah.
Go
It's
behind
been
you.
us.
That's been us.
That's been us.
It's been great.
But at least, you know, more calculations are finally over. Let's go over to Marikina together with ONIC Philippines.
Today is ONIC's time to enter the playoffs. Congratulations, ONIC Philippines! Dahil sa sweep na ginawa nila ngayong araw na to, they are currently at 4th place with 21 points. Nets, congratulations! Pasok na kayo sa playoffs.
Thank you po.
How does that feel? Alam ko, it's been nerve-wracking, nakasalalay lahat sa laban na to, naapektuhan nyo rin yung standing nung iba. How does it feel na safe na kayo?
Sobrang saya po kasi nung kahapon po sobrang down po kami lahat nung nanalo po kami sa Manana. Nag-meeting po agad kami nun, tsaka binago po namin yung mga mindset namin nun. Nung time po kahapon.
And it looks like it worked today. Hindi lang yung mindset yung binago nyo. Ang nagbago din, actually, si Escalera. Escalera, it's nice seeing you play. And sanay kami na position 4 ka, pero ngayon, ayan. Ngayon, roamer ka, something different that you've done. Gaano katagal mo nang pinag-prepare yon at talagang sa Giants specifically for this match today?
Yung week 2 pa lang po parang tayo. Hindi ko alam kung pwede sabihin. Pero siguro yung yung practice ko lang po, yung last 3 weeks, ayun yung pinakauli namin practice na tama ko. Sabay yung agabi, parang sobrang crucial na ng laro. Tapos nagtiwala yung mga kampe ko na maglaro kasi sinasabi ko na kaya namin kasi parang napapansin ko na parang barag lahat ng moral nila eh. Parang nawawala na sila ng pag-asa. Ang sabi ko, at saka yun yung kulang nila pag naglalaro. Yung parang leadership po, ipokontrolin sila sa mga emosyon nila. Ganun. Kaya ayun po yung ginawa ko. Kaya siguro ayun din po yung galing kung ba't kami nanalo.
So what do you mean controlling the emotions? Paano mo nagawa yun? Ano ba yung emotion bago pumasok ngayon, yung kagabi, ngayon? Paano mo na-control yun para sa kanila?
Yung yung kanina po, bago kami maglaro, inausap ko po yung apat na maglalaro. Parang inayos ko yung mindset nila na parang wag pa wala ng pag-asa hanggat hindi pa namupos yung yung na hindi kami nakapasok. Saka yan, onting motivation lang din sa mga kampi ko, piling ko gumana naman.
At gumana talaga. Your time hasn't run out. In fact, today was ONIC time, Coach. Ito naman para kay Coach. Coach Bluffsy, kapansin-pansin na itong lineup na to, ang pinili mo para maglaro ngayon, the one with the most experience dito sa MPL. What was the reasoning behind that? Knowing specifically na yung nakasalalay today?
Opo, kasi kumbaga yun din yung magic bunot po talaga namin eh. Kumbaga lalagay namin doon si Cram Escalera. At the same time kasi iniisip din namin na yun nga, wala naman mag-expect talaga na magpo-post 5 si Escalera eh. So yun naman po namin gumana. Yun.
At gumana talaga. And now we're going to announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. All right. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Escalera, pasok na kayo sa playoffs. Meron tayong mga supporters today. Sinisigaw ang ONIC. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila? Ano pa dapat abangan ng ating mga manonood para sa playoffs from ONIC?
Una-una, thank you sa management sa tiwala at suporta na binigay sa akin, pati sa mga kampi ko. And maraming salamat sa sumusuporta sa ONIC. Mabangan niyo kami sa playoffs. Makapag-practice pa ako ng mahaba.
All right, and we're looking forward to that. Once again, everybody, give it up for ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to ONIC Philippines, currently at 4th place. Sila ngayon ay pasok sa ating playoffs. And they're walking down with their head up, knowing that their chances to make it to the M5 is alive. Now we're going to break that down for you and go back to our casters. Paso.
ONIC's time is finally secured for the playoffs. So they're going to be blocking the dates on that one because they're going to be playing. And I'm sure as hell is excited for them to match up with whoever is going to be. Because at this point, I still don't know who they're going to go up against.
I was going to say. It's all banking on the last match.
So like even with this, the last match still matters, of course, because of the placements, the standings.
All right, so we're not going to be talking about the numbers as of the moment because we don't want to distract Renmar, who's going to be giving us the ways for ONIC Philippines to sweep this series. Go ahead, Renmar.
Escalera, back to you. No, I'm kidding. But the surprise factor, we were talking about it. When it's Omega and ONIC, and especially Omega in this scenario, their volatility that they bring to the table is a factor. But ONIC said, hey, we can do that too. We can be volatile and fundamental and principled at the same time. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to give our roamer, who has a surprise factor, his most comfortable pick. And so many times this series, Escalera surprised Omega. And at the same time, Super Prince will get his hands on his, at this point, one of his signature picks, his topmost pick, if I'm not mistaken, the Valentina. And he is the MVP of the game. Great controlled aggression. Valentina, again, because of her high pick rate, people often see her as like, oh, Valentina's strong. Yeah, but she's not that strong. She is in the right hands and if played very, very well. him dashing around, surprise burst aggression to whittle down Itomax to force him to use the black shoes to surprise burst whoever is going to be there going forward and to close him on the side of Omega, and the Terrify that he can bring to the table helps set things up for the other crowd control abilities that ONIC will bring to the table. And that's why Super Vince was the MVP of the game, and him utilizing the black shoes as well, setting the tempo of aggression alongside Escalera. And this might be a duo to watch out for. Ever since his TNC days, when we started Escalera going more into the roam, we've touted him as a very aggressive roamer who will make surprise plays out of nowhere. And that was one of the factors that he brought to the table alongside his partnership with Ben Things when he was a mid laner. So now he's paired up with Super Prince, who is, yes, a fantastic mid laner in his own right, but alongside with some of the best mid laners out there, can be very aggressive when needed. It sounds like a match made in heaven. And this is one of those moments of aggression we were talking about. Simple. Just stand there and just use the wild charge. And as the series, and especially this game number 2 went on, it really felt like we were seeing a tale of two different teams. One team who was desperate to make it into the playoffs. Another already secured their playoff slot, but still didn't want to give up. They still fought this really well, but the preparation coming in from the side of ONIC just trumped Omega right now. But that's the side of ONIC. Omega had a fantastic game as well. We have to talk about what Ryota did. The one-man army. A great acknowledgement by the Lapu Lapu to find nets over and over again and control the wave and control the presence in the map against his XP lane counterpart in Cram. Ryota was one of the main reasons why the ONIC snowball that could have happened didn't happen. We saw Ryzen get 3 early kills. That is them taking their condition right away. But you can rebalance that with a great XP lane performance with presence and getting key objectives. But with that, we now have to talk about, again, and acknowledge the fact that Ryzen really just beat Matt when it came down to the objective fights. How many retribution battles? You see there, 2 turtles over 1 for Omega. It's 1 for 1 in the Lords, but the crucial ones at the end of the day went onto the side of ONIC. The Lord that Omega were able to get, they weren't able to make the most out of. Now, with picking up the Cloud again for Omega, this was a lineup that knew that they were built up for the late game. They had picks, though, to supplement it, and if ever, expedite the gold lane power spike, which they were able to do. They were able to take that condition. They got Keller out of lane, they kept the gold close, and at one point, Keller got his core items and got the Wind of Nature before even Nets did. So there was a very, very small window, like close to 2 minutes that Keller and Omega could have gone for it. But ONIC, at the end of the day, they just played better. They retribution better, and Escalera surprised them. The volatility and principled movements coming in from Omega that we thought we'd show, or that we'd see today, a lot of that volatility and principled movement actually came out of Escalera's hands and ONIC-PH. That's how they were able to sweep Omega, win game number 2, and secure their playoff slot. Hans, nice.
Man, chaos was ONIC Philippines.
Yeah.
They were just ready for chaos.
Yeah,
and they were dealing chaos too.
Yeah, it was an ordered chaos. I know that's like a paradox, but it's an ordered chaos. It was calculated chaos.
Man, I'm so nerdy. I was thinking of a different reference. Order and Chaos.
Order and Chaos.
Speaking of our special guest, he has a special tie and socks Order and Chaos. So if you know the reference, you know the reference.
All right, I want to see it later on after this broadcast.
You're
You better
gonna
show
tell
me.
me. Yeah,
All right,
you're gonna
because
tell me that.
again, we finally have reached past the halfway point of the day because we finally done in terms of 2 series. We saw ONIC Philippines win. We saw TNC Pro Team win. But this is where it's going to go down. Blacklist International versus APBR to close up the entire MPL Philippines Season 12 regular season.
That just
Boys,
still
we're
does
nearing
not
the
make
end.
sense. Yeah. I can't believe, I can't believe you just, like, that is the truth. That is the last series of the regular season.
Right?
It's so fast.
It's crazy fast, dude.
Yeah. Ultra fast, you could say. And right now, placements, again, who's going to end up in 3, 4, and 5 at this point is the question. Because those are that's what's going to affect the results. Or that's what's going to be affected by the results of this last match. And the last time these two went up against each other at the end of week 3, it was a certified banger. Let's see if they can replicate that.
I'm ready to see a banger. I'm ready to see so many other things. But aside from it all, I am more than ready to see what Blacklist International and AP Bren is ready for this matchup. Again, thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. My name is Hans Galeria together with Naisu and Renmar. We'll be right back for MPL Philippines.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, buong Pilipinas. Mula sa MPL Philippines, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Samahan niyo kaming saksihan ang lakas ng Pinas sa darating na MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. 6 na MPL teams ang maglalaban para irepresenta ang bansa sa darating na M5 World Championship na gaganapin dito mismo sa Pilipinas. Tumutok online ngayong October 25 to 29 sa MPL Philippines Facebook at YouTube channels or buy your tickets via slashevent.com to watch the event live. Kita-kits mga katropay!
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. We are now at the final match of the regular season. Two teams, each with a rich history of international championships, will clash, offering us a preview of what to expect in the playoffs. Which team will finish the regular season on a high note, and which one will face defeat as they head into the playoffs? The Hive, Agents, this is the final showdown. It's Blacklist International versus APBR. Here we go. Casters, pasa.
After a grueling season, we have reached the pinnacle, the final match. Two teams are eager to conclude their campaign on a victorious note. The question lingers. Which one of them will close the regular season with a triumphant win? Good evening, everyone. I'm Rockhart, and I'm joined here by the casters, Naisu. Raptor. Oh my god,
is that our fusion?
That's your ship name. And we're all set to bring you the showdown between Blacklist International and APBR, the last match of the regular season.
You started that out so dramatic.
Yeah.
I'm Raisu. Whoa! I can't wait for this matchup, and I'm happy to be here to end this season with you guys.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you, Raisu.
And before we head on to our match, we would like to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart Gig Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
To get started, they just have to create an account on gigarena.smart using their Smart or TNT mobile numbers. Check that out.
Check it out.
Check it out. And of course, there's a lot more epic prizes that are waiting for you. Get the chance to win a gaming monitor, a gaming chair, or headset. We're spoiling you here in MPL Philippines. Just scan the QR code below your screens and answer the survey brought to you by FWD, our expert wingman. Visit fwd.com.ph for more details. Do it.
Is this a chair we can break? Take it. This one?
I'm not sure if this is the chair. All I know is probably a really great chair also.
That's FWD for you. Now,
that works.
Black or blue? Who will paint the playoffs picture, ladies and gents? Boys, it's been a long season, but some would say pretty short. Where did the days go?
I don't know, man. Honestly, and you know, it was so fast. And now that we know too, the 6 teams. We started the day with MPL S12 Magic 6. We now know who they are because ONIC Philippines, the last series there, winning it out.
Yeah, and the question on your screens right now of who will paint the playoffs picture black and blue, that's because at the end of this matchup, whoever wins or whatever happens, it will determine who will be placed in third, Blacklist or RSG, because they can decide where 5th and 6th will be placed in the playoffs bracket.
Yeah, right now, ladies and gents, this is all you need to know. Blacklist wants third, and they want the chance to choose who they will face against the 5th and the 6th seed. All they need to do is quite simple. Just sweep APBR. That's it.
sounds simple enough, right? For the most part, because actually, if you look at most of the conditionals that we had going into, of course, these last couple series for the season, there was a lot on the line. But now, yeah, things have just kind of fallen into place. Blacklist International obviously wants to get in that top 3 finish. They just got to sweep it out.
And of course, since both teams have already secured their playoff berths, Blacklist and APBR just need to continue their run up to M5. And they're, of course, both World Champ XP laners featured in this matchup will get the chance to face the budding XP laner from Geek Fam. It's Luke.
Oh, Luke. He has been tremendous for Geek Fam. And if I'm not mistaken, they are currently on their quest now to claim the championship in MPL Indonesia. But look at that. He is with very highly touted company. Edward, a world champion. Flapteasy, a world champion. These two XP laners, we're going to see them battle out today. Potentially, whatever happens might really affect who will end up going to M5. I know Edward, I know Flapteasy. These two want to make it back to the world stage.
You know what I love about, like, even this, comparing Philippines, and versus the world, is this is what I love about XP Lane right now. It's so you can switch it up so much. The heroes here alone, yeah, there's a lot of Terizla, right? We see a lot of even Ediths there and everything else parked in there, but I would say this is one of the lanes where you have so much variability allowed. Like, it doesn't mean it always happens, but depending on who the player is that you're focusing on that XP lane, there's so much flexibility in there, and that's what I love about the lane itself.
Yeah, of course, Luke is relatively newer compared to these, these historical legendary players. But I've been watching him since MPLI, and I gotta tell you, folks, I'm a big fan of Luke. Ever since I saw him play it out on MPLI, they made the second place run. I've been watching him, and now look where they are. They are gonna be they're second place right now, or their second seed right now, and they're going to the finals.
I think they just started, right? Like I'm trying to think. I think it just started recently.
Yeah,
I'm trying not to talk about it, but yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like, good luck to them because I guess that's the thing. Like, this whole weekend has all been about the journey, the road to M5. So I can't wait to see where everything falls into place.
Yeah, we got a few Filipino players already starting to book those flights coming home. But for this matchup, folks, it was a 2-1 in favor of Blacklist the first time around.
Oh.
Some people would say maybe that was APBR who suffered a little bit from the burnout. They were consecutive games locally and internationally. So that was an APBR that might have been a little bit on the down low, but recently APBR has started to pick up. What do you guys think about that?
Oh, well, I remember this series very much. So in game number 1, actually, APBR were drafted into a corner. They ended up blocking in the Hellcurt pick, which really suffered greatly against a lineup of Blacklist International. Very hard to make Kyle Teasy's Hellcurt work. Game number 2, Flapteasy, not the best Benedetta performance, but delivered when needed with the Petrify and the Electo final blows, and Ogwen really getting some clutch Minoan Furies in to set everything up for APBR to force game number 3. But in game number 3, well, I mean, someone just woke up and decided to just hit all of the abilities of the Navaria. That was Haji. Haji was just hitting the Star Shatters all throughout. That's why he was the MVP of that game.
And of course, something else we also have to keep in mind here, obviously the match is really crucial, but we also determine with this matchup whether or not there will be a tiebreaker, by the way, later on between Omega and Omega's still here.
Yeah.
They haven't gone home yet.
Yeah.
So whatever happens, right, Omega, we might see them and ONIC earlier. I think they were tied at 19 points. They also have the exact same match, exact game rates. That's amazing. That's actually super amazing.
Yeah.
So very rarely have we seen a last game of the regular season end up like this.
Yeah.
Last day.
Yeah.
It was so tough.
So
mentally and physically for everyone.
That basically, as we hear the teams rile up here, there could be a possible best-of-1 tiebreaker match later on after this.
Yeah.
Right.
And the condition is, if Blacklist gets swept.
If they get swept.
Yeah, if Blacklist gets swept by APBR, they will be tied with Omega in points, match win rate, loss, game, everything. That means we have to have the tiebreaker that Rockhart was mentioning.
Yeah, that's gonna be, it might not be the last match, so you guys better watch out. It might be a pretty long evening, but we all know, we all love it. I know you guys in the English stream, you love watching the Filipino teams battle it out.
I have a feeling, though, for Rockhart and Redmar, that this is probably one of the ones that goes the 3-game series, just like they did, you know, in their first meeting.
Yeah.
I
think
wouldn't
so.
be surprised, like, if we have a 3-game series here, and, you know, well, I honestly, I don't know where that falls, because both teams have been doing relatively well recently.
We'll find out as we load up into this. Of course, their teams are going to start walking in. Let's see what they look like.
Looking to lock in a higher position in the playoff standings, Blacklist has to come out with a sweep. Can they push through for the last match of the regular season? Agents, welcome Blacklist International. With their playoff spot at the top with Echo already locked in, the Hive looks to keep things alive to end the regular season. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for APBR. And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Friend. It's the last fight for the regular season, or is it? Blacklist or APBR?
Ladies and gents, Blacklist International, of course, it is the Rosie coming into play here for the last match. Or is it? Of the season.
Or is it, right? Again, we've already talked about there's a possibility, right? But we also know the condition here for this lineup, for this team, it's to get a sweep. That is, you know, they love their missions. The agents out there, they love their missions. That's the mission. Get a sweep against APBR.
And with this lineup where they realize, hey, Haji and Brenda J did a great job. It seems like there's some things we got to turn around, and it was the inclusion of Yue. And yes, it is, in fact, the Rosie lineup. Now going up against APBR, of course, the lineup that we've known them to field for majority of the season, except that one series where Pandora played, and he even got series MVP, if I'm not mistaken. APBR, not the run a lot of people expected them to have. Obviously, a very quite 50-50 run. They were tested. The new meta came in. A lot of teams were figuring it out. And recently, it hasn't even been the brightest and rosiest of runs for APBR. But these 5 names are known all throughout the world as the IESF World Champions who defeated Team Indonesia. And they will be looking for revenge against Blacklist.
APBR becoming legends in their own right. Have actually just been on fire this year. Again, lots of ups and downs, and let's be honest, which team hasn't right now, right?
Yeah.
This is the Philippines. This is the most, grueling region of MLBB in the whole world. And the stats are definitely showing that, no, it's been up and down, but their numbers have actually been fairly consistent.
It's if you look at them, it's very close. The biggest difference here is probably the damage taken per death, right, for the most part. But really, again, it's a great kind of picture of just how close these teams have been this season.
Yeah, fun fact, as we went, as the season got later and later, especially for this last week, every time you look at those stats, comparing the two teams,
very similar.
Yeah.
Not just these two, but every matchup we've had. Maybe some team would just have a little bit more, like 10% more in the KDA ranking, but then that's it. Again, this goes to show how similar everything are. But in this head-to-head, AP Brand do control the objectives more. And this was one of the main conditions in the last matchup that they had. These are two teams who know how to play around objectives very well. Blacklist International, recently AP Brand have been doing a great job. A 6-minute lore dance happened the other day, and that came from the hands of AP Brand. Blacklist International, they know what they're up against. One of the best objective-taking teams in the league.
I actually made the post about that. It's more than 6 minutes.
It
bro.
was longer?
It was longer. It was approaching 7, I think, or more.
Wow.
It was funny, but you guys were casting, so.
I was going to say, you know, at that point, when it's a 6, almost 7-minute lore dance, really what can you do but just sometimes admire some of the discipline, the way that it kind of unfolds. But and I don't know if this is 100% true or not, but based on that pie chart right there, Bren has like 72%, I think it is, for turtle takes or something like that. I don't know if they're the highest, but I know they're definitely one of the highest, if not the highest.
Yeah. And they've worked very hard to get that number for sure. So let's see if that's going to be a factor here as we break down the keys to victory here between these two teams.
Welcome to the Infinix Keys to Victory, brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. Start things first off with Blacklist International. They have to force AP Brand to adjust with their picks. Now, AP Brand, there was an interview recently, in the last match that AP Brand won up against the Barangay, if I'm not mistaken, wherein they admitted we overthink our picks at times, or we overthink a lot. Sometimes we just forget about our instincts, we bring up scenarios, and all of us are just fighting with one another and just trying to decide what to actually do. That can also happen in the draft. And Blacklist International with Coach FTB, Coach Dexter are a great drafting team. Blacklist, AP Brand knows this and needs to respect that, because if they're not careful, they will end up adjusting not just their play style, but also their draft to Blacklist International. Now for AP Brand, they have to show them your version of support tank gameplay. Show them that one reason as to why people thought you would really shine after the Week 3 patch, because you have Ogwen in the roam, who is a fantastic support roamer in his own right. He loves the Minotaur, but has shown that he can play Florin, he can play the Angela. Come on, guys, you got this. Put those hands together and make that heart. And please, both of you, show how the Lord dances should be done. Bren just did a 7-minute Lord dance earlier this week. Blacklist International know how to dance the Lord as well. We're going to be cha-chaing until the end of the regular season. These two are going to dance like hot fire on sand. I don't know what that means, but back to you guys.
Is it safe to say they might dance the night away?
Yep. I don't know why this. I just, because of this colorful shirt you're wearing, I just pictured you dancing on hot sand.
With fire on hot sand. No, sometimes, think about it. When you're in the beach, where do you find turtles? In the beach. When the beach gets really hot, it looks like you're dancing because you can't stand on the sand for too long. That's what I mean here. And the Dance the Night Away reference, I didn't want to do that because I did that in Week 3.
I got to bring it up again.
I did the key to victory where I did that.
Well, you just mentioned it. So right now, it's going to be the head-to-head. Man, I don't know. The vibes of this game is just a little bit different from what we've seen in the previous ones. They seem to really be in their element, but in a pretty positive way. It's hard to really actually quantify or put it to words here.
Yeah, since Sui and Kyle Teasy, these two are going to put on a retro battle for the Aegis.
Yeah.
I feel like at this point, for the people who are just watching now, Sensui, one of the best retribution junglers in the entire league. He has multiple times in his career, the past seasons, even with ONIC-PH, won 4v1, sometimes even 5v1 retribution battles. Especially if you give the Akai to him, things like that. And then at the same time, Kyle TZ, there's a reason why there's a TZ in his name, and he lives up to that idea of what you expect someone to have a TZ in their name plays like.
Yeah, we saw that showdown, even the comparison, I think it was yesterday, where it was Kyle TZ, Carl TZ, and the third one was around the world.
That was Kyrie.
Kyrie, yeah. How could I forget? Kyrie.
How could you forget Kyrie?
Oh,
How could I?
Congratulations, regular season MVP, I think.
Regular season MVP?
Yeah, congratulations, Kyrie.
But, you know, you make a great point here, and I've been saying this, especially when you watch Kyle TZ play. He is I would say, a up-and-coming GOAT potential. Like, I know he's Carl TZ against him, but obviously we know who influenced him, right? We know that he holds his own. So actually, for me, for this matchup, I think Sensui is going to have the work cut out for him here. And he's done it before. Let's see if he can do it again here. We know what's at stake. We know what they got to do. 2-0 is the mission for Blacklist International.
Sensui facing off against the inheritor of the TZ Blade. That is going to be Kyle TZ. Let's load into the draft for the first match of the last game of the regular season. Or is it?
Or is it? Or is it? Yeah, that sounds like one of those trailer things I used to do.
Movie trailer type of thing. By the way, interesting, excuse me, banning pattern right now. Blacklist International actually respecting the Uranus pickup of Flap TZ that APBR have been playing more, especially around week 5 onwards. Last week. So APBR, of course, will ban out here the Matilda. Don't want to give that to Blacklist International. You have the Fredrin available when your favorite picks as the first one with the Valentina gone. The Novaria might be open for them as well if they want to do that. Rafaela is still an option for Renegade. And don't forget, hoot hoot, the Diggy might come up later. If not in the ban, maybe in the pickup. But APBR also have to acknowledge, are you going to give the Akai to Sensui?
Can I make it just a weird, bold prediction? I can smell a Lolita from somewhere. I don't know.
A Lolita, really?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, interesting.
Wait, that was paired up. So earlier today, that was paired up with Eve. Right? And it actually worked out pretty well. And I am also surprised that we haven't seen Lolita pop up too much since she's available, but that's Teresa locked in for the first pick.
Might be a last pick, so I don't know. We'll talk about pretty much normal draft stuff here for the first few. So, no pun intended. But right now, I feel like we can definitely think about, Yu Zhong is still a pretty good XP laner to face out. What's the best XP laner pick against a Terizla, if it's just a lane matchup?
Depends on what you want to do. You can pick up a Paquito if you want the wave clear matchup. Map presence, you go for Yu Zhong. X-Borg, really, Terizla can't do much up against most X-Borg players, so that's an option. So they're not going to show their XP laner just yet. With the Valentina gone, it does make sense for APBR to pick up the Novaria in this scenario, and then the Baksha is going to be available for them, and they will pick it up. So, if ever Blacklist International want to go for those regen-type heroes, the Baksha will give them a hard time. You don't see it on your screens right now, but folks, Blacklist International just locked in a Fredrin.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a Fredrin in the jungle and an XP lane Terizla. The Terizla first pick, not that surprising for me. If you're Blacklist, you don't want to give that to Flap TZ, and at the same time, it just allows you to play the game that you want to play with Edward clearing waves fast, and most importantly with Rafaela here, you want fast rotations. So this one is about fast rotations, invades, jungles.
Well, they don't seem to be, straying too far from what we know they can actually do. There goes a Paquito, not on the face that I expected it to be here. So that's definitely a huge XP lane matchup that we can see later on. Mostly a battle of cuts, for sure.
Yep. I like this too. This is starting to be kind of like the typical matchup, right? When Trizzle's locked in, you just see the Paquito picked up.
Yeah.
And it's funny because they both have so much value for a team in different ways.
Yeah.
For
Terizla, it's wave clear, team fighting presence.
Yeah.
For Paquito, he has that, but the one he doesn't have, the one thing that he has that Terizla doesn't have much of is, we all know, it's the map pressure. It's the split pushing. So that's why Paquito really has risen up lately. Vision and Info, of course, APBR will lead in that scenario, but there is a lot of crowd control between the first 3 picks of Blacklist International. Few is gonna have his work cut off for him. He's really gotta watch his positioning and be careful. Now, the Irithel is still a viable option alongside the Bruno and the Brody for Blacklist International. APBR chose to remove the Claude instead. That takes away a potential split pushing option on the side of Blacklist International. And that means, if ever, Flap TZ doesn't need to focus too much on just like clearing waves and getting there. He can clear waves, but doesn't need to worry too much about a split push potential.
Yeah, actually that's a thing. We've seen actually the Paquito come up a few matches earlier.
Yeah.
That's pretty much doing the same thing. So yeah, I actually completely agree. And the team fight also looks really good for APBR as well. Now, The bans here are, you know what excites me the most? We haven't seen any marksmen, so...
Yeah.
I still want to see an Ixia here somewhere. Both teams are actually pretty capable of running the Ixia, especially Blacklist right now, who have some huge frontliners.
Yes.
But have we actually seen OHEB play an Ixia yet? I can't remember.
I believe we have
we
already.
have, yeah.
If ever Ixia is going to get picked up, yes, it will be by Blacklist International. Teams historically have struggled playing an Ixia if there's a Rafaela in the opposing team.
Yep.
Mainly because of the movement speed she provides. However, the good thing for APBR is if they do somehow decide to pick up the Ixia for themselves, there's not a lot of dive and backline access right now for the picks shown by Blacklist International.
Oh, they banned it out.
There's the ban.
And there's the ban.
Huh.
I'm surprised, you know, again, like, they're the ones to ban it out.
I would have banned the Beatrix here.
Yeah.
I don't know, but maybe they know something we don't know. But right now, obviously, the Beatrix very much open, and I know Super Marco would love to use that pick, pair it up with a Novaria, but it's not always going to be that way, right?
Super Marco's also one of the few players that actually likes to go with the Clint.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that actually still might be good in this lineup. Again, the Terizla and Fredrin, we still don't see the hero of Yue. I like that screenshot from back in MSC 2023.
Yeah, I remember. The one time we broke the graphics. Kufra, though, for APBR. Wow.
Great pickup.
Ogwen, not really going far from home here.
Yeah, and that gives them the peel that they need because Flapteezy and Kalteezy can now be the frontliners. After Ogwen sets, he can just bouncing ball away. Either bouncing ball initiation, stuff like that, or make sure he can stay whatever Super Marco will be using. Now I'm really leaning towards the Clint that you mentioned.
Yeah, I think that's still a solid choice. Also, the Kufra, just the last thing there, it pairs up really well with Novaria because, you've got the information you need, you know? So they'll work around that. We'll see what these last two picks for Blacklist International are going to be, though. But what is the gold lane option?
Bruno.
Okay,
Oh, no, it's a
the Brody.
It was either the Bruno or the Brody they're going to go for.
That's a super safe
Paramus.
option.
There it is.
Oh my god, Blacklist. I've seen this before. Guys, do you smell a...
Did you just hear the UA shout?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, there was a Yue shout and a shout from our Filipino casters. I know what that shout means. I think Midnight just predicted most of the draft on that side.
This is super smart because right now the Brody is one of those picks that can actually deal with the Faramis pick in a lineup, and the Blacklist essentially denied that from APBR, while also at the same time locking in the key ingredient in their new recipe, I would say.
Yeah. And yeah, great call there, nice. So of course, it's going to be the Clint in that scenario. They need a little bit more of that AoE damage to whittle down what the Faramis will have in the Nether Realm. Because if they picked up anything else, something like a Bruno and stuff like that, they're going to notice why is it taking so long for this Nether Realm to go away. They needed that Clint up available for them. Now, looking at the index, team fighting, well, it's leading a lot. There's a good spread on the side here of Blacklist International. Undeniable that for APBR, their main condition is clear. It is that Clint, and that is a very deceptive Clint because if you can let it farm up, if you let it free hit, you will melt in the hands of that cowboy.
Yeah, it's...
Yeehaw! Yeehaw! I was baiting you. I was baiting you to say that.
You got me.
When Isu's here, you gotta do it, right? You gotta do it.
Folks, don't take what I said out of context. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes.
Well,
take it.
What I'll say is I just love the fact that this is like, it's almost one of those niche picks for Super Marco. He's probably, again, if not the only one that picks up the Clint with actual confidence and plays it very well. So the last look at the lineups there, we'll see how it all plays out.
And we are loading up, ladies and gents. This is it. Start of the beginning here for the regular season. Welcome to Blacklist International versus APBR.
Okay. Top three most career most picked heroes actually for a few. It's the Valentina, and this is how you know this man's been playing for so long. The second is the Selena. He's been playing it for a long time. 37 picks on that hero.
When was that? When was the last time? I don't know, man. Just so many better options right now available. That's all. That's all there is.
Yeah. So now what APBR first and foremost has to watch out for is again the potential speed and sudden power spike provided by their core four outside of their marksmen. The Rafa, the Faramis, the Fredrin and the Turizla. We know how well these two mesh in terms of the objective team fighting and how well they can do longer team fights with how tanky they are and how quickly the Ghost Bursters and the skills of the Rafaela as well go off of cooldown. That the Turizla and then the Fredrin can just tank, annoy, control, while AP Bren will be wondering why can't we take them down. So AP Bren needs to watch out for that. On the side of Blacklist, just have to watch out for the fact that Ogwin and Few can mess your rotations up.
Yeah, nothing seems to be a bit off at all for itemization and the emblem builds, so we're going to see a pretty classic one here. But yeah, the level 4s are coming up here, and Kyle TZ seems to be more confident than I normally see him in. Facing it off against that turtle, and Ogwin has full vision of Renegade, who can't really do like anything crazy as of the moment.
Well, again, this is where AP Bren, based on the stats, they usually shine, right?
Oh,
we know it, but actually they just want to fight. Look at this. Already they get the Netherrealm out. They're actually still going to go big play and stun there. So now with that, that's a flicker down from Edward. He does not have that available for the penalty zone here.
Yeah, and one of the earliest Netherrealms I've ever seen in the fight happen.
Yeah.
I was like, they're making sure that no kills will be given over.
Yeah, they couldn't afford to lose Edward.
Ogwin gonna charge up, gonna miss the shot here. Ooh. Sensui though, gonna grab the turtle. First blood also going in the hands of Edward. Didn't need the flicker for that fight. Still able to land the penalty zone and the first blood.
Yeah, a normal, honest turtle fight at the end of the day. It was just Sensui who won the retribution battle. Although I believe the effect of the Edward entry with the penalty zone was bigger than Ogwin's entry. He didn't get the Tyrant's Rage off, and the Tyrant's Revenge that he used to entry actually wasn't able to hit anyone substantial. So Blacklist will be able to walk away with it. Still a very close game.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it. But what's very interesting here, Edward being given such a hard time here with Pakido, which is actually something you'd expect. They're not really doing the cut fight right now because Edward doesn't seem to be confident enough to push into the back lines. So that's something that you get when you get a Pakido.
Yeah, and it's the same thing for Flap Teasy. You know that you're up against a Faramis and a Rafaela that can roam around really quickly. So he also has to be careful and watch his timings when it comes to the cutting.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for this, for AP Bren, is just kind of playing around the mobility that's expected from Blacklist and National, as well as the kind of extra layers of health, right? Yeah. I mean, that's something that they have to deal with. Ogwin gonna jump in. Oh, he's gonna get stunned by the Holy Baptism, though. So just canceling it out. They're stopping that, all that initiation there. So AP Bren has to back off.
Yeah, and since Ogwin was stunned, actually, Renegade doesn't have his ultimate available, but Ogwin still does.
Yeah, pretty much safety is the priority here for Renegade. And yeah, ultimates, they're counting the minutes, they're counting the seconds. Is it going to be ready to go once they decide it is G time? And looks like Blacklist just playing a lot more safer here with the lineup they have. Seems like they are waiting for OHEB. The timer is ticking.
And now you see in your map, actually, now that AP Bren had that info, that's when Flap TZ would cut. So he is checking where the Rafael and the Faramis are. Quick item update, Berserker's Fury already for that clip, and Blade of the Heptaseas already up for that Brody.
Oh, we're getting there, folks. Right now, obviously, AP Bren still have a very tanky boxer right up front with Ogwin and Toe, and Flap TZ on the back, hunting down Yue. Where this guy going? They're trying to force the Netherrealm, but US just not falling for it.
Not going to fall for it. Turtle less than half health. Ogwin going to get the stun they're looking for. There's the Netherrealm, though. Can they last the fight? Still going to be working for it. Kyle TZ planning up on the back side of the turtle. Flap TZ going to jump in. Sensui gets the turtle. They're still working for it, and Flap's going to fall. No one going down for Blacklist International.
Wow, a very early retribution from Kyle TZ. Both a K and both a TZ, folks, excuse me. And AP Bren, they fought that as well as they could, but then Rockhard, you mentioned it, Yue was just really holding on to that Netherrealm, and once it popped, it was great. Flap TZ, unfortunate, he got a really good double knock-up with his combo, but the timer of the crowd control just went down in time for Sensui to put down that retribution.
That's 2 retribution 50-50s by 1 in a row by Sensui right now, who seem to be feeling right.
Ogwin gonna be hot. Okay, he gets out fine. Sensui was on him though. Now Kyle TZ there to help out. Poke's not gonna land from Few though. Still gonna be duking it out. And this is just showing how, I guess, confident you could say Blacklist International is early on right now, dealing with AP Bren. And now the bottom lane, the next target. Ogwin gonna charge up here. No target found.
Yeah, and toward the part memory not going to be enough to actually deal enough damage. So Blacklist going to be backing off, battered and bruised a little bit, but should be ready to go back in. Now this Onion lineup, man, this is excellent. This is excellent right now for the sustain. A lot of teams are actually emulating this, right?
Yep. The Faramis, the Rafaela, so many healing. AP Bread just need to outplay it somehow.
Oh, Kaltizi gonna jump in. Sensui, Ogwin with the Flicker Rage combination. NetherRealm to come out. Edward making his way. He's on the hunt. Who's he gonna penalty zone? The rest of the team gonna be fighting now. Goes in. Kaltizi falls alongside Ogwin. Blacklist International with a response play.
Man, AP Brand, they keep trying to pull the trigger. They're getting what they need to get, but again, you see right before your eyes where the Faramis really has risen up yet again in terms of priorities after the Week 3 patch. NetherRealm, just way too good. Double sustain, way too good.
You know what's funny? Did they buff it? I don't think they did any huge adjustments.
They didn't. They didn't.
What's up? They just changed the name.
Yeah, they just changed the name. And people just realize as well, like, oh wait, Faramis is great. Oh wait, the healing is back. All right, let's do that.
Look how difficult it is making AP Brand peel the layers of this Ube for some reason.
Yeah.
It's back, and it just feels so much stronger now.
Yeah, actually, I need to point out here the great itemization by both teams. A lot of their frontliners, specifically the XP laners and the junglers, actually rushed Dreadnought armors. And then now you actually see an anti-Cuirass as well on the Terizla and one on the Baksha. So they're both respecting each other's physical damage output. Because yes, in this scenario, the magic damage won't be quite there yet. But it will come to a point where the Faramis and the Novaria damage has to be respected by both squads. That's when the Radiant armors will start coming in. And speaking of which, Fredrin already has one on him, and the Baksha of Kaltizi is on the way to building that as well.
Again, a mid lane focus here. All three turtles being claimed by Blacklist International is not something that AP Brand is usually used to being in, right? I mean, they're the ones that are usually getting all three turtles. That's why we talked about that percentage before we got into this matchup. So right now, Blacklist International, based on that and everything else they've been doing, they've garnered themselves a nice little lead here. Nearly 4,000 gold. Assaulting the mid lane. Ogwin gonna jump in again. Still gonna be working for it. They get the NetherRealm out. Oheb on the run. Whoa. They have to disengage a little bit. Edward gonna be in trouble. Quite tanky himself though. Few not gonna land the shot. Edward's still alive. Everybody gets out with their lives.
Which is something that you wouldn't really be able to say if it were a different team probably. But with this lineup that they created or they've been using, I don't know who actually resurfaced this. I think it was Minana in the previous days. It's proven to be very difficult even for a high caliber lineup like Bren has.
Yeah, it'll get to the point where AP Bren will just really wait for Super Marco's damage, and Few as well.
Yeah.
Because at least the good news for Few and AP Bren is that, and for Super Marco, is that Blacklist do want to stay within the NetherRealm, which leaves them susceptible to all the damage that the Novaria and the Clint can bring out.
Yeah.
So even despite this lead, it will come to a point where Blacklist will be feeling the damage of AP Bren, but that is not that moment right now.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the prize here. Few has maximum vision right now.
Oh, Edward gonna jump in, keep the Kaltizi at bay. That is an easy Lord secured here for Blacklist International. AP Brent couldn't get close and flap the whole time, pushing down that bottom lane.
Yeah, so they gotta open it up somehow. We've seen more teams recently not overly commit on that first Lord because they know that as long as it's just the first Lord anyway, they don't need to worry so much about giving it up. So good thing AP Brand also didn't fully commit, but look at Sensui trying to bait something out of AP Brand.
Yeah, they're pushing it. Holy Baptism follow. It's Kaltizi though. He's not tanky enough. Ogwin gonna jump in a little bit too late. NetherRealm to follow. Now Ogwin gonna be the target. He's fully marked up. Oheb grabs a double. And now they're gonna be rolling up top with the Lord here.
As the kids say, this lineup is sticky AF, man. I don't know how they're going to peel out of that one. Even Ogwin, even a Baksha, a Coover are just having a hard time in.
Now the top side, top turret going to be worked on. FlapTZ trying to buy some time for the team. Oh, he almost got away. And Oheb denied him. Gets the kill there, another turret. APBR holding on to their base inhibitor turrets for now.
Gold lane's ballooning. What the items looking like, Renmar?
BOD up, already up to a BOD is that Brody. Still only up to an endless battle is Super Marco. He'll be on the way to building the Malefic Roar. And folks, 11 minutes and almost 30 seconds in, it is 7-0 in kills in favor of Blacklist. 3 turtles, a lord, and 6 towers broken.
They've had all the major objectives on their side, as well as most of the turrets. Man, that's going to balloon their value so much, but I don't think the game is over yet.
Still a little early to tell, but right now Blacklist International obviously in the driver's seat. Super Marco quite low in the damage department. He just picked up the Malefic Roar. He was about, I think it was 2,000 or so gold behind in comparison to OHEB. And OHEB, now that he's stacked up on kills as well, he's very far ahead. So APBR, they got to catch up there, and that does, once again, rely a lot here on Super Marco.
And they are going to be catching up on the itemization. Damage received through the roof, obviously, for Kyle Teasy, who's had a really hard time just getting out of a sticky situation that this line of Blacklist has been putting them in.
Yeah, and that's considering the fact that he already has an anti-harass and a Guardian helmet. It's just every time Blacklist see Kyle Teasy, they go on him. They don't stop. Let's look at the items of the mid laners. Already 3 core items built by the Theramis, and on the way to a third is Fused Novaria.
Yeah.
Both already have lightning truncheons.
I think right now, APBR is just waiting for Captain Few here to get those items, make those Astral Recalls hurt, and then maybe they can get into a position to maybe contest for a fight. But the region's also increasing here as time goes by with the Rafaela getting these items.
Yeah. The thing for that APBR has going for them, though, is that, let's see if Flap Teasy will actually read into this, up top, is that it's going to be difficult to siege against them. So a victory here from Blacklist will come from, after an objective fight, 3 or 4 members of APBR will go down, maybe a wipeout, then they end to siege. If Blacklist try to go for a slow, honest siege into the base, it's going to be difficult. You're up against a Novaria, you're up against a Clint.
Yeah, these are big questions here that have to be answered later on for sure. Astral Echo going to be missing out a few people here, and that's going to be a Lord, but will be exchanged at least this time with a turret up top.
I think like Renmar said, you know, APBR at this current state, being this far behind, it might be better off that they just defend in their base.
Yep. Right.
They do have the tools to be able to do that at least for another while here. That's why you see also just Flap Teasy putting pressure where he can. This is why we know teams like to pick down Paquito. But again, how much time can you buy, right? If Blacklist International somehow blunders this Lord push, then it could be a situation where APBR has been before and they flip the table right away. So even with this lead, Blacklist International has to approach this very carefully, and we'll see if this kind of Ube, this updated Ube strat for them even works here, because right now that Necklace of Durance was also picked up by Few recently.
Yep.
So that should help a little bit here.
Okay, Siege is on. Almost fully built is the Brody of Blacklist International, while Clint still only has 2 swords on him, trying to build that last item coming in. I believe it's going to... Oh, it's not going to be concealed. Let's see what he builds up. Oh, that's a conceal.
They want to go.
Yep, they're going to push the conceal here. Here's the response, though. UA and Renegade in position. This could be the counter punch if they actually press this on, but they're going to go ahead and go back. Edward, not a part of this. He has to do the lane duty on the bottom side.
Yeah,
so
I think they have to keep doing this, try to proc out that Netherrealm and just keep dishing damage as much as possible. Because, yeah, UA's become a really big problem here for Blacklist with the way that he is controlling that Netherrealm.
Okay, so Blade of Despair already built up by the Clint, while the Rose Gold Meteor just built up by the Brody. So now it's full built for OHEB's Brody. One more item here, but at this point, APBR has the items they need for their marksman. For the mid laner, though, had to build a Necklace of Durance, did the Few to reduce the healing just a little bit. There's still a lot coming out from the side of Blacklist International in terms of the healing department. So APBR have the tools they need to potentially go for a surprise swing around in an objective team fight, or more safely, a turnaround from within the base. But again, they have to really be careful with those objective fights, because all throughout, it's just Blacklist been winning them, and this Rafaela Faramis combo is making it look easy for them.
Yeah, it's really difficult, and it's a reason why Rafaela just such a good pick right now. Almost plug and play for a lot of lineups, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just making life hard for Captain Few, who is, again, the biggest deal of the Novaria, obviously, is to try to poke people back, poke people around, and force them to go back to base, force them to retreat. That's not happening here because of the Rafaela healing.
I think even with all that, AP Bren has done as much as they could given the circumstances, right?
With the lineup that they have.
Yeah, with the lineup that they have, they're still behind quite a bit. They have a lot of work to do here, but as this next load comes up, I think that's the decision they still have to make. Renmar already said it, right? Mostly Super Marco has the items he needs, but is it the right choice to actually fight face-to-face with Blacklist International? Right now, it looks like they actually want to fight for the positioning. Putting Flap TZ on that bottom side. Edward going to jump in with a penalty zone. He's going to take the shots, though. Has the heal, sustainability. Sensui gets the Lord.
It's a pincer.
Easy might be looking for this sandwich play, but they're so fast.
Yeah.
Blacklist International just moves too fast right now to actually pull off the pincer.
That's the speed you get with a holy healing here, folks.
Yep.
Everyone just feels like they're on a rush to get home.
Yep. And AP Bren made the right call there to try and force Blacklist to maybe even bait them out into a fight. But Blacklist no better. And you saw AP Bren really, there was a great concept to it. Flap TZ could have pincered them, ganked them. It would have been 4 from the front, 1 from the back. It would have been painful for Blacklist, but no, the holy healing again. But now you're feeling the damage of the Novaria on Few. It's there.
Without the holy healing, that would have been the right timing, but they were just too fast to get into position, group up together. The pincer failed because of that.
Well, let's see if they can do it. They have to respect the damage. It's there.
Oh my
AP
goodness.
Bren is online, and you saw the last item locked in from Super Marco as well to deal with his siege. Still Edward can jump in with his penalty zone. Immortality going to be popped here. He's going to be in a bad situation. Netherrealm, though, comes through. Edward still going to be alive for now. Can they battle it out? Oheb going for 2. The stun is there. Kyle falls. Sensui going to be the next target. Winter Truncheon to stay alive. But it's Super Marco to answer back. It's a 1-for-1.
If that Appraiser's Breath went down, just a 0.2 second difference. Yes, I calculated. That would have been the difference between winning that whole team fight altogether.
Yeah, you're damn right.
He's going to get his health back.
Yeah. Damn right there, Rockhart. You also have to commend Flap TZ for being able to land that knockout strike just in time, but you got to commend.
Here it is.
And his clutch. Not Cult Alter, Netherrealm. Sometimes you just can't shake off all damage. Look at that. He even flickered in to make sure that he would be able to save Edward right on time. And if that was 2 deaths on the side of Blacklist, AP Bren could have chased. But that was a big save there by Yue!
And great movement as well from AP Bren, man. That was a very difficult scenario they had to navigate through.
Yeah.
And they came out with it with basically their heads intact.
Again, base fully exposed, though, but still great defense.
Great defense, and they can still continue defending like this. They really just have to watch their positioning, especially Edward. Super Marco's getting caught out a little bit too much for my taste here, but look at the damage dealt by Few and Super Marco. Ogren goes in.
Ogren gonna jump in again. Oh! Renegade.
Pop!
Just taken care of, but he's still gonna be alive for now. Edward now down the mid lane they go. Netherrealm again from Yue, keeping AP Bren at bay. But those are resources down here. AP Bren knows it. You're going to press down the mid lane. They get the tier 1. Lord now spawning. And those are some crucial tools down for Blacklist International. They got to buy some time to allow those things to be up again.
Beautiful counterattack there by AP Bren. Just making Blacklist work for their survival here.
All right, are they going to dance? How long are they going to dance? It's still full 5v5. And folks, AP Bren can turn this around. They have the items that they need. It's still 8-1 in kills. They still need to solve playing around the damage or the healing by the Rafaela, the repositioning provided by her, the Netherrealm of the Faramis. Blacklist International need to acknowledge that it's high noon, because that Clint hurts.
That's right. Blacklist says we have an army. They say we have a Clint.
Exactly.
It's okay, girl. That's what Clint says also, right?
Yeah.
But it's not high noon just yet. Blacklist International going to force them back. Edward going to jump in. right on Super Marco, but he's going to get stunned now. Immortality going to be popped again. He goes down. Super Marco unleashing here. NetherRealm there. Flap TZ now joining the fight. Oakwood's going to jump in. Everybody's for pickings. Flap TZ not going to be able to find his targets just yet. Kyle TZ on the run, too few to follow. Oh, Immortality is there. Super Marco, now it's high noon. AP Bren finds the win, and now they're on to the Lord.
What a swing there from AP Bren. That goal lead basically becoming negligible, and man, Super Marco is hitting like a truck.
The condition is now, and the condition is Super Marco. Again, another fantastic entry by Edward. But if Blacklist cannot take down Super Marco right away, Edward will get punished. And without the Terizla, that puts the pressure onto Fredrin, onto Sensui to defend. Ogwen, by the way, his entry along with Flap TZ there was clutch. Super Marco flickered forward so that he'll be able to reach the enhanced basic attack. Coming in from the Clint onto Oheb. Now it's Blacklist with their backs against the wall.
Blacklist International wondering what happened to their almost 8,000 gold lead. AP Bren flipping the table around. And now they wait for this Lord to march up in the top side. Base is going to be fully exposed here. So in a matter of minutes, they have nearly equalized the playing field.
Now that, ladies and gents, is how you flip a script, AP Bren style.
Remember what's at stake. Blacklist potentially going to third, and if Blacklist gets swept here, we will see a tiebreaker at the end of the day. AP Bren, will they end it here?
Minions pushed in here. Lord still has to be handled. And they have the damage they need as well. Probably going to wait for the next wave unless they push it. AP Bren waiting. They're happy with what they've garnered themselves already in the past few minutes.
Slow and steady wins the race. If we had that gold differential swing graph what we had before, that would show a huge mountain going up and down.
A huge valley, but now leaning towards the side of AP Bren. Now they are in a 4K gold lead. See a great Dragon Spear there as one of the last items by the Clint. Nothing too crazy. When he does bring out the ultimate, it does help him close the gap with the movement speed provided. And of course, the critical chances. I mean, we all know Clint loves the crit. That's why he builds that way.
Yeah.
I forgot the joke I wanted to make.
I know.
And that's why you see, actually.
I love how honest you are.
Yeah, of course I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to lie to our viewers.
All your brain cells were just focused on getting that right.
Yep, and somehow I got it wrong.
That's when you just say, it's high noon.
Dude, just make sound effects. Caw-caw, things like that. Sensui and Edward. Twilight Armor, important builds for them. That they needed that because that's going to be their main item, especially up against Super Marco's damage.
All right, so calm before the storm, ladies and gents.
Fuse stole it.
What's that?
Did he stole the
Fuse
orange
double
buff?
buffed.
I mean,
He's double buffed. He stole it with a Star Shatter.
That is maxed up, man. That is humongous damage coming in from Navaria here now. Timer is ticking. Next Lord's going to be super duper crucial. Could actually determine the outcome of this battle altogether.
45%. One hit from the Star Shatter onto Yue reduces his health by 45%.
And you know, that when you think about it, that's actually so crucial too. Okay, Flap, he's going to be fine. That was also the penalty zone being used, but let's say if you lands one of those hits, right, the shatters here, then that forces the heal to come through, and then that's your little window of opportunity for AP Bren, right, to punish. Of course, you still got to get through the NetherRealm as well, but since everybody's fully itemized, the favor can be for AP Bren in terms of some of these fights. And that's why, now that the base is fully exposed, you see what Flap TZ's doing. So someone has to go deal with Flap TZ.
All right, so here we are, Lord Dance number M. Going in, that's Edward.
Jumps in with the penalty zone again. Lord is just going to be forgotten for now, it looks like. Conceal also going to be used. Oakwin now on the hunt, going to charge up. Not going to find the target, but here comes Flap TZ from the backside. The NetherRealm is there. Does he have the support he needs? They're whittled down. It's AP Bren on the retreat. Appraiser's Wrath comes through. Flap TZ has the immortality, but he's going to get taken down by Oheb. Blacklist International with an answer of their own.
Wow, that's the damage from the Brody and the damage from the Faramis. Ghost Bursters, folks. You saw Farah misuse it, you would pop it off, and the members of AP Brent's health whittled down quickly, paired up with a torn apart memory by OHEB. AP Brent need to be careful with engages like that, because if their condition and their damage is up, Blacklist also have that for them.
Well, with Kyle Teasy still up, they can still contest this Lord here. They know it. 37 seconds for Flap Teasy to be up. Crucial how they want to approach this fight, knowing that they're down in terms of numbers. Sensui going to keep the Lord there. Edward going to jump in, trying to keep Kyle Teasy at bay. He's not going to be able to get there in time. Sensui secures the Lord here, and they retreat. They know they've won the objective.
What a last match we have, folks. Look at that. Barren bases for both teams. Boiling it down to 26 minutes of pure, unadulterated fighting. We got a slobber knocker on our hands.
Fast spawn here by the Lord. Blacklist needs to quickly clear up the minion waves. The minion wave up top will clear itself, so they're going to focus on the mid and the bot little by little. AP Brent still very defendable for them, but all throughout, Blacklist have just been stopping Kyle Teasy every time they see him.
Yeah, fireworks galore as well. Blacklist are now walking into the base.
We're going to see if AP Brent can pull off a defense once again. Holding that Lord there. The flicker goes in from Edward with the penalty zone. Do they have enough damage? Flap Teasy on the backside. The Netherrealm going to be committed. Lord's still going to be up here. Super Marco's out of the picture.
Lord
this
is up.
the opportunity for Blacklist International to end the game, and they take game number 1.
The possibility of a sweep still lives, and that third place is burning hot right now. This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Blacklist International. Just when you thought they were out, they turn it back in.
Folks, in the previous series, ONIC prioritized getting the Grok for Escalera. In this game, you saw why Blacklist International prioritized the Terizla for Edward. Kyle Teasy was shut down. Edward had one job: go forward, penalty zone, find the key targets, and he did.
Yeah, it's, man, the way that he used that. Kyle Teasy knew, too. Again, when they lost Flap Teasy, they knew they were at a disadvantage. Edward knew it as well alongside the Blacklist International. Just keep Kyle Teasy away. That's all that Sensui needed. Secure it there. And by that time, I mean, we were all nearing, what, 30 minutes, I think it was, near that point. So, you know, that gets increasingly harder to defend the base, and especially the fact that the first person to go down there in that defense was Super Marco. So you get that out of the picture, there's no more yeehawing around.
No yeehawing around, man. He got lasso, he got bulled.
He did.
Bull run, bulldoze, whatever on the side there. So riding a bull. You jump on,
Exactly.
Right? That's all it is. I'm not going to explain myself. All right, so because of that, again, one crucial move, just when you fall Blacklist, man, what's happening here? They start to pick it up steam, and then they just find their target, which is, of course, Mr. Clint himself. Yeah. October Starlight right now, guys, is available, by the way. With only 300 diamonds, Layla's exclusive Twilight Vault skin will be yours. Check out the dazzling debut of Layla's anniversary exclusive painted skin, Midnight Waltz. Starlight Lucky Chest will also be available for a limited time, so get it now. It's now or never for that Layla skin. We're about to end here, so
now or never.
So what about that? What about that, man? That could have been AP Brent's already.
Yeah, like, I'm almost wondering, and, you know, maybe you'll break this down in the analyst segment, but, you know, I know AP Brent, when they fully took out the base of Blacklist International, they backed off, right? I'm wondering what happens if they just kept on it. Like, they stayed in the base and they kept fighting on. Like, how would have that ended? I get why they wanted to. They want to take the discipline route, but, you know, unfortunately, the macro game between both teams was just on point.
Yeah, it's the very deceptive thing when you're going up against a Faramis, and most specifically a Rafaela. Those moments where AP Brent would want to go for the counter punish and just dive on the members of Blacklist International were countered by the fact that one holy healing gives that little movement speed. And this is a game of pixels, folks. They just wouldn't be able to reach them, and there'll be enough wiggle room for the members of for Blacklist. Now, while the members of AP Brent are chasing them, one Ghostbusters timed at the right time will force AP Bren back, and that's what happened in some moments.
That's the thing there. There was like a huge pile of minions, but no, Ghostbusters, you gotta watch out for that one. And maybe you can break that down further as we go into the analysis segment for that game.
Terizla, first pick, very interesting by Blacklist International, but we touched on that and we talked about why that was the right move once we saw it in action. Because Blacklist International know that their opponents are fantastic with objective dances and objective taking. Kyle Teasy is up there with the best of them. So with Edward on the Terizla, the job was simple. You know we're going to have a healer roam. You know we're going to have the jungler being tanky as well. So if ever you have someone to supplement you. But, my goodness, from Edward, penalty zone after penalty zone to just stop Kyle Teasy. Or if it's not Kyle Teasy, it'll be any other member of AP Bren who wants to help. You really have to commend Edward here for his conservation of that ultimate. He made sure he made the most out of it. And that's why he is the MVP of the game. And you saw it there in the end. He would eventually get Super Marco. So let's now talk about the draft. Double sustain, double heals for the side of Blacklist International, similar to what Minana Evos want to pull off. And again, one of the best things about their lineup is their little repositioning that they have with the Rafaela, which is why Rafaela has risen up in priority and why Rafaela even gets first pick by some of the best teams in the world. That's how good she is right now. So, AP Bren, it's a brave choice that they decided to go up against They went up against Blacklist International knowing that there is a high chance they will do that. The Valentina was gone. You know that in order of priority for you, it's Valentina. If that's gone, Faramis or Novaria. You already got the Novaria and you know that the Faramis is coming up. But AP Bren drafted the lineup that actually would work against that scenario. Again, it's a Novaria plus you have the Clint, and then the Paquito and everyone else will just be a little bit of icing on the cake for that, which is why we saw AP Bren fight back. We were mentioning that it would be difficult for Blacklist International to actually end the game, especially if they cannot get Super Marco down. And it was. But the other X factor on the side of Blacklist International was, of course, the Faramis. Because every time AP Bren would try to, in this scenario, defend, and if it's not defending, chase down the members of Blacklist International, or chase down the members of AP Bren. When AP Bren wants to chase down the members of Blacklist, one Ghostbusters will stop them. And this is a point where the Faramis really hurts. Faramis, folks, prioritize getting him for your ranked games. He is a fantastic hero. And of course, with the movement speed, they both got Wilderness Blessing and they both got Agility. Now we have to talk about that difference. So, as a Terizla, you do really have to get the Wilderness Blessing, especially since, yes, you can wave clear fast, but you don't have the mobility and movement similar to Paquito, so you're going to need to somehow match that, which for most of the time it did. And we talked about the difference of the two XP laners, which we got to see. Flap TZ will be going for the split pushes, which is the right call. If you know that you're not always going to be winning that team fight, it'll be risky to always go for full-on 5v5s. You need to open up the map. That was the right call by AP Bren. But because it was mostly 5v4, favoring Blacklist International, it was a little bit easier for them to always find Kyle Teasy. Kyle Teasy is who suffered with this approach by AP Bren that they needed to do. At the end of the day, he was the sacrificial lamb of this lineup. And it's just unfortunate that it's the jungler whose job is one of the most important in the game, which is to actually be able to secure those major objectives. We have to point out here that the rich guy is actually Super Marco. Despite all the great early to mid game that Blacklist International set up for OHEB, that just goes to show how well AP Bren and Super Marco were still finding farm for their Clint, which they needed to. Again, he was the main condition of this lineup. But again, an MVP performance by Edward meant they wouldn't be able to pull off the defense that they were looking for because the Super Marco Clint was the first one to go down. And with the win, actually, by Blacklist International, I believe there's no more tiebreakers that will happen.
There it is. To clarify, of course, since ONIC swept Omega earlier, there will be no more best-of-1 tiebreakers between Omega and Blacklist. Because should Blacklist end up with the same score as Omega, like a 2-1 or 1-2, Blacklist, Omega, and Manana will be triple tied at 19 points, and Blacklist will win because of the head-to-head. They have a better match win-loss.
Yeah.
Something like that.
All right. I'm sure there's, tons of people that want to do all the math and stuff
Yes.
in there, but that is the simple explanation.
Yeah, actually, it's fairly easy. Just go to ph-mpl.com and check out their scores and their standings. You will find that out. All right, just make things easier for you. Anyway, watch out for the weekly giveaway because that will be posted on MPL Philippines' Facebook page. Maybe they have a post about that too. And that's for a chance to win a Smart Grow device. So mechanics will be to join the giveaway will be posted right after this weekend's tournament, which is maybe later on.
Later on, because now the question isn't anymore, or is it? It is.
It is the last match.
It is the last match.
Officially.
And, at the same time, when you look at that game and knowing what's on the line and, both teams securing their spots and everything, that was a hell of a game. It was, it was back and forth. Blacklist International at one point did have that 8K goal lead and whatnot. AP Brent somehow able to stick in that, even with the whole composition, dealing with the sustainability, dealing with the mobility. Sorry, dealing with the mobility, like Renmar talked about with that lineup. I guess you could say it's AP Brent just being able to swing back on that, but Blacklist International still doing a great job at closing it when they had that lead at the end that they had to, because, again, that was a game where it could have gone either way.
And some people would say, what's the stake here for Bren? They're proving something, man. They're proving to the entire world that you guys, just slow down a little bit. We're still one of the strongest teams here in the Philippines.
Yeah, you don't want to be the second seeded team at the end of the regular season. By the way, that's all. Again, they're already locked in for second seed, AP Brent, and go into the playoffs having lost your last series of the regular season, especially even getting swept. You don't want to end your regular season like that and then go into the playoffs. The idea of momentum. Yes, we have a week and some change of break, but that it will still be looming in the heads of teams. They've talked about it. Our teams in the past have talked about it. We lost our regular season. We didn't end the regular season strongly, so it affected us.
It's crazy too because I think last season, there was 3 weeks in between regular season and playoffs.
It's a long break.
This time it's I don't know, maybe a week or so.
They caught up.
It's a lot less.
It's like a week and a half.
Yeah. It's a lot less. So, what I'm saying is, what you're talking about, if you end on a loss, you don't have those 3 weeks to kind of get over it.
You have to reset. You gotta
do it in a week or so.
Get ready right away.
And right now, and because of all that, the heat of the hands, that's got to stay there. That's very crucial for a team like Bren, who will have limited playtime already with scrims. With the scrims are it's a scrim, but this is bigger. I mean, playing on the stage is the best practice you can ever get.
Exactly.
I think part of it too, AP Bren, the way that I see it, after all they've done, I think it was Midnight that commented this yesterday, their world tour, right?
Yeah.
And all the accolades they've garnered. I feel like in a way too, if you look at last season's run for Bren, before their AP Bren, I feel like that's something on their shoulder. They want to go out and have, I would say, even a better playoffs than they did last season, because they're, again, going into the season, there was a lot of expectations on them, and people wanted to see them perform. They had a rocky regular season here and there. They still ended up in second going into the playoffs, so that's something. That is another expectation on AP Bren as they go into the playoffs.
They were super good. They almost made it to the top, but almost is never enough. So that's something that they're trying to fix right now, and again, that's why games like these are so crucial. You got to get into the momentum. You got to put the word out. Put the word out to all the doubters, all the haters. Guys, we're still the team to beat here.
Yep.
You might be forgetting stuff we did previously in international waters or international lands. Sorry, you don't.
International tournaments.
It's very hard to play in international waters. Internet must be pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, international tournaments. Sorry.
That works.
You'll never know.
You never know, though.
Satellite internet stuff. Things we can't explain.
That's true. So, ladies and gents, here on the stage, maybe he can win, but we are going to be finding and looking for the smart game phase of the day. The Arena be the next Smart Game Face, and the day winner, just flash the hashtag PowerSmart on your devices in a green background. Put the Game Face on!
That guy.
ham.
To win a redeemable in-game code.
You know, I messed up my neck and shoulder for a week because that guy was going ham. Hey, she won!
She won!
What does that mean,
You got it!
Whoa, 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 that's it! That's the Game Face of the day, ladies and gents.
Why do the winners always get shy?
She's gonna do it again. Oh,
there we go. There we go.
Alrighty.
Don't be shy about it.
And that's a win. That's a win. We got a winner, folks. They get a redeemable in-game code.
Yeah, that frequently happens. I can't take it. That's perfect.
That was interesting.
You know,
that's how you win it.
Yeah. I hope that we have some upgraded version of Game Face of the Day in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't know how they would.
What's that going to look like?
Production, I don't know.
Yeah, our playoffs venue is huge. How are they going to find the Game Face of the Day amongst all of that sea of people?
They can have a Game Face of the Day showdown.
Oh, there you go.
They could do that on stage.
That's
for
true.
better prizes.
I like that. You should have more stage segments with our fans in the arena.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus points if you bring props.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, you better go to the playoffs. It's
Better
be
go to the
wild.
playoffs.
Watch it.
Yeah,
we'll be
let's-
there, I think.
It's going to be close. We're almost there. A week can change. Ladies and gents, let's go into the insider here. We got some stuff happening in the background, and again, possibly the last insider of the regular season. Check it out.
Kasama ko ngayon ang isang couple na nagmula all the way from Jensen. Nandito si Wawi and Claire. From Jensen talaga kayo nang galing, no?
Yes.
Sinong team sinusuportahan natin ngayon?
Blacklist.
Blacklist International. Alam ko today is very special. Ikwento niyo what today is about.
Today is our 7th year anniversary in relationship.
7th year anniversary.
Yes.
At alam mo, nakita ko kayo maaga pa lang. First series pa lang, I've seen you guys. So all day, you spent your anniversary all day here in the MPL Arena.
Yes. Bali, nasa part talaga ng bucket list namin na makapanood ng live sa MPL tournament. Especially na ako, season 1 pa lang nanonood na. And then yung partner ko is parang season 4. Nanonood na rin.
So since season 1 nanonood ka, 7th year together, at ikaw nanonood ka, naglalaro ka from 7 years ago, tapos ano to, ikaw yung nag-introduce sa kanya?
Parang naglalaro ako, tapos nanonood siya. And then parang naiingit ata siya kasi hindi ko nabibigyan ng time. So inaral niya, so yun, naglaro kami.
Inaral mo para both of you may time together. And so why is playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang, bakit napaka-importante yun para sa inyong dalawa?
Bali kami dalawa kasi hindi kami masyadong outdoor. So mahilig kami mag-stay lang sa bahay. So yun yung nagiging avenue namin para paglibangan or i-enjoy yung oras.
Naging stronger ba kayo? Yung relationship nyo, did it get stronger because of MLBB?
For me, yes.
Alam nyo, nakaka-amaze talaga. 7 years kayo together. Alam nyo ba, ang project next ng MLBB is also celebrating the 7th year anniversary. At dahil dyan, parehas kayo ng anniversary, bigyan ng loot bag! Bigyan natin ng loot bag. Parehas kayo, panalo today. It's very much appreciated na nag-fly kayo all the way from Jensen. Bucket list nyo, na-check off nyo na. Okay, sino yung mga favorite players natin ngayon?
For me, si Edward.
Edward? Si Edward. Ikaw naman.
Si Haji.
Si Ogwen.
Si Ogwen, ang favorite player. Eto, anong role mo ba pag naglalaro ka?
Commonly, multi-role talaga ako. Multi-role.
Multi-role.
Kung ano yung kulang sa draft, ako ang pupunan.
So yung main role mo?
Pero yung main role ko talaga is roamer.
Roamer, ikaw?
Mage.
Mage, okay. Kung meron tayong Infinix All-Star, pipili ka ng isang player sa Infinix All-Star, sa roamer, sino yon?
Si Ogwen pa rin.
Si Ogwen, ikaw?
Si Yue.
Si Yue! Ang daming fans ni Yue. Alam mo, nabanggit mo si Yue, nabanggit mo si Edward. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa Blacklist International ngayon? Kasi they're fighting for 3rd place.
Yeah, good luck sa playoffs. And congrats.
Ikaw, may gusto ka bang sabihin sa Blacklist? Ito na yung pagkakataon mo. Andito yung bucket list mo, nandito yung favorite teams nyo. Mag-message ka sa kanila.
Bali sa Blacklist International, masasabi ko lang, hayaan nyo na yung place, basta tayo yung magcha-champion.
Ikaw, ano gusto mo sabihin sa Blacklist?
Same.
Same. Alright. Now, babalikin tayo sa ating mga casters. How about let's do this together? First of all, happy anniversary. Thank you for spending it with us dito sa MPL Arena. Now let's turn it over to the casters. Casters, pasok!
I just wanted to watch MPL, bro.
What do you mean?
I mean, cast MPL rather.
That's
beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's great to see a lovely couple enjoying time together, spending 7 years. Fantastic.
Forever.
No, but
duo.
really, it was great.
So nice.
Yeah, I actually got to talk with them at the start of the day.
Yeah.
They actually have been here since even before the day started. Well, not before the venue opened, but you know, they've been here the entire day, and they're great. They're very nice people.
So, and they share the same anniversary as our beloved game.
Yeah, 7 years.
Amazing.
7 years.
They're the reason why MLBB became a thing. No,
Can't
they're not.
confirm?
No, they're not. No,
Can't
they're not.
confirm?
No,
No,
they're
no.
not. No, they're not.
All right. So,
What's that face you made? I was like, oh. We're getting into the surrealist side of the English broadcast now.
Our last brain cells are running out.
What do you mean? I'm maxed out.
You're maxed
Too bad my
out.
max is 1.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm still kind of contemplating. I'm getting there,
You're
man. Contemplating.
I tell you,
contemplating.
I'm still getting there too.
Yeah.
I am at 1.5.
1.5.
1.5.
But
Respectable.
So basically, at this point, right? If AP Bren wins the next game and go to Game 3, it doesn't really mean too much.
Yeah. Again.
Aside from our morality.
Yeah. No, but Blacklist.
I mean, like in
International
terms of
still-
standings.
Yeah.
Ah,
No,
there it is.
The battle for a third is still up there.
Oh, sorry. There's no more tiebreaker.
Tiebreakers.
That's
The
right.
thing that we're talking about.
Blacklist International still has to complete the mission to get the sweep.
Yeah. Because remember, the condition for the tiebreaker happening
right.
was if there was a sweep. But no,
That's right.
that's good. That's done. Blacklist won one game. So now, if they win this and they sweep AP Bren here, that means they go to third, and then they
There
have
it
a
is.
hand of painting what the playoffs picture and bracketing will look like.
I'm just going to say, you know, math was never my strong subject.
I agree. Same with me. I gotta say, but we're here. We're fighting up. So we're casting some pretty fun games. So life must have had other plans for us. Welcome to game number 2, Blacklist and AP Brent.
Ooh.
So just to recap, no more tiebreakers, but third place is still up for grabs. So it's gonna be either between Blacklist if they win, or RSG for third if Blacklist loses.
Okay, deja vu.
There it is again.
Same bands, and now it's gonna be the same first pick. Will they adjust it? Will it be a Novaria again? They rush the Boxia. Let's see if they'll change it up.
All right, let's make this the fastest
Oh,
draft
they
ever.
take the Rafaela.
They took it. Good
Great
choice.
deny right there. I gotta say.
Florin is still available. They can honestly go Florin Farah. It would still be fine.
Florin who?
Florin for Ramis.
Ramis. Oh.
Florin Farah.
Good point, good point.
If ever Florin later, they can Faramis. Oh, they Faramis later into the draft. They might go Fredrin again. Or maybe a little bit of Akai, if ever. But no, Fredrin usually is what they go for. So maybe, there, Fredrin and Faramis earlier, yeah.
Faramis is
earlier.
If Blacklist doesn't pick it up, it's going to get picked up on the other side or banned out. Either way, you have to pick it up if you're Blacklist.
Yeah.
But no, they go for the Novaria.
Okay.
There should be something here.
And yeah, they're taking picks away from few. Okay, interesting approach here.
I don't know if Flap would want to pick up the Paquito again to face up with this Trizla. I feel like he was still trying. Like, I mean, last game he was still doing actually quite a bit for the team, but it was stopped a lot, even with that Faramis. You know,
What about
like,
the Iksha?
The Iksha is open too if they want to lock in their gold laner this early on, but it also pairs really well with Rafaela. That's usually kind of the combination that we see, right? Iksha, Rafaela.
Yeah, that is true. So we'll see. Because right now, obviously the table's wide open, and I have to really put it down there. Faramis is something that you can still consider.
Yeah, they can Faramis here. That'll be fine. Or there's the Ixia, as you called it, Rockhart. We heard her voice line show up. So now AP Bren will take out Renegade heroes. Will they take out the Diggy? Will they take out something like a Cho or a Kufra?
Or a Diggy or
a... which I mentioned?
Cho.
Yeah, Diggy, Cho, Kufra.
See?
Are the available options there.
Ourselves are trying to catch up here.
Thinking of, I wonder, Kaja still available. Pickoff would, Pickoff would be good for them. As we look at the draft index right now, still waiting for things to round out. AP Bren, they will need the burst. Wouldn't be surprised if they pair up their Rafaela with, similar to how Blacklist approached it. They can go Brody or they can go Bruno, whatever's available. What I wouldn't want to see is a Claude. If it's not a Brody or a Bruno, maybe they will consider a carry instead, because you do have two very tanky frontliners in front of you. Yeah, they take out the Brody.
Brody's out. So yeah, gold lane is very much on the mind here of AP Bren, which also is going to be super critical here coming into this last one, because you don't want to go for range. Maybe a Beatrix actually can be considered on the ban for AP Bren here.
Yeah, taking away heroes. I apologize. I mentioned the carry earlier, but then the Ixia was just picked up. So let's talk about XP leaders potentially. You know what would be a surprise pickup here that might wreck the Blacklist draft?
What?
If AP Bren last pick it and they wait for the picks of Blacklist, a glue.
That's a fun option.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
But AP Bren need to either ban or take the Faramis if they want to play the glue as one of their last picks. Because if ever, it might really mess up the formation of Blacklist International.
Yeah, I'm really still thinking about the Faramis here. No matter what you say, I feel like it's such a good lineup. Actually, it's great for keeping the Ixia alive as well. Ixia can just keep throwing out that full barrage, even when you're stunned up. It's not going to get canceled as long as you keep the Ixia alive under Netherrealm, under healing.
Yeah, that's why I think it works so great when you have the Raphael in there. We'll see if they still, the fact too that the Faramis is going to be open. I don't know if they'd actually. I don't know if the AP Bren would do that, or even Blacklist or Nashville if they want to play around with that possibility. But we can see the gold lane still being focused on, obviously. What is the matchup looking like, though? If you're going to go against Ixia that has a Raphael on your side already, what do you want to put in the hands of Oheb? Aside, you guys already mentioned, even the Beatrix. But, is there something that would fit better going against that lineup?
Well, the Bruno is the last best option.
Yeah, it is the last best option.
Yeah.
At the same time, if you add up a Yu Zhong here, makes it hard to go for a Bruno. Wow, they're really forcing these heroes here. Faramis Yu Zhong, let's go, Bren.
Yeah, they're baiting into they're trying to bait out the Yu Zhong pickup. Blacklist International. Even though Bruno is what I'm leaning towards, they do need dive. They might consider the Claude, but the Claude really has been underperforming here.
True. Man, I really don't like the Claude recently, but oh, what a beaut.
That's Wolf and Nomad.
What an idol. What an idol right there.
I can't tell the difference.
I cannot really tell the difference. Man.
Pick here. For AP Bren, I'd like to see their XP laner last. You pick your mid now. Come on, the Faramis is available.
Yeah, actually. Come on, man.
Okay, so they go pick up the Yu Zhong. They're saving their mid lane pick for later, unless one of these is going to pick the Diggy.
All right.
Yeah, and so it is the Claude.
There's the Claude. Not really
and
sure.
There's
the Faramis. All right. It was gonna get stolen out if they didn't pick it up. I completely concur with that. Now for the mage pick. Or probably a mage pick. Lilia, yeah? Lilia ban out? No, it's not.
Good for the Fredrin and Terizla and all that, but it might be
Minotaur.
So, yeah, that's why I was going, it's a mid-Mino. Mid-Mino Rome. Oh, sorry. Mid-Rafa Romino.
Okay. So, I don't know. I feel like they're going to lack a lot of the magic damage.
Yeah.
When you throw the Raphael in the mid lane, well, earlier today, it worked because we saw a damage Angela, right? With damage.
Damgela.
Actually,
that's right. Damgela.
It barely almost worked.
It barely almost.
Yeah, and that's going to be the same thing here. It's similar to the game earlier of Omega, wherein they put all their eggs on the Bruno basket. Right now, all the eggs are in the Ixia basket. And this is going to be tough for AP Bren with that lack of magic damage.
Very tough pickings here.
This is like, you know how Ixia, I always say, she's like the epitome of a glass cannon.
Yeah.
Like this composition is glass cannon because you're literally putting all your eggs in the Ixia basket.
Yeah, and she, it's really just, I don't know, it's really good to throw all your eggs in the Ixia basket. But man, oh man, it's like they put everything there. You gotta leave some for your other members because, yeah, I don't know, man. Let's go ahead and find out if this is going to work out as we head to game number 2, Blacklist versus AP Bren.
Can Blacklist one step closer to getting that third place spot in the playoffs here? They have to sweep this. So that's what they're playing for. As we know, both teams already locked in for the playoffs, but they want that favorable seeding as they go into it for the playoffs of the season.
Yeah. Minotaur was the last pick here of AP Bren. Yuzhong was their 4th. They built this draft willingly giving the Faramis to the side of Blacklist, but actually Kaltizi has no buff. The orange buff, the purple buff was taken from him.
It was taken.
Stolen by Renegade.
Sensui just going to get out of there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough.
Here. I like what Yue did there. He went straight for Sensui. It's like a reflex. It's like he has the Netherrealm, but he doesn't. He's level 2. It's like a reflex movement now. So
look at the top 3 career most picked heroes of Renegade. Cho, Esmeralda, Lapu Lapu. That's from his XP laner days. The days when you could still play gold lane Cho. Folks, not the start AP Bren wanted to have. Renegade stole the purple buff of Kyle Teasy while Sensui stole his orange.
Fancy footwork here from Renegade with a little bit of ghost movements. A literal ghost movement.
Yeah.
That's such a strong start though for him too. Like early on to get that purple buff, you know, and work around that. So Kyle TZ is going to feel that for a little bit as well. You can already see Sensui, level 5, based on how they handle that early rotation. So now this first turtle most likely just going to go in the hands of Blacklist International. Kyle TZ's got to go ahead and get his purple now. And it looks like it's going to be that way. Ooh, Renegade going for it again.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, they're going to be giving that away and just say it do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, and as expected, AP Bren, of course, wouldn't contest that at all as the invasion by Blacklist continues. They want to really hammer on the lead.
Okay, they don't want Sensui to do this again. Flap teasing the rest of AP Bren here to help him out. Dragon form, they get the Netherrealm out. Do they have enough damage to go forward? Sensui going to be the first one to go down. First blood for AP Bren. Yue flickering out. Kaltiz going to jump over the wall. He's going to find Renegade. Renegade, not much mana left here. And now this purple buff, Ogwin, going to jump in. Yue, Kyle, very low. Here comes Oheb with the blazing duet. Little greedy. And now purple buff going to reset. Edward going to jump in with his own penalty zone. Few gets out of there with the flicker. So when they punish Sensui, they overextend and they stay a little bit too in Blacklist International's jungle.
Yeah, that looked like frustration coming from the side of AP Bren.
Yeah.
But let's say the potential play could have been, AP Bren's call was, Kyle, you're really low, go back. No, he made me have a very rough time in the jungle at the start. I'm going to force someone from his team to get the purple buff so he won't get his purple buff. But no one got the purple buff. At the end, Sensui still got it. The purple buff didn't go down, Blacklist didn't take it, and they waited for Sensui to come back and take it for himself.
Yeah, he was mad though. Yeah, I guess that's also the problem you have when all your damage capabilities are on that Ixia, right? Everyone else is just attack you one by one, attack.
Yeah.
Yes,
Good.
that's the official sound effect.
Yes, it is.
I like it.
And Kaltiz should be happy he gets his purple buff.
Still going for the same thing. Yue should be able to get out of this one. Kyle TZ, Ogwin, Few all here. Setting up for that turtle, yeah.
Now it's 4v3 all of a sudden. Now we can get into the grid nitty-gritty here. Super Marco going to pull the trigger anytime soon.
Flap making his way as well with the dragon form. Going to be fighting for it. Sensui still able to get that turtle. Edward dealing with a full barrage. Going to find a couple of targets. Ogwin going to flicker in himself. Netherrealm to follow up. Burning through the health bars. Ogwin now there. Double kill though for Flap Teasy. Massive response there from AP Brent, dealing with all of these tools that Blacklist International has. And once again, they find themselves at the purple buff.
And they steal it this time.
This time, Kyle Teasy going to be able to get it. He's got his revenge.
And at the cost of that, obviously, is going to be the turret on bottom side. And, of course, this is showing AP Brent showing Blacklist that, you guys, yeah, we got a bit of a late game timer coming here, but we still got some punch.
And the Novaria hurts right now. With the Clock of Destiny, first item up for the Faramis. Novaria of Renegade on the way to, I believe, building the Enchanted Talisman as his first. Fredrin rushing into the Dreadnought armor. Still no such utility item other than the Flask of the Oasis for the side of AP Brand on the hands of the Rafaela. Now we're really starting to see the effect of Yu Zhang here. Flap Teasy, similar to what Ryota did in game number 2 of the previous series, is going to be that guy for now. While Super Marco is still catching up on the items, there's going to be a lot of damage being dealt out and dished out by the Yu Zhang. And a lot of his dives and entries could really mess up the approach of Blacklist International. While for the side of AP Brand, quick item update, there is already a Blade Armor onto the hands of Kyle Teasy. That is for the Claude. That is for Oheb.
Yeah, we've seen a few games last night where it was the Claude basically just destroying himself with that blazing duet into a box with the Blade Armor. I don't know if you guys remember that one.
All right, yeah.
It was disgusting to watch. It's like, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?
Yeah. He was bringing down the Baksha, but then the Baksha was bringing him down with him.
And that was with an Angela Heart guard, by the way.
Yeah.
We saw it last night, so.
Whew.
At least for,
folks.
Yeah, I mean, at least for them too. You know, again, you got the Faramis, you got the Nether Realm to help you out here.
Oh.
But is that going to be enough? Because right now, AP Bren looking to just take this turtle, right? It's the third one of the game. 2 already for Blacklist International. They're happy with the turret up top. Renegade going to be the next target, quickly taken care of. That was in a split second. He was gone.
Yeah, that was risky business there for Renegade for sure. Of course, the rest of Blacklist, we'll have to see what kind of a reaction or response they have here to the aggressions of AP Bren. They do get some resources on top as well, so it's not a null trade.
Cross-map plays is the call for Blacklist International. I mean, that's what you get. You have a Claude. That is your strength. You don't always have to find the objectives. Right now, AP Brand have more kills than Blacklist. But Blacklist International does have that small lead because of the objectives that they have been getting. They've been splitting the map. They've been breaking turrets. But what will happen when it gets to the Lord fight? Already a golden staff built up for Oheb. So that's 2 items for the marksman of Blacklist, while Ixia also has the DHS. The first 2 core items for both marksmen are on their hands.
Yep, that is correct. DHS obviously is going to be great for heroes here, like the Minotaur, like the Baksha. Of course, you got Flap Teasy as well on that Yu Zhang. Oh, gonna get started now.
Battle in the mid lane. Edward gonna jump in. Ogwin himself, Minoan Fury gonna be popped off. There's the full barrage into the Nether Realm, dealing with the health bars. Still in the mid lane, they're gonna press it 2 down for Blacklist International. UA back up with that passive from the Faramis. So, again, AP Brent showing that they're ready to fight, putting all these eggs in the basket of Ixia. You saw it, Super Marco might not have any kills, but the damage he's providing with the full barrage is massive.
Yeah, and that's a little thing we have to point out here. Most Ixias would use the full barrage once the Nether Realm is up. Super Marco popped the full barrage when Blacklist were starting to get low. That increases your chance of potentially actually killing someone because the Nether Realm animation hasn't fully locked in yet. But at the same time, once the Nether Realm is up, your full barrage is already up, and you're already whittling down away at the ghost forms to take them out of that quickly. So that's actually a great call there by Super Marco, if that was really the intended factor there. For most Ixias, that's a quick tip for you. Don't pop off your full barrage when you see the Nether Realm, pop it when you feel like it's just about to be used.
Yeah, or else you might risk repositioning using a flicker, and you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
As much as possible, you want to use that flicker for safety. Right now, it is going to be lured up. We're getting into a bit of calm here, ladies and gents, for the big storm before the big team fights start to pop up. And yeah, pokes are going to be very difficult to do here, especially for Blacklist International. Renegade having a hard time just denting anyone from AP Brand, because right now, obviously, the Novaria is not really quite there yet.
Look at Oheb.
Look at Oheb.
The positioning there. He got out. Oh, did he though? Okay, he did.
Almost went down.
Yeah, he had to use that, pretty much everything that he had, the sprint as well. But now in the mid lane, Blacklist International getting the Holy Baptism out from Few. Once again, a couple of these tools going to be crucial for this Lord Dance. Blacklist International knows there's no full barrage just yet.
That's right.
There's no Holy Baptism. They should have the upper hand in this fight. Can they turn it around? Flapsies with the Dragon Form, going to push them back. Blacklist International on the answer. Sensui able to get it. There's the Nether Realm.
Wow.
Do they have enough to compete? Sensui now following for Super Marco. Super Marco going to be a trump goal. Renegade gets the kill.
Ooh.
Now AP Bren on the run. Kyle Teasy stuck under the turret. Blacklist International doesn't even want it. They want the
Renegade's not
purple.
done. Oh my goodness. Look at this
try?
guy. He's going to go and try it. What's it going to be, Kyle? What's it going to be? It's going to be a callback. All right.
Man, Sensui, the crucial retry win.
This guy.
Add to that the fact that he found Super Marco. That was Sensui with the MVP play there. Kaltizi's retry was like 2 or 3 seconds late.
Yeah, but Blacklist is not out of hot water just yet. You saw a moment before. Oheb nearly killed himself in that trade. Had to BMI out at the very last moment because Kyle Teasy is just not the target you want right now.
Again, it's only the First Lord. It's going to be made quick work of, but Blacklist International will get a little bit of space to work around with. They got the tier 2 on the top side now as well, the mid and that bottom. So AP Brent holds on to the base. Shields are going to pop, but right now they're still in a position. We saw what happened even the previous game. What could happen?
Almost a 2,000 gold lead here for the Ixia up to a Malefic Roar. Athena's shield already prioritized there by the Baxia of Kaltizi. The damage coming from the Faramis and the Novaria is a pain for the Baxia right now. It's one of the reasons why he's going down quickly in fights. Blacklist International did a really great job of controlling Kaltizi there as well. One of the biggest factors as to why he wasn't able to get his retribution off on time.
That's right. I really like what Renegade is doing, aside from the fact that obviously he needs to whittle down the retribution holder. He also has to be the one to take out Kyle because the physical damage is being reflected.
Flap! He's going to pop the Dragon Form. That was to save himself from going down now. Let's see if AP Brent has an answer. Shot's going to be fired there. Sensui holding the front line. Edward as well, holding on to the penalty zone. Is he going to find him where they want to? Appraiser's Wrath as well. Looks like they want to fight for this purple buff. As they do, Kyle Teasy going to get taunt, knocked up a little bit here. Oheb now joining the fight. AP Bren knows it. They back off.
Yeah, I like what AP Bren was doing there, basically trying to bait out the Netherrealm and the penalty zone. Blacklist for some reason just did not go for it.
Ooh. AP Bren. A lot of caution on their side too. It's like the call for them was Flapteasy just uses Petrify, poke him out, but don't full commit. When I really thought in some scenarios Ogwen would commit the Minoan Fury and just at least try to get something out of Blacklist because Super Marco was in good position to get a good full barrage in. So hesitation from AP Bren, it looks like, alongside with hesitation coming in from Blacklist.
Both sides, right? They're playing so safe. I don't know what that's going to result to, but yeah, for sure. 30 minutes in, we don't really have a clear-cut advantage yet, but Blacklist definitely has a 5K gold lead. Can't be ignored, but the team fight from AP Bren is also just phenomenal.
That's the thing, like even with this lead, if AP Bren gets the setup that they want with Ogwen, and then Super Marco just full barrages multiple members, that's where it gets really dicey for Blacklist International, and they know it. I think that's why they're playing so disciplined here.
Whoa!
Look at that, Oheb gonna whittle down Ogwen, but of course they've got the heal as well.
Yeah, I think he was trying to bait out something there.
Battle for this Lord, less than half health. Super Marco staying way, way back. Oheb again, gonna find Few. Getting really low. They get the Netherrealm out. Now Flapteasy on the hunt. Using the Dragon Form, gonna find for free with the Petrify. They still have to be careful, cautious, how they approach the fight. They back off. Both teams expending ultimates across the board here.
Yeah. Right now we only have the Minoan Fury as well as the full barrage here for AP Bren, while 3 ultimates are up right now for Blacklist. So I think that's the reason why they are confident. They're trying to dance this out even more. There goes full vision from you as well with the Astral Echo. What's it going to be?
APBR really watching their positioning because of the Ghost Bursters coming in from the Faramis. Quick little reset by Blacklist International because OHEB's pushing down bot. That's just to force a reaction from AP-Bren. Once they see that there are members there, they're going to damage the Lord a little bit more because they know OHEB's going to be the
OHEB!
Oh!
Finds Few! There's the Netherrealm to keep him alive.
Save.
He's going to be saved from that Rafaela passive, and now the Lord here. They're down Few, AP-Bren. Can they pull something off here?
I like that Ewan remembered, wait, I can't block this. I got to use Netherrealm. And they get that Lord.
Able to get the Lord. Now Flapteasy to help out the rest of the team, but they can't really do anything here. They've got to back off and get ready for the defense.
Instinctual by OHEB. Found Few in the mid, just trying to manage it, and he gets taken down. And again, the save by Yue. Faramis, we were talking about it.
Near or far, Ramis, wherever you are.
I like that.
You're gonna get caught. You're gonna get saved, rather. You're
Yeah.
gonna get saved.
You're gonna get saved.
And you was doing a tremendous job. Now Renegade, I can't believe he's in this form.
He's evolved.
He's evolved, man. It's just different. Oh.
Right now, once again, AP-Bren on the defense. Taking the brunt of the
Ogwen.
damage. Ogwen, too, going to be in trouble. OHEB now also has the Wind of Nature. So he's going to be able to utilize that. Lord now making its way in the bottom side. Will be getting ready to charge up here. AP-Bren with this egg shot. Is the full barrage enough to win a team fight here? Who's going to be the one to set it up? Blacklist now! Ogwen can't withstand the damage from OHEB. It's too much. Do they want to end it here? It looks like they might want to, but AP-Bren still holding on with the defense.
Right now, it is Blacklist. They are waiting in the wings. They can feel it, that third place breath. Now they are going to take out these turrets, waiting for the final minion wave. And
Edward! Edward going to jump in with the penalty zone. They force them back. OHEB now taken care of. There's the full barrage coming through. They're going to go for it, still pushing it. Flapteasy going to get dragged. Yue on the run, sends Sui to fall. AP-Bren once again trying to turn this one around. Kyle Teasy rolls in, finds the target. It's Edward. And there you go, Super Marco to follow up. Immortality will not be enough here as Edward falls.
Now, ladies and gents, we are seeing right now in front of us the reason why both teams are very hesitant, especially Blacklist right now, despite them looking like in a massive lead, turned around immediately by superior team fighting from Bren Sports.
Wow, do not count out AP-Bren. We saw it in game one, they turned things around. Can they replicate it, but at the same time end it with a victory and force game number 3 while dashing the hopes of the top 3 spot for Blacklist International? It's still going to be a tough climb if that's what they want to do. But now, once again, like in game 1, it's very late into the game. With AP-Bren having a bald base, it's an even ball game in terms of the damage and the items.
Deja vu, anybody?
That
gold swing as well, right?
Yeah.
That gold swing.
The same gold swing. Same story as the first game.
Deja vu, possibly here. Base is fully exposed or bald, as Renmar put it. And at the same time, like we saw before, if Kyle Teasy gets this Lord, we're looking at possibly an exposed base for Blacklist International. So we'll see if they can pull it off. OHEB gonna have to be very cautious on his entry points here. And AP-Bren, can they respond to it? Super Marco posting up in the backside, has that orange buff as well. It'll be up to him.
It's a vision denied game, folks, and of course, tiptoeing around these Astral Recalls, making sure you don't get hit as much as possible and you don't give away as much vision. They're going for it.
They're going to go for it. Flapteasy now with the Dragon Form. Kyle Teasy does it. He gets the Lord, but the full barrage is there. OHEB with the blazing duet. Can he get the kills? He takes a couple shots. He finds them. 3 down. Still going to be going. Ogwen goes in. Couple shots away. Super Marco somehow does it. Gets the triple.
Oh, wait, it's 3v2. And then maybe it's 3v2.
They're low. They can't fight this. They can't fight this.
There's no full barrage.
Can they hold it together? It's Oheb. He's got to heal back up. Yue making his way down the mid.
Lord. They
But
need
they've
a full
got
barrage.
the Lord.
Oh, they got the Lord. All right, I remembered, and it spawned in the perfect moment for APBR to pull up the defense.
Nice to, as you would say, holy moly.
Holy moly.
I'm lost for words. What a game these two teams are showing off. The first time they met, it was a banger, and it's still a banger now. The question is, will it go to 3 games? We thought APBR were out for the count, but Super Marco stayed alive with a lot of help from Ogwen. We thought Blacklist International was out for the count. I thought Oheb actually went down, but he didn't. They continued to fight, and Katizi, after struggling all game, finally won a massive retribution when getting that Lord saved APBR.
A little bit of a breather here as we do head into another reset. Both teams just waiting it out on the next Lord. I gotta say, we gotta talk about how that happened, guys. That was just way too good. That team fighting was so back and forth. I was in the edge of my seats there.
Man, Super Marco. At first, I thought he was going to be taken care of right away. Ends up getting a triple. And now, on top of that, he picked up the last couple, items that he wanted to switch around. Oheb as well, now picking up the Wind of Nature again, swapping that out. Because they know what's next, right? In about a minute, it's going to be that Lord fight. It's the advantage, though, and still in favor of Black International. As we take a breather here, again, they're holding on to their base turrets at least. Like, that is still part of the play here in terms of the macro scale.
It looks very small because Bren looks like they can handle it, but in the biggest, in the clutchest moments, those small differences are what is going to make a difference between the victory and the loss. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel like Bren Esports are still at a bit of a disadvantage, even though they are team fighting to precision here. Blacklist obviously have huge counter punches of their own.
Getting a good look of our crowd here in the MPL Arena. So last time you're going to see them here in the MPL Arena because it's going to be a different venue for the playoffs. So I'm going to miss seeing the faces here, but we're going to see a lot more come playoffs time.
Yeah, the biggest thing I like about that new venue is what the seating capacity looks a lot bigger. So
Brother, it's huge.
It's huge.
I think it's
multi-tiered also.
Is it bigger than any playoffs we've had for MPL Philippines?
I don't think so. I feel like SMX might be bigger.
Is it?
Isn't
because
This is bigger.
Yeah, I was gonna say
This is bigger?
If I remember right, we had SMX like the years, but there was a certain capacity.
There
I
were
think it
like
was only
2 halls at some point.
Yeah,
right?
No, last season was like the largest one that we got to capture.
Yeah.
Right. That was our biggest audience yet.
Offline, yeah.
Offline. But this one's even bigger, man.
Really?
I've never
kidding.
personally been there, so.
Have you?
I've seen pictures.
Have you
Yeah.
chalked?
Yeah, and it's like
you've counted the chairs.
Yeah, it's like a massive auditorium theater hall style.
So we're essentially going to be a movie or a play.
No, exactly, man. It's been fun.
They've had concerts there.
Yeah, they've had concerts. International, what do you call this? International conventions.
Yeah.
Like really, really big ones.
Sheesh.
And yeah, at the same time, of course, it's the end of the story that these teams and our league has told.
Wow. We've come really far, haven't we?
Yeah.
A little
6
bit.
weeks, 3 matches a day, 4 matches on a Saturday for week 3 and week 6. It's been quite a ride, and it's great to have experienced it with all of you, online and on site. Hopefully we see a lot more of you in person.
Oh man, I can, like I said, I can already imagine M5, but I did even hear, Coach Ducky talking about this yesterday when I was in the media room, and how he was saying, he wished some of these boys here for APBR had a break, because really, if you think about it,
Non-stop.
How good is APBR's players' stamina?
Yeah, because
right?
I remember they flew in here the day before.
The day before.
MPL Philippines season 12 started. Right from an international event in Romania.
Yeah, they had like 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and it's just been non-stop for them.
Yeah, for 6 weeks now. And then they only get about a week off. They go do the playoffs.
Back at it again.
Then you get a little break. And then you got M5 on the way, right?
No.
MPLI. Oh, sorry. MPLI. Sorry, MPLI.
Yeah.
So if they make it, they're not going to stop. Wow. So yeah, and the stamina they're showing in this game as well is phenomenal. They're so resilient. It's like when you kick them out, they just come back in.
Yeah, and that's what the metagame has evolved to with the return of healing supports. The Rafas, the Matildas, the Angelas, the Farameses, the
Farami.
the Florines, no, Florins. Why did I say it differently? Now let's see. A test of stamina, a test of patience.
Oh! All right,
We'll
bit
break
of a face
first.
check here. Nice break check there from Kyle TZ, just facing that Astro Recall head on in the face.
The minions right now, a big problem for AP Brand. They have to send people to manage it, and once Blacklist know that it's already essentially 5v4, they're just going to go on the Lord. It looks like they're going to be sending Flap TZ back. He is a quick responder.
Oh, Oheb making his way to bottom side. He's going to pressure this Lord here.
Gotta watch out.
Flap TZ, it seems like he might know this. He could go back.
Yeah,
they're at least showing this. They're going to keep... Okay, he does go back. They're going to handle the waves. Oheb waiting patiently there for the signal.
Blacklist knows they have no choice, so they are very forward right now. Edward in the middle of Kyle TZ and Ogwin. Getting rock in a hard place, literally, though. Oh, but the reset happens.
Yep.
All right, I'm not sure why, but yeah, it's going to happen. And right now, both teams are still relatively healthy. And Oheb so forward there, baiting it out. He's trying to bait out all these ultimates.
Super Marco gets the orange buff. The damage of the X is going to be real. 3v5. Blacklist know it.
Yeah, they have this
they have
information
full vision.
they need. Not going to press it just yet. Renegade. Oh! Finds
No way that wasn't a precise
the Hitman.
kill.
Holy moly.
Finds Few. Big
4v5,
pickup.
4v5.
That's a minute. He's gone for a minute. Lord resets again.
Yeah, and Blacklist International, they reset it because they want to make sure, undoubtedly, that Kyle TZ and other members of AP Brand cannot contest it, so they're, again, waiting for more information. They'll slowly dissect AP Brand like this. Push the minion waves, reset, pick off.
Hammer time here. And they still have all their ultimates
They'll burn it
still
now.
intact, and that is going to be the complete concession here for AP Bren. Giving it over, decides we want to fight it on the base. Let's not risk it.
Very well executed. Very well executed. Just choreography in that Lord Dance for Blacklist International, knowing that, hey, we have an advantage because we have Novaria, and they have a Rafaela. That's basically it, because we can whittle them down. You might be able to heal a little bit, but as we saw from View, take that shot, it doesn't always go in their favor.
Do you guys remember how much HP Few had there? That felt like a one-hit delete. It almost was, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got hit a couple times, and then, again, Renegade just came in
just when
with
about
the shot.
Just when Few was about to heal up, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so.
Whew. So they find themselves once again, Blacklist International marching in with the Lord here. Securing, looking to secure that third spot. This could be it. Flap TZ going to pop the dragon form. They're going to deal with the Lord the best they can. Super Marco holding it down, waiting for that full barrage. They find Oheb. Oheb's gone.
My goodness.
A big play here. There's the full barrage. He's going to go in, gets the monster kill. Even with the Winter Trotch and Sensui left there, Ogwin, Immortality Bob. But Super Marco gets it. AP Bren defends again.
That was a monumental turtle that AP Bren is doing. Not the objective. They're turtling inside their base so well, forcing Blacklist to do some really awkward maneuvers to try to get the advantage, get that base. But no, AP Bren literally walling it up.
What a pick-off by Flap. It was the Petri full combo coming in from the Yuzong that took down Oheb, the XP laner, the former world champion. Now AP Bren are marching forward.
3v4, they're forcing it in. Full barrage is in tow. Already activated by Super Marco. Will it be enough to take him out? Yeah, it will be enough, at least for the inhibitor.
They get an inhibitor. But Blacklist International, timers now, they'll be coming up as we take a look at this replay here. This was an amazing defense. You see even Flap TZ find the targets he had to. They get the Netherrealm out. There's the full barrage.
There it is.
With the flicker.
That's the full barrage angle you want to see. Right there, folks. That was beautiful.
Ooh. And again, great positioning. It seems like the Iksha Gambit is working. This idea of putting all your eggs in the marksman basket, it's working. They're making it work. It's brute force. It's near insanity. But somehow they're holding on. Blacklist, again, they just really need the perfect start. They can't slip up.
You know what? If there's any player in this league that you would put the extra hits it's in the hands of Super Marco.
Yeah.
He's one of the most focused marksman goal laners that I know right now, and he just does not die. There's a season he did not die at all. So yeah, with that carry win streak he had way back then.
MPL Philippines Season 10. At one point, he had roughly 25 kills, 15 assists, 0 death after like a few weeks.
He had like whatever that crazy KDA was, right?
Yeah. So
nuts.
He's making it work. He's making it work. This is Super Marco. This is pinnacle Bren, AP Bren here that we're seeing.
They still got to manage some of these waves, right? They did manage to get that base turret down for Blacklist International in the mid lane, but they're still really at the whims of Blacklist International in terms of like working around this space here because of the lineup. And even now, they've got to deal with even the top side pushing in. That's why Flap has to go back.
Of course, there's still going to be the advantage of the big minions. Super minions on the opposite ends of the lanes, flowing in Blacklist's favor. But that might be null and void here as if AP Bren find a catch.
Yeah, Echo can come down here. Astral Echo to spawn him out.
Ooh.
Poking him down the best they can, but there's so much sustain from this lineup.
Yeah, there's like a massive 65-35 in favor of Blacklist International.
Oh, it's a reset since we might have slipped there a little bit.
No, this is the typical intention of Blacklist. Because they felt Flap was on his way already. They're respecting the Yuzong. Again, similar to what happened earlier. Little by little, slow dissection. They have info now, but they're still waiting on the timer of the entry of the Yuzong.
All right, now full vision. They have full information now. Saw Flap on top. They saw Super Marco with the Astral Echo. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Kyle's low.
Oh, Few was actually able to get that purple buff, so it's still in the hands of AP Bren. This might end up becoming a reset. Someone needs to pull the trigger at one point. And it's difficult for AP Bren because they can't send anyone to split. It's really all full objective for them.
They can only keep Super Marco there in the mid lane.
Someone has to break here. Who's it going to be? Who's going to break first?
Sensui just threading the needle basically with this Lord. Keeping it there right now. Oheb's still going to continue to do this, right? He's going to go ahead and try to whittle down in these members if he can. Kalti's going to roll in. Super Marco still clearing out that mid lane.
Okay.
All right.
Because of the middle minion wave and the positioning slightly, it's a 50-50. Now it's going to a 60-40 because AP Bren have been pushed back. It's a quick reset. Okay, back to being a 65-35 in favor of Blacklist International.
Okay. I don't know when they're going to pull the trigger, but right now, I guess.
Yeah. The very difficult thing about both of these lineups is that they don't have conceal.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, though.
If one of them had conceal, it would have been perfect. But they don't. Ogwen, actually, no, Ogwen has it. Ogwen has a conceal. I believe he might have traded out some boots.
Did he? Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's rapid boots and the conceal.
All right, favors out then.
Oh, but look at Oheb, too. They might go with a different plan here.
Yeah.
If they can't crack this Lord Dance, if they can't solve it. He also just got the orange buff.
It's go time.
They know it. There's the conceal. They're going to go ahead and crash down as soon as they saw Oheb. Is he going to get there in time? NetherRealm going to be used. Edward with the penalty zone on the defense. Still going to be working on it. Again, Sensui planning himself there for this Lord.
That was a very major ultimate being used up by Yue as well as Edward, and AP Bren knows it. That's why they're going to go for it.
He's going to get pulled in. That's part of the plan. Ogwen, there's Oheb using the blaze. Doing to get out of there. Super Marco gets the kill he's looking for. Flap now joining the fight. Can they pull this off? Sensui still holding on. Has the immortality as well. AP Bren quite low. Edward pushing him back. Who's going to get this Lord? Both junglers quite low here. They got to fight for it. Minions pushing the base. Sensui gets the Lord. And they had to defend the base as well. Blacklist International now backing off here. AP Bren, multiple members. Oh! finds the shot. The Hitman gets one, keeps AP Brent at bay.
Wow. The patience, the discipline showed by these two teams, but even more so by Blacklist International. I thought they were out there, out for the count. Super Marco had a great angle, but the problem was he was left with a member of Blacklist on him. He couldn't have just stood there. Was the rest of AP Brent tried to chase down the other members of Blacklist after a beautiful setup by Ogwin. It just ended up becoming not the perfect chance that AP Brent have been looking for. After great item adjustment to remove the favor and add the conceal, now Blacklist are at the brink of victory.
They're going to push it in. Flap teasing once again with the Dragon form, going to hold them back, but this Lord is beefed up. Can they hold it together? Super Marco quite low. There's the full barrage. It's not going to be enough. The mission is complete. Blacklist International will get the sweep they needed for the playoff spot.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWB Life Insurance. Welcome to MPL Philippines, where we eat Lord dances for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Blacklist International showing up with finesse, patience, endurance, and conviction up until the very end.
Third place is secured by them, and alongside Echo, they will be painting the picture of our playoffs brackets as they thank their opponents, the second-seeded AP Brent, for a beautiful series. It was a 2-0, but man, it was one of the more exciting 2-0 series we've had all season long.
That's just amazing series. Back and forth for both games. Yes, it was a sweep. You know, as AP Brent takes their bow here, they played their hearts out, of course. Still going to be in that second position now with this Blacklist International locking in the third. This is a preview, I feel like, of just how crazy the playoffs is going to end up being.
Yeah, the meta, the picks, it's going to be a draft battle. It's the age of the healers once again. Coaching staffs are going to have their work cut out for them.
And will we see a 10-minute Lord dance?
Maybe for playoffs.
We just might.
I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility for playoffs, man. I don't know.
It's absolutely true. It's crazy here in MPL Philippines, and you witness it. We don't need to say it. You know it. You watched it. What more do you want? Of course, here in the Philippines, we use the smart prepaid eSIM, the future of connectivity. Say goodbye to physical SIM cards and hello to instant activation and faster connectivity nationwide with the smart online store. Get yours delivered to your email now.
Oh, that's, wow. Get it delivered to your email. I was thinking for a second, like, they're going to mail it to, how would that work? Okay, I get it. Email.
Yeah,
It makes sense. I want an eSIM, man. That's awesome. I don't have one. I feel like I'm still living in the old ages.
We're
using
about
the
to get
physical
one.
Sims.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
They may be smart and send you an eSIM there for some reason. Something.
Yeah.
So yeah, what we saw here is, of course, Pinnacle.
Yeah.
MLBB here from the Philippines. There's just no other way around it. And you can deny it all you want if you're watching there, but you saw how intense these matches can be. And yeah, I hope that everyone here is, that's just a small preview of what we can probably give you here in the playoffs, where everyone's going to be in 100% grit mode. In the Philippines, we say gigil mode, where they're game-based, where everyone's just out for blood here.
Yeah. It's a little scary, too, because, like, even recently, the past couple weekends, Echo has, had some losses. And then, now you're at this point where you have just these crazy things ending the regular season. It really begs the question, like, who is going to end up even in the grand finals? You know, for, like, usually you have an idea. Like, there's usually something like, oh, yeah, this team's going to end up there. But I honestly don't even know at this point.
It's the most unpredictable season we've had so far. Again, it's difficult. We know Echo went on that 11-0, eventually became an 11-1 and run.
Yeah.
They ended the season with a 3-series lose streak, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So they're still trying to figure things out because teams have figured out after the adjustment what to do. And now as the meta slowly evolves and teams get used to it, you see the changing of draft order priorities. It was a massive mid-season change.
that really warranted a lot of teams to think of the game differently, to think of the past. Of course, we saw this in Season 8, a little bit in Season 9, but with a more modern twist, a more modern flavor to it. So a lot of thought is going on behind the scenes with the coaching staff, and we're seeing it. And I feel like the series, especially this last week, was a testament to that, with the changing of priorities for Ramesses, Rafaela, Diggy coming back up, and the marksman, Terizla getting first pick, Grok getting first pick for very specific scenarios. It's crazy.
We gotta come up with a new name for this kind of Ube. It's way too much.
It's not like a normal Ube, yeah.
Yeah. Is this just really the effect of the patch?
Yeah.
Same heroes, right? Similar heroes.
It's the effect of the Oasis.
Oasis,
man.
bro. And of course, that support emblem was 10% healing.
Yeah.
A lot of things, a lot of factors, and of course, the smart brains, the minds that come up with these routes. I gotta give it to the coaches as well. I think the season became the closest because everyone just became so much smarter. Even the ranked games are becoming so difficult here in the Philippines. I don't know if you know.
Yes.
Please experience it. It's so high level.
I think, too, on that note, like, well, I feel like we're in a position in the meta. Yes, there's a lot of these support heroes and whatnot, but there's quite a few variations of team compositions that work right now.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the glaring things for me and that I love, because you have, like, the double mage setups. You have even kind of like a double heal meta. You have also a let's just put our eggs in one basket meta.
The
you
last
have,
game.
Yeah, the glass cannon thing. Then you have the more rounded out, lineups. The beefy boy lineups. Like, I feel like I've come up with a name for every lineup that's popped up here.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see what happens in the playoffs. If those are refined or what really, like, stands out as well.
Well, it's never really over here in the MPL Philippines. Let's go over to the stage where we have our winners interview here with Blacklist International and Mara Aquino. Let's see what they have to say.
Give it up for Blacklist International! At dahil sa panalo na nakuha nila ngayong araw, they have secured the 3rd spot in our playoffs. Renegade from Hitman to Healman to Snipeman, you with your Novaria. Maganda talaga yung ipinapakita mo this season kasing bright ng iyong hair ngayon. Grabe yung laban nyo. Lasted about 34 minutes. One of the longest games that we've had this season. Pinahirapan kayo ng Brent kahit no bearing na to for Brent. Pinahirapan kayo but finally you secured the 3rd spot.
Yun nga, nahirapan po kami kasi marami din kaming error kanina. Pero yun, sanay naman kami sa mga late games, sa mga ganong katagal na games. Kasi na-practice namin siya sa screens palagi. Matagal na game, kung ano yung mindset namin sa game, kung paano kami mag-focus, yun.
And it looked like you were focused.
Kaya yun po, focus lang kami kahit matagal na.
Focus lang, focus. Focus. At my focus right now, na kay Coach, Master the Basics. Eto, I'm really curious because I know you're the one who's going to decide this. 3rd place na kayo. So that means you have the power. Pwede niyong piliin makatapat ang ONIC or Omega. Siyempre, I'm gonna ask, sino sa dalawa ang pipiliin mo?
Sa ngayon kasi hindi pa kami nakakapag-decide kasi pumasok kami dito sa araw na to, lumabang kami ng hindi namin goal talaga na kung mag-3 or hindi, okay lang sa amin kasi dapat ready kami sa playoffs kahit sino makalaban namin. So ngayon, hindi pa kami nakakapag-decide talaga. Pag-uusapan pa namin kung sino talaga yung pipiliin namin na makatapat.
Safe answer. Safe answer bilang coach. Good job on that. But I'm going to ask the preference of the players. Okay? Tatanungin ko yung ating mga players kung sino nga ba yung gusto lang makatapat. Siyempre, let's start off with Edward. Edward, tinan mo, sisigaw yan. Sisigaw yan. Tinan mo? Pag si Edward humawak ng mic, sisigaw yung lahat. Okay. Sino yung preferred? Kailangan mag-name ka ng team preferred. ONIC or Omega?
Ano na lang? Omega na lang.
Omega. Okay, okay.
ONIC.
ONIC. Oh, Sensui! Sige nga, Sensui! Nagtatago eh. Nagtatago sa likod. Oh, sige, si Yue muna. Sige, sige.
Ano na lang? ONIC na lang?
ONIC. Alam ko.
ONIC.
Oh, oh, sino?
Omega.
Omega, syempre. May history.
Omega.
Omega. Omega or ONIC?
Omega.
Omega. OHEB. OHEB. Sige nga.
ONIC.
ONIC?
Joke lang, Omega.
Oh.
Omega din.
Omega din.
Omega daw.
Omega daw. Okay.
ONIC. Indo.
ONIC Indo! ang galing ng sagot ni Coach. Okay, so far, kung magtatali tayo dito, mas mataas yung percentage na gusto ng mga manlalaro natin makatapat ang Omega. So let's see if more pressure si Coach Master the Basics at ito ang magiging desisyon ng buong koponan. And now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear it from you guys. All right, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Grabe! Pwede ba parinig ulit nun? Parinig ulit? Hanggang Mars, dinig kayo. Hanggang Mars, dinig ang name ng Yue. Yue, hindi ka ba nagsasawa na talagang every time yung sigaw nila sa'yo, rinig ko all the way from Indo to Cambodia back to the Philippines?
Hindi po.
Hindi po. Ano ba nararamdaman mo every time they scream your name?
Para sa akin, kumbaga, yung mga ganyang bagay na pag-support nila, yun din yung nagbibigay sa akin ng confidence.
Ano ba ang gusto mong makita from the agents?
Makita?
Yeah, what else do you want them to show you guys? Ano pa?
Lahat po pumunta ng playoffs.
Oh, lahat kayo pumunta ng playoffs. Now, may request. May request. Nakikita mo yon? Gento daw muna. Gento. Okay. You hear it from the crowd. Narinig mo yon from the crowd. Okay. Alam mo, how about, kasi mahihain siya, may isang malakas na loob dito. Samahan siya ni Renny J. Renny J, samahan mo, samahan mo. Samahan mo, samahan mo. Alam mo, ang mga fans dapat hindi binibigo. Let me hear it again, let me hear it. They're all waiting. They're all waiting for you. One more time, one more time. All right.
Music daw, music.
Music pa daw, music? Okay. Tulungan mo daw. Oh, support. Okay. All right. Here we go. Share niyo si Yue habang ginagawa niya.
Ako kakanta.
Si Sensui, kakanta. Kakanta ka daw. Sabi ni Renny J. Okay, go ahead.
Pag tinoma ka talaga mag-iingay. Gento.
All right, everybody. Great performance on stage. Now, babalik na natin sa ating casters. Pasok.
Wow, there you go. That's how we want to see here. What a celebration there from Blacklist International. Marakino putting them under the spotlight there. I'll always love a little bit of that.
What is the Gento?
It's a dance.
It's a dance?
Popular dance from a popular song.
How have you not seen that?
Guys, let me tell you, when I'm not here in this desk, I live under a rock.
Yeah.
that's just my life. I cast MLBB, I eat food, I go to the gym, I sleep. That's it.
Wake up at 7 a.m.
That's a lie.
Walk your dogs.
I've seen glimpses of the JC Reza mansion. I've seen your pets.
Yes, that's correct.
Those are my children.
Your children.
Those are my children.
I wish we could analyze that, but no, unfortunately we have to analyze the game. So let's throw it over, and let's have Mr. Renmore here break that one down, because that was a doozy.
Why unfortunately? Okay, sure, welcome to the analysis. Game number 2. Similar story, with a lineup this time from the side of APBR, which was a little bit more really focused on their gold laner, on their marksman. In game number 1, they had a Navaria, so at least they had that second option. This time, they went double support in the mid, but not to supplement their jungler, to supplement their gold laner. And, well, in an attempt to supplement their jungler as well so that they could keep things close, but we saw how it didn't go well for them because the Terizla on the hands of Edward was a problem, and the Navaria on the hands of Renegade was a problem as well. The vision provided by the heal man, which in this game became the hitman because of the star shatters that he was landing in as well, able to land some crucial ones, especially that one of the few that we saw. But let's talk about the early game and talk about the effect of Flap TZ in this game. We saw how Blacklist succeeded in this one early on, but we saw how APBR kept things close. Flap TZ's constant rotations to join the team as 5 to fight Blacklist International. That's why he was able to rack up kills. And Blacklist, you saw them playing around the Yuzong. They were respecting the ultimate of him, his damage, and the petrify that he can dish out. And the times that Blacklist International weren't able to take that into account were the times that Blacklist International fell. But as the game went on, Blacklist, what they did was played around it even better, especially when the Lords was up. That's why there were constant resets. They were waiting to see that the Yuzong really wasn't there and that it would be a true advantage in the Lord fight so that they don't have to worry about it getting Retribution away. A very difficult game for Kyle TZ. The Retribution he won for that Lord was one of the most difficult Retribution battles he had to win throughout this entire game. Sensui was knocked up, a good chain of crowd control, they were able to lock it in. But the entry here of Hoheb in this crucial moment to make sure that it wouldn't be a 100% APBR win was what extended this game even further. In an alternate universe, this would have been a maniac, maybe even a savage on the hands of Super Marco, but Blacklist International handled and read it well. That's why you pick the Claude into Ixia. Yes, the Claude does not perform really well lately. The Claude has been read, but Blacklist set things up very well for their Claude. And the fact that APBR are lacking that burst magic damage that they really needed and relied a lot on physical in a very all-in one at that meant that Oheb didn't have a lot to worry about. Now APBR, it was a very high risk, but it's not high reward. It's a pretty mid reward type of lineup. And eventually Blacklist, again in the siege, found Super Marco first and very, very quickly. Teams have to acknowledge the strength of Blacklist International when they have the Terizla on their hands and in the hands of Edward, but most importantly, when they have their hands on the Faramis. Going into the playoffs, this is looking to be like the pick of the tournament. Who bans it, who gets it, and how do you play around it? The times have changed. Faramis is up there on top of the Hero Mountain. Now, it was a great game by both teams who understood their conditions. You saw that APBR, despite them not having a traditional mage setup, they adjusted the build of feud to go for more damage, which also in turn gives him more healing, but it wasn't the damage that they had. Their damage was heavily reliant on Flap TZ's combos. By the way, something to point out, despite the Yuzong actually only building a Hunter Strike, this is a Yuzong with a Blade Armor, Dominant Size, Oracle, and Immortality, only one damage item. Sometimes Sanford does this thing where he actually adds another damage item with the Yuzong. Sometimes it's a Blade of Despair because the damage that he'll have with the Sha will increase when they're low, and it increases the damage. But this was a one damage item, near full defense Yuzong, but it was still hurting Blacklist International. That might be another thing to watch out for the playoffs and the future. A tremendous performance by both squads, but of course Blacklist International comes out on top, playing their comfort. Renegade and the rest of Blacklist play around the Faramis and the Novaria really well. Since Sui would be getting information, Renegade would just toss out. Oheb would get information, he'd BMI back. Star Shattler coming out of Renegade. Rinse and repeat, whittled down, slow dissection of APBR is what Blacklist International did. And on the side of APBR, you saw them really stick to their conditions, but it just wasn't enough.
Well, again, almost is never enough here. Apparently that is still going to be true here, especially for APBR. They gave us one of the closest matches we've seen in quite a while here. Can't wait to see them in their playoffs form as well.
You know, now that the regular season is rounded out, I can't wait for playoffs either, because this was the first time in the regular season where I feel like, yeah, we got to this point where, like, even, you know, the final matches of today had so much bearing, and also because of the fact that when you think about it, a week or, you know, a couple days isn't that much time. It's almost like a normal transition from like week to week in a regular season with a little bit of extra time. So my thought is like, what are the teams going to cook up, you know, in terms of like strategies, and how are they going to refine this? Because even in your analysis, the breakdown there with that match, the last one, you know, it was still the same thing. It could have gone either way.
Yeah.
So I imagine there's going to be a lot of that in the playoffs coming up.
At some points, we'll just have to toss a coin and see who wins, because they're just that close. And we are heading into the final moments as well of our regular season. Any last thoughts, ladies and boys, before we go?
Well, I think it's been one hell of a regular season. You know, we still have to wait for our playoffs, obviously, but whatever teams make it through the playoffs, get to the grand final, and we have our representatives for M5, I know, at least for the Philippines, we're in good hands, whatever team it may be.
It's going to be a hell of a ride. This is the home of the strongest players in the world. So strong that teams in other regions, in other parts of the world, are getting our players to strengthen their chances. So hopefully you come and watch our playoffs. It'll be a hell of a ride. The same love that you show to the entire MLBB esports community in the entire world. A lot of love is shown to LATAM, to the Europe region even, to NACT, to Cambodia, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia. Hopefully show us the same love as well.
Yeah, I can really feel it. I feel like the fans are just elevating to new heights here from all over the world. That's why we here in Eagle Stream just appreciate you guys so much as well. Obviously they're very foreign, and some of them don't even speak English here, right?
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you guys are here to just witness some of the best plays, and hopefully you're also learning a lot from the players here. We're not saying we're the strongest region just to show off. We're here to show you one of the best ways to play this game that we all know and love.
Yeah,
and there's... Go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
Real quick. Sorry, just real quick. We're sending players out, but this season, we've had so many international fans come to the venue and watch here for the regular season, not even the playoffs.
Like, that's what I was saying. It's not just players. You know, the coaches are going around, analysts are going around. But yeah, that's a good point too, because a lot of people from around the globe, you guys might be watching at home now, but they're trying to figure out, like, when are the dates, where's the area for M5, because they want to fly in, they want to come and watch. And I think even earlier today, like, we had that preview, you know, all these what do we call them? The Balikbayan players that came back.
Yeah.
Again, that's something I'm super excited to see for, of course, for M5, is everybody coming back, the reunions, but like not even as just meeting up with each other, but actually facing off against each other too. You know, like old teammates, not just now representing the Philippines, but representing like other countries as well. That's a whole nother like storyline to keep out for, you know? So, and also, the fact that, if you guys haven't caught it yet, the Road to M5 podcast hosted by me and Manji and Suman, we have been talking about these different regions now for weeks. We have, I think, 7 episodes out. So if you guys want to know more about the regions leading up to M5, check that out. That is from the MPL Philippines, because there's a lot of insights there. There's a lot of interesting information, especially from the other regions around the world.
Yeah, they really do have to follow that podcast. That is going to be live on, obviously, the biggest podcasting apps, Spotify as well, right? So check that out, guys. It is a fun listen as well. So just we have a week. You're going to be withdrawal symptoms for my MOBB. Where's my MPL? Where's my MPL Philippines? That's one way that maybe tide you over before we get into the playoffs and into our own finals.
They still got a lot of stuff to watch too. There's so much going on, and not to mention, again, like we mentioned earlier, MDL.
Yeah.
The MDL finals for Philippines.
MDL Philippines playoffs is next week.
Yeah.
So catch that too.
Yeah.
October 20 to 23, if I'm not mistaken. So they have 20, 21, 4 days. 4 days.
It's either that or 22.
Or 22, yeah.
It's one of those.
They have 8 teams. They have a lot of teams, some fantastic stories there as well. And all throughout the season, you've been seeing the MDL casters join us here, come over, and then MPL casters have been going to the MDL as well. So they're a big part of our community as we are here. It's a very young development league. It's only our 2nd season, but already some massive strides being made there.
Whew. So much stuff. It has been a pleasure showcasing these matches to you. Rockhart, Naisu, and Reptar. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino here on stage. She's got a few things to say.
As the final day of the regular season draws to a close, we've witnessed action-packed matches, including 3 drama-filled encounters. First series began with the Phoenix Army concluding the regular season on a high note, denying the Raiders the opportunity to secure the 2nd seed. Following that, despite all the drama and the struggles, the Ryzen-led Sonics successfully secured their playoffs ticket with a thrilling victory against the Barangay. And finally, in the last series, following a stunning defeat, the Agents fought back with determination and struck hard to secure a win in their last match against the Hive. Mula sa unang laban hanggang sa pinakahuling tapatan, iba't ibang uri ng emosyon ang ating natunghayan. Lahat ng laban ating sinusubaybayan, nagbago ang meta man ang ating meta, hindi pa rin nawawala ang lakas na ating ipinakita.
Pagsasara ng huling yugto.
And as we enter the final phase of our tournament, tensions are sure to rise as we will be finding out who is going to come out on top here and raise our flag, defend our throne here in the playoffs.
And of course, sa pagsasara ng huling yugto, magbubukas ang panibagong simula. Panigurado ang lahat ng mga teams dito sa Pilipinas ay naghahanda na rin na patunayan na hindi pa tapos ang PH era.
Now sa ngalan ng ating mga casters, all the hard-working production and all the group who's worked hard for the Philippines here in MPL Philippines Season 12, we thank you for supporting the regular season. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na nagpapaalala, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players ay Mas Pinas Lakas! See you guys during playoffs and keep it good vibes!
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitawan na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good day, MPL Arena! And hello to everyone around the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're tuning in to witness the world's strongest MLBB players in action. This is MPL Philippines Season 12. Anim na linggong punong-puno ng sorpresa, drama at matinding MLB bakbakan ang hinandog sa atin ng ating mga teams na nagpamala sa buong mundo kung bakit nga ba tayo ay mas pinaslakas. Pero bago natin isara ang regular season, may tatlong mahalagang tapatan pa tayong aabangan sa araw na to na maaaring magbago ng takbo ng ating playoffs. Yan at iba pang mga kapanapanamig na tagpo ang ating aasahan sa huling araw ng regular season. Pero bago muna ang lahat, alamin muna natin ang latest MLBB Community Chika sa Smart All Access kasama si Chantal and Naisu. Panelist, pasok! At ngayon, sasamahan ko ang ating mga panelists na si Chantal and Naisu. Hi, everybody!
Hello!
Happy Sunday, everyone!
Happy
Dapat
Sunday.
pala kami nagsabi, Mara, pasok!
Oo, dapat ako yung pinapasok
Si
mo.
Carlos naglakad.
Maglalakad pala ako. Wait, alam mo, parang medyo my heart today, I mean, alam ko may playoffs pa tayo, pero can you believe it's the last day of the regular season?
Grabe.
6 weeks is super short. And prior going down here, nagko-compute pa tayo ng mga points.
Ay, you know what I like? Siya, nag-grabe, nag-Tagalog. Ikaw, nag-English!
Multiverse.
Actually,
Multiverse.
to be fair, Chantel spent a lot of time on the English desk this
Doing
season.
a good job, by
Proud
the
ko siya.
way.
Is that right? Proud ko siya.
Proud ko siya. Okay, okay.
Yeah, you're proud of me.
We'll take it. Proud siya niya. Okay, now, meron tayong mga teams na inaabangan. Actually, na para sa ating playoffs. Meron pa tayong mga playoff spots sa mga taong bahay dyan. Ito ang huling araw para sa ating regular season. And we're gonna find out kung sino nga ba ang ating 6 na koponan na makakapasok sa playoffs and maybe possibly represent our country in the M5. So use the hashtag
MPL S12 Magic 6.
MPL-PH S12 Magic 6 kasi nga 6 na teams ang papasok sa ating playoffs. Naku, so medyo tense ang mga teams today, no?
Ano ba kasi parang up until the very end, it also depends sa mga ibang games dun sa iba. Ganito siya, to make it shorter, kahit hindi yun yung team na maglalaro, yung, di ba may dalawang match sa dalawang team, kahit hindi yun yung team na maglalaro, dalawang team din yung nakaasa sa game na yun.
Oo nga.
Tapos yung seeding pa, for top 1 is fixed, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hindi pa sure.
So,
Ang daming numbers.
6. Yeah. So, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang Magic 6 na makakapasok sa ating playoffs. Pero ito, guys, meron tayong Magic special guest na I'm so excited to introduce you to because he is one of the most sought-after casters in the world. This is a caster from Malaysia. Welcome to Gideon Q. Let's welcome Gideon. Hi, Gideon.
Gideon. Sunshine. Oi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Gideon, hello. What a nice green background.
Looks very familiar,
Thank you.
Gideon.
I did. Yes,
background.
yes. It's not like I've shot every. It's not like I've shot every video I've ever done behind this background.
Gideon, we've met Gideon and I. Nice and I have met Gideon. Have you met Chantal?
Hi, Gideon. I will see you on
Yes.
M5 wildcard qualifiers. I will be flying.
Yes, that's awesome.
Just kidding. But yeah, nice meeting
Aw,
you.
disappointment. Yeah, no, I've heard a lot about you. I missed you guys too, Mara. Really appreciate being here on the MPL-PH just to see what you guys are up to, seeing some of the new talents and obviously some of the new faces. Hello, Leo. Good to see you there. And all the things that have been going on with MPL-PH.
Oh, so we're talking about MPL-PH right now. So if you can give us a summary, how was the MPL Malaysia Season 12? The playoff?